so many dudes. Unfortunately, they're down backup centers, but they got so many dudes to play, man. And so I just think Indiana was like, hey, we got a guy in a contract year. Let's get an asset back. Let's not lose him for nothing. And then Philadelphia, honestly, I feel like Buddy would have been better if he would have been able to play with Joel Embiid more in the regular season. I thought Buddy was good for them there. He was a shooter that team needed. Like the Sixers lacked shooting. But, things get out of whack when your big piece, your star, comes back at such a tight window of critical time. Like Joel Embiid didn't get back last year until April, as far as like the middle of the year when Buddy got to the Sixers. And so Nick Nurse's rotations were kind of a mess in the playoffs last year. And the guy who was affected was Buddy Hield, a guy who was probably on his way out anyway. We all knew who Philly was looking forward to bringing in, on the wing. And so all that benefits the Golden State Warriors. Again, like Buddy hasn't gotten a chance to play for a team that plays both at the pace that the Warriors do, but also they move the basketball. Like the Golden State Warriors are not an ISO team. They're not a heavy pick and roll team. And so Buddy Hield is a guy who was going to fit really well offensively. The question was going to be, how well does he fit defensively? Buddy's got some really good hands. Like, he hasn't always played in defenses that encourage that kind of defense, but Buddy fits on both ends of the floor for them, and that's going to be huge for Steve Kerr, because he knows that no matter what they ask Buddy to do, he's going to fit, and him coming off the bench is cheating. Buddy's a guy who is used to starting games. He started a lot of games in Indiana. He didn't start that much in Philly, but Buddy's in a role. And I think when guys know what their role is, even if they know, hey, I'm coming off the bench every night, cool, they're given a better chance of being consistent. And you're getting the best version of Buddy Hield right now.
Whenever you give an opinion, there's always pushback from the well-actually crowd, as I call it, the know-it-alls. I'm just shocked that there are certain dynasties or just organizations that are coming out of a dynasty. We will give them the benefit of the doubt until their superstar player is no longer playing. I think of New England, right? Like New England, every year, it's New England, the Patriots, just as long as Brady and Belichick are there. Why have Steve Kerr and Steph Curry not been granted the benefit of the doubt from the naysayers? Because it feels like at every turn, people have been trying to close the casket shut on Steph Curry. And I think he's in the middle of the greatest post-35 run for a guard ever.
I'll give the naysayers a little bit of credit. Golden State's had, before this year, 1 year to really be happy about since Kevin Durant left in 2019 and Chase Center opened. And that first year, Chase was terrible. So, when you look at one good year out of 5, I think people were like, no one's saying that Steph isn't great or isn't impactful, but we are saying that the Golden State Warriors have, their dynasty post KD, is one good year and 3 pretty mid years and 1 terrible year. This is the kind of season they're off to the kind of start that makes people be like, all right, look, they have been inconsistent, thoroughly inconsistent 3 out of the last 4 years, but because they're capable of something like 2022, you got to fear them. I think that also, I don't really care about the naysayers too much. Y'all shouldn't either. For one, y'all franchise has won championships up there, and for 2, I see a lot of national TV games for a team that was 10th in the West last year. So whoever don't believe in the Warriors, there's a lot of people who want the Warriors to be really good because they're going to be parking that national TV table across the scorers table damn near every week. So whatever the naysayers are saying, the brand is still strong, in my opinion. And if anything, the Warriors are doing their part to actually play to it.
No doubt. Law Murray, thanks for the time today, brother. We'll see you. You'll be back up here Monday, November 18th, right? Or no, excuse me, the Warriors are going down there to Intuit Dome. They're going down to go see the wall of that new beautiful dome that Steve Ballmer's built. The Clippers will come back to the Bay Area. It's going to be a while before they come back up here.
Last game of the season.
Is it the last game of the season? Yep. Yeah, wow. April 13th. Yep, April 13th. They'll come back up here to chase it for a 12:30 game. But I'll try to get down there into it, though, man. That place looks beautiful. Law, thanks so much for the time and continued success at the Athletic, brother. Proud of you.
Hey, thank you so much, Monte. Proud of you too, man. Have a good one.
You too. And you got a new fan, Law. You got a new fan, Shasky. Shasky knows who you are.
You're power ranked in my contender mode for journalists covering the NBA right now.
Law Murray, man, bringing in the heat. He said a lot, man. He said a lot there. What's your big takeaway from Law?
The Buddy Hield thing is not some random outlier. Like, he believes in Buddy Hield.
Yes.
I mean, did you not come away thinking that?
He said he has great heads, always been a great shooter, and he didn't get to play with Joel Embiid. That's how Nick Nurse, a player like that who's having this type of impact just slips through the cracks.
It happens.
It happens in sports, and it happened to the team that we love.
We always talk about this, like, there are some bad, poorly run teams in professional sports.
Philadelphia is one of them. Absolutely. Can we admit it? Even though Philadelphia has Joel Embiid, they've botched that entire process that they've had. They've botched it. They've completely botched it.
Tobias Harris and Max, I laughed at everyone.
Well, yeah, I did
that was one of the dumbest things you could have done.
And then they flip it and they give Paul George and Max. They got blown out yesterday by the Clippers. Blown out. It was unbelievable.
Everybody laughing right now at the Rocket victory for the Warriors. I think the Rockets are going to be
Rockets just beat the Knicks the other day.
Or out, like in or above the box all year. So, like, I'm telling you right now, the Rockets will be.
No, they're tough.
I think they're going to be a fringe playoff team all year. Everyone wants to, say that they stink. I don't think they stink.
No, they don't stink.
I like the Rockets.
You know what they've done? They've won 2 straight games since that Warriors loss. They beat the New York Knickerbockers 109-97 Monday night. They beat them. Look, Dylan Brooks had 13, Shea-Goo 25 and 14. Van Vliet actually had a good game. Then they turned around and beat the Spurs by 27.
Well, Wemby got yammed on. I don't know if you saw that dunk.
I missed that dunk.
Oh, my God.
I missed that dunk. I didn't see that highlight.
Well, it was almost as bad as Mark Few's son getting dunked
I know. I wanted to bring that up.
For the 4 seconds he was on the floor.
Dude, and they won by 40. That's the big takeaway.
I also have a beef with Mark Few because his bio says he's 6'3", and there's just no way. There's just no way. I've stood on the hardwood floor across from Mark Few, and he's not 6'3". You're taller than 6'3". He is not.
You're saying he's a few inches short?
That's just brilliant. Brilliant. His kid is listed at 6 feet, and there's just no way he's 6 feet. He got
oh my God,
so hard.
It was so bad. It was so bad.
Great. It was great.
It was so. I mean, like
nepotism at its finest.
It was unreal. Wemby shoots too many threes. What's going on with Wemby?
You know what's funny is I actually thought that Wemby, he's going to be this freak to watch, and this. As a watch. I'm talking about as a watch.
A little underwhelming?
Oh, I'm taking Ja as a watch over Wemby.
What about Chet?
I like Chet. See, Chet's got attitude.
Yeah, Chet's so.
I think Chet's way nastier than I gave him credit for.
Through the grapevine, when they came out here and they played, they said, Chet's hood, dude. Chet's he's like ghetto. Somebody tell me that.
Where's he from?
Where's he from? I think he's from Michigan, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe from Michigan. But they was like, he's got some hood in him. That's what this person told me that was affiliated with OKC. I cracked up. But I can see that attitude.
He's from the mean streets of Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Oh. Well,
hey, don't sleep on Prince, bro.
Well, that's where he's born, right?
Look, no, he went to high school there, too.
Oh, he went to high school? Oh, I thought he went to high school in Michigan. All right, wrong game. My bad. Minnesota. They've got some athletes.
I'm not sleeping on Minnesota.
Jalen Suggs.
Look, what I've learned about my life is that you could be in a nice neighborhood.
Joe Mauer.
Anywhere in America or outside of America.
Joe Mauer, please. Like the nicest guy ever.
You hang the wrong right turn, and you could be in a rough neighborhood.
St. Paul, the Twin Cities, man. They got some mean streets. Better keep your head on the swivel.
You're speaking like you actually know.
You don't believe a word.
That's what I'm saying. Like the mean streets of Minnesota.
I'm telling you, man. When we flew over Minnesota, I was like, oh, wow, I wouldn't walk over there.
Yeah, the Mall of America, man.
When you flew over Minnesota from 30,000 feet, you look down. It's like, man, I am glad I am not walking around there.
It wasn't even that. Technically, we pulled in to their airport, and we got off the plane, and there was this crack. You know when you get off the plane and there's the tarmac? There was like a crack. I swear to God. Whatever the degrees it said, it was 100 degrees colder than whatever it said.
What is it, -5?
It said -5. It might have been negative 500.
I woke up. Shasta goes, yo, it's time to get off the plane. I wake up. It's like, oh, we're in Minnesota.
Well, you had to put your shoes back on.
Yeah. Did I have my shoes off then?
Yes, you did.
Of course I did.
Your Gucci slides.
It wasn't Gucci slides. Stop. I don't own a pair of Gucci slides. I'm not that bougie yet. Listen.
Got like 3 pairs
Yet. Keyword yet. But when I saw that snow, we were flying over Minnesota.
How many times have you seen snow?
I'll see snow plenty of times.
I've only seen it a couple of times.
Yeah,
like, touched it. You know what I mean? Like been in the snow a couple times. Maybe 6 in my life.
Yeah.
Maybe 5.
Whatever. I've been to Tahoe plenty of snow before. Have I traveled outside the state and seen snow? No, New York. I was out there for the All-Star game. Snow flurries was coming down. It was crazy.
That's cool.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That
was all right. It was all right. And then the snow, you see it just piling up, and it was dirty. It was nasty. Trying to think, any other snow? No, that's about it. Snow's overrated. Snow's overrated.
Snow and the Mona Lisa. Overrated.
I didn't know it was rated.
I mean, snow's overrated. People always say, like, oh, we want to go play the snow.
I'm happy with snow.
Yeah, no, I'm not happy with snow. It's overrated. Just
We're
get
not
some
hard
away.
on snow.
You know, got to put chains on the tires, dude. Like, come on, man. Snow's overrated. People are like, oh, I wish San Francisco snowed. No, you don't. We got too many hills for snow. You imagine people driving up and down these hills in snow? It'd be a disaster. Oh, my God. Snow is so overrated.
So I remember back in the day, we're quick aside here. Back in the day, they did what was the guy, Sean White and them boys were doing snowboarding at the top of Pacific Heights.
Oh yeah,
and they were coming down. And me, Guido, and my dad, we were daytime drinking. This is back in my partying days, and we went down to it was like sunny hot, but they had put fake snow.
Yeah.
You remember this?
Oh yeah. They had the X Games out here all the time.
It was a who's who of people, and we went to the top, we went all the bottom. We get to the bottom, and it's like San Quinn, Selsky, everybody. And my dad was just hanging out with them. It was a memory I will never forget. My dad said, snow in the city.
Snow in the city. Well, Wade was out here for the X Games.
He was opining about in the 70s when it did snow in the city.
Oh, wow. Like 925 says, there's a ghetto everywhere.
There really is.
And I knew when we flew over Minnesota, I said, yeah, I would go into that place. Oh, that place looks a little...
Imagine like in the plane with like your binoculars looking down over Minneapolis. Like, there it is right there. I see that hood right there.
I did take a picture.
I see that crackhead on the street.
Hey. There ain't no crackhead in snow.
I feel comfortable.
Dude, we flew over to go to Gopher Stadium. I was like, Shasky, look at the Go to Gopher Stadium. It looks so cool. It's covered in snow.
My favorite thing to do, though, when we're up in a plane and you're looking out, other than the fact that I don't like flying, but I look out and I like to see the baseball diamonds. I don't know. There's something that's beautiful about seeing the baseball diamonds.
I just like seeing stadiums. I like seeing stadiums.
So they say, I looked at the propertyclub.nyc. So this is like places that are dangerous, I guess, neighborhoods in certain cities. They're saying South Minneapolis, Bonte. You don't want to be in South Minnie.
You don't want to be in South Minnie?
South Minnie's.
South Minnie's dangerous. Damn, South Minnie. They got some brothers out there, some brothers and sisters out there. I know some brothers from Minnesota. Let's go to Samita in Los Gatos. Let's get Samita, what's happening?
Hey guys,
Samita, you ever been to South Minnie?
I have not been to Minnesota, but I grew up in Nebraska, so I'm familiar with snow.
Hey, they got some hoods in Nebraska. We watch Belly.
That is an all-time
yes,
scene.
They do.
Method Man.
I am a Husker for life.
Hey, shout out Tommy Fraser.
Cross to bear.
Shout out Tommy Fraser. He's on my top 5 of all-time college football players I've ever watched.
Yep. And not for nothing, but Nebraska had a black quarterback way back in the 80s, Turner Gill, who was my favorite. Way before it was a thing.
Yeah, he started coaching the Buffalo Bulls for a while, man. I won a lot of money out of him coaching the Buffalo Bulls. Yeah, Turner Gill was good.
Yeah. Anyway, about the game last night, the Warriors game, Buddy Hield, I think, is turning out to be one of the most low-key, brilliant pickups that the Warriors could have made. His chemistry with Steph is really, really good. You love to see it. And the Celtics, they really needed Jaylen Brown last night because I tell you what, Jason Tatum on defense is giving me Melo Anthony vibes. It's like one of those things where it's like, why are you just standing around? Yeah. I saw a lot of standing around from Jason Tatum last night, and it really reminded me of Melo, where it was like, that joke, what's the one guaranteed thing that happens in sports every 4 years is Melo plays defense? It's like that. Yeah. So.
Can't you also, when I'm watching that game, I'm like, it's so, Steve Kerr was so right. His style of play didn't fit the Olympic team. Like, hello?
Not at all. I'm like every other guy can play on both sides of the court. This guy is, he's offensively a superstar. Defensively, I think is a little bit of a liability. And I think that's why he didn't get minutes. But the other thing that's really interesting that I think we're starting to see, and, we need some more games to go before we can really tell, but, the Warriors might just be onto something with this 12 and 13 man rotation, because when somebody's hurt, it's next man up. And I think this might be a thing. This might be a big thing now where other teams are going to start looking at this and say, hey, they have like a really deep bench.
Yep.
And maybe that's what we need to go with instead of an 8 or 9 man rotation. So thanks for the time, guys. Appreciate it.
Anytime, Samita. Thank you for holding it. Always a solid phone call from Samita out there in Los Gatos. And, she brought up Jason Tatum, but watching it as we talk Celtics and Warriors, and the Warriors win yesterday, 888-957-9570. Bruce Fraser, assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, will join us at 9:30. I think they're still in Boston. They may be flying to Cleveland right now or getting ready to fly to Cleveland.
A flight to Boston?
Yeah, you want to? No, not flight to Boston.
Bonte, just have a little bit of news per Adam Schefter, NFL related. Because this has to do with the guy you've been bringing up, and we'll get right back into the Warriors. But the Baltimore Ravens are waiving defensive end Yannick Ngakoue per source. Now, the Ravens are hoping that he clears waivers and he can go to the practice squad. Do you want the Niners to pick him up?
Absolutely. Go get this guy. Go get him. Why not? We need depth. We need edge rushers.
If the Warriors have taught us anything, you need depth.
Yeah, absolutely. What would the Warriors do? They go get him. Yeah, I see the text. Just relax, Sasky. Relax. We see it. Focus. I need you to focus.
No, I'm saying I'm getting a lot of Snow Bunny texts.
Why are you getting Snow Bunny texts?
Size matters.
It does matter. It does matter, Fitz. In more ways than
Boston
one.
George.
More ways than one. Listen, you guys are going to get me fired, dude. I mean, I swear to God, I'm going to get fired one day.
We got the best show.
No, we're going to get fired.
We do our best work when we're most ADD'd out.
No, when you're ADD'd out. Here we go. It's the witching hour, 9 o'clock on the morning roast. when winning the ratings for that day turns into losses.
And our Q goes down the toilet.
Q goes down the toilet. You can turn a win to a loss. Look. You dropped the ball at 9 o'clock hour. You had a waiting day. You were locked in. And then boom, you lost 3 straight quarter hours.
I blame Sam.
The witching hour. You see that? The guy had a great tweet the other night from the presidential candidate. He goes, it's the witching hour.
The greatest tweet I saw, I forget who it was, East Bay Chris or somebody. The only one who could blow this big of a lead this late in the game for Donald Trump would be Kyle Shanahan.
I saw that.
And I said, that's the tweet of the year.
I saw that, man.
The memes have been all time.
They've been next level, man. It's the witching hour on the morning roast. Thank God Q's coming up at 9:30.
I didn't want to say this, but I kind of mentioned to Shasky in the break. I was like, well, the year that Donald Trump got elected, 2016-17, the Warriors did win a title.
It's like the equivalent of even year, or what was the Giants?
Oh, every
even year magic.
Even year magic.
Yeah. It's an even year, Bonte. Oh my God, I had to hear that until 2020.
MAGA magic crazy. For the Warriors. That would be hilarious. MAGA magic.
Well, Steve Kerr said that yesterday. He said,
what did he say?
Let's make America great again and beat the Celtics. That was his closing statement.
He did say that.
He did say that.
He did say that.
Steve.
He did say that.
That's funny. That's funny.
Bonte loves Scarface, but hates snow. Come on, man. What are you talking about? I've never skied, buddy, if you know what I mean. I don't hit the slopes, homie.
And for this team with those guys on it, Curry, to say that statement, that's funny.
Time for the legal.
We gotta laugh a little, society. Come on. Sports is supposed to make us laugh and get a distraction.
We're not running with the MAGA magic. We're not doing that on this show. We're not doing that at all. We're not doing that at all.
I just thought it was a funny line. Yeah, run that one by Festus and Mully on the pregame and see how that
I
flies.
will not go near it. We're not trying to lose our chance. I'm not trying to make awful announcing for the wrong reason. My stomach hurts. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and AC1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. No wonder the Heat has switched this to 3 hours for a while, because in that fourth hour,
the coffee wears off. My
heart is hurting
in.
Right now.
You know, I keep seeing these. Nick Bosa's going to be generational on Sunday tweets. It's just
stop.
I mean, it's just.
Do you know? Stop. All right, we'll move off of this. But this Candace Owens chick is crazy. Like, I don't even know what her deal is. Does she even like being black? I have no idea. But she's selling hats. Make Kamala Indian again. And I saw that and I said, what the hell is wrong with people? What is wrong with her? And she's sold out. People are buying this stuff. It's unbelievable.
I'm tired of think pieces from people that I don't think highly of. Shaping the opinions of too many morons out there.
Way too many.
On both sides.
Both sides
it's just like, I don't need to hear from you anymore. And like, I just... Yeah.
Oh my God.
We all have that friend who should not be talking politics, who's like the least, researched individual, and now they think they've got some Facebook facts, and they're just all over the internet, and you're like, just shut up.
Facebook facts.
Am I wrong?
Going to websites that have 50 million ads on it, and you got to click the X on everything because you can't even read the article. Snow talk is why the chat is disabled. No, the chat is disabled for a number of reasons.
I will say this. Yesterday was the first time in months I didn't get a junk phone call from somebody. Hi, this is the Handball Association Union, and we want you to vote X, Y, and Z. How many of those calls have you gotten in the last months?
I mean,
the text messages.
No, how many times you got to hit unsubscribe?
Stop.
Yeah, and stop. I'm like, what I do is I don't just say stop. I say please stop with exclamation points,
dude.
And they still do it. It's over and over and over.
One thing that'll be nice is I just don't want to hear from anyone for a long time when it comes to bugging me on my phone.
But you know what? That's all irrelevant right now. All of that is irrelevant. You know what is relevant? I'll let Steph Curry tell it.
We haven't done anything yet. I mean, a good team or a relevant team wins the games they're supposed to win. You know, you steal a couple on the road against good teams. You protect your home court. We've done those things so far, but we got 2 more games on this road trip, 2 tough tests. And again, it's still the way we play. It's every night is different, so you never really get too comfortable because you still have to stay on your toes. You don't know who's playing. You don't know whose night it's going to be. You don't know. You just know that everybody's going to be asked to do something this season to contribute. So I like where we're at, obviously, but long way to go.
Long way to go. Steph Curry, I'll play 13 guys.
I mean, until proven otherwise, that's how we have to play. And we've talked about it. Coach has talked about it till he's blue in the face already. Like every practice, every film session, every pregame talk, it's the same message. So it is who we are right now. It's who we have to be. You obviously know as the season goes on, rotations it happen tonight. Like rotations get a little tight in the second half just because you're trying to win and you're trying to put the pieces together. But it's a fun way to play because, again, every night is different and everybody has to stay engaged, and it's working.
It's working.
It's funny, like we always be like, the Swiss Army knife team or the chameleon team.
Yeah.
I prefer the lava lamp team. I want to be a shapeshifter, right? When I'm thinking about the greatest coaches in sports, like Belichick, what makes Belichick so unique? Depending on who the opponent is, he is going to lava lamp, shapeshift his team to be able to slow down that opponent.
They switch their offensive game plans every week. 1 week is run heavy. 1 week we're running 2 tight ends with Gronk and Aaron Hernandez and whoever else is playing the second tight end. They would go 5 wide. They go 4 wide. They go shotgun all the time. Their defensive game plans. 4-3 this week, 3-4 this week. Exactly. We're going to run hybrid nickel defense. It's such a good point here. The Warriors have that capability. It's like, okay, today we're going to play a little different. And that's the thing yesterday, not to cut you off, but they only attempted 34 threes yesterday. Now, Boston did a good job of running them off, but they averaged 42 a game, and we all say to let it fly Warriors. Well, they're able to take their game inside and dominate points in the paint. They dominated points in the paint last night, 52-36.
But the threes they took, I thought were good threes.
Good shots.
Their feet were set. They were generating penetration and then a kick out or it was a transition three. Like, to me, they were good shots. And I don't know, man. I thought they played a great half court game yesterday. The thing that we haven't talked enough about, I actually thought TJD was really good at the beginning of the third quarter with Draymond.
Really good.
And we've kind of slept on him because Looney closed the game and he finished really well. I mean, TJD and the lobs from Dre and they're closing out on Dre on the perimeter, which is opening up the lob because he's hit a few shots these last few weeks. And the scouting report is out like, all right, Dre will take that shot.
I'm so glad you brought up TJD. He's such a smart player.
I love watching him.
He's got good hands. He's an underrated passer. He understands his role. And they're telling TJD, get your big butt up the floor and you sprint. In-line to end-line. You sprint. You never know what could happen. He's becoming a good screen setter. He needs more love too, man. There's so many guys that you want to give love to because they're all buying into the roles. They're all playing good team basketball. Now, Brian Windhorst, ESPN, the author of the Checkbook Championship. How does he feel about this Warrior style?
Playing like 7 of them, like between 13 and 20 minutes. They're going out there. They're exhausting themselves on defense, and then he's doing mass subbing. And then he's letting Draymond Green and Steph Curry do the heavy lifting at each end of the court. But it's working. If you watch the way the Warriors play, they play high-pressure defense. They're double-teaming like crazy. Now, if you're a Celtics fan, of course, I need to point out, Jaylen Brown did not play last night. Kristaps Porzingis didn't play. And it's easier to double-team when you're missing 2 dynamic players like that. But they're double-teaming. The players get exhausted. Out comes two more come in. And they've got the number 2 defense in the league so far. And if you can limit the Boston Celtics, who have an absolutely dynamic offense, you can do special stuff. Now,
he also said this about the Warriors. He believes they're going to be very, very active. Listen to Brian Windhorst. Was this on Get Up this morning?
First take this morning.
First take. Brian Windhorst on First Take on the Warriors being active out there to trade market.
They may not want to do anything with this roster because it's so good, but the Warriors are the biggest candidate in my mind to make a big trade. They tried to trade for LeBron James last trade deadline. I know it was was one of the most amazing stories that Woj and Ramona reported all last year was that trade talks went down. Okay, that didn't happen. Then they tried to trade for Paul George. Then they tried to trade for Lauri Markkanen. This is a team that's got an itchy trigger finger trying to make a big deal. All of these players' value are increasing as this happens. Now, they may not want to touch what they've got going, but this team has its draft picks going forward. They have all these guys. They've lowered their payroll by $50 million.
Heard what he said? They have an itchy trigger finger. Can you see Uncle Joe Lacob? He's getting antsy. They wanted a big splash move. Sam Amick, pardon me before we break, Sam Amick just wrote something to The Athletic about the inner workings of the Clippers-Warriors deal, and it's still going on. I don't know why people are still talking about the failed deal. I'm just happy the Warriors didn't make that deal because they're now in a position to make another deal for a better player, I think more suited for the system.
Who's got the itchiest trigger finger in the history of cinema?
In cinema? Denzel?
Cameron in Paid in Full?
Oh, that was
Scarface, probably.
Scarface is up there.
Yeah, but he waited till you, offended him.
Joe Pesci, Goodfellas.
Joe Pesci and Goodfellas. Yeah.
Han Solo, he shot first.
Yeah, Han Solo did
first.
shoot. Greedo?
Correct.
Yes. That's a good one. Loveman, this is why I love you.
Have my moments.
You always redeem yourself.
You did redeem yourself in the last hour. Do you believe?
What I redeem myself from?
Just from being Loveman. You had some Loveman-isms.
It's a constant battle.
Early on. But he believes now.
Bear.
He believes now. Think about Loveman. He's doing Warriors post-game shows now.
I know.
He wasn't even excited a couple weeks ago about the season.
Loveman, give me your Warrior thoughts right now. 15 seconds.
Or 15 seconds. Well, again, what I like about this team that's different from last year is the amount of joy that you're seeing in it. And I think that's been the biggest difference as to why this team is better than last year. Now, as far as big picture, I want to let this play out a little bit. But overall, things are very, very good right now. We can talk about it more on the other side.
It's a great tease.
The most itchiest finger is behind the green door. The Mitchell brothers. What? I don't even know what that means. All right, we got to go. Brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this digital deal.
This is Kavon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Loon Dog. You know you're one of my favorites. He's one of my all-time favorite Warriors. I'm not going to lie to you. Kavon Looney, think about where he came from, the hips. We didn't know if he was going to make the roster. Is it going to be another Jacob Evans? And he came in 2019, and he played like an absolute beast as they lost to the Raptors. And I said, man, they got something in Looney. And you see him switching on to Chris Paul and James Harden to the Houston Rockets. Like, Looney can do that? Then he helps him win a big-time championship in 2022. I mean, just playing grown man basketball. Last year, he didn't look like he was in great shape. He had an off year. And he took it seriously this offseason. And he transformed his body. The guy lost 35 to 40 pounds, man. And look at him. He's leading the league in offensive rebounds. He's in the top 5 in offensive rebounds per game. Comes up with 2 big offensive rebounds last night for putbacks late in the fourth quarter. This guy Looney, man, he's quickly turning into a fan favorite, one of those unheralded, unsung heroes that we'll never, ever forget in this region. I love Looney, man. I do.
Looney. I mean, where would they be without him? It's crazy. When they said he was 10 years in, I was like, wow. It just shocked me. 10 years in. He's absolutely a classy individual. I mean, he's as we honor like Al Attles, we think about these like under the radar guys that mean more than their actual box score. Like Looney's one of those guys.
There's no doubt.
Like to me, he's more Justin Smith than he is like something else. Like
he's like a Jesse Sapolo, right?
Exactly.
You never bring
Some
him
guys
up.
just mean more.
Steve Wallace, Guy McIntyre, just one of those offensive linemen, one of those defensive linemen that just does a lot for the team. He'll take on the blockers to free up tackles for Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman and Fred Warner. Lou Dog is just an absolute beast, man. I just love I love where he's at. He's in great shape. Now, I want him to shoot it a little bit more, but you know what? He's playing his role to a T.
He is. He absolutely is. You and I at the break were discussing something that I have to bring to air. I love comics, and I love all those kind of like movies, whatever you call them. The Marvels, the stuff. You really are into the Penguin, huh?
Oh, I'm a big Batman fan.
Okay.
Love Batman.
I like Batman
love Dark Knight, love Spider-Man, but the Penguin story, oh my gosh. It is, antics that comes out Saturday. Is the Penguin out? Is the Penguin out? That's our show. Last episode, I'm not going to spoil it.
No, don't.
But it's just, oh my
phenomenal.
gosh. Sophie, the Penguin himself, the origin story and everything. Oh,
can we talk about how like Colin Farrell is basically doing like James Gandolfini as the Penguin?
It's better though because
it's incredible. No, it's absolutely incredible
because it's this crazy origin story of a character that we all like in our in my mind, it's Danny DeVito, right? Right.
Well,
Oswald. And
who else was it? Who else was the Penguin? Who else was it? But John Leguizamo? Wasn't he Penguin?
I don't know.
No. Was that Danny DeVito the whole time?
Danny DeVito. And it was like a really over-the-top character. This one has, like, this origin story that they've created for him is just brilliant. I'm really enjoying it. I think it's so well done.
And Colin played the Penguin in the Batman movie, right?
And he was like a total minor role in the movie.
Had the nightclub.
Yeah, but man, they nailed it. And Vic, the kid that he kind of works with, is really good. It's really well done.
No,
HBO Max is crushing it.
It is crushing it. I'm
or
not saying
Max
anything.
or whatever it's called.
It's too good. It's too good. All right. Big Smooth is calling. You know the Warriors are winning. Big Smooth is feeling good in Oakland, California. We got Bruce Fraser joining us in about 8 minutes. He's going to call us. I think they're in Boston. He'll call us and talk some dubs here. The assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors. Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland. What up, Big Smooth?
What's up, Big Smooth?
Bonte, man. Listen, I said it, say it again. All we needed was to go 3-2. Anything above that is gravy. We in gravy. Now it's time to get greedy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're getting one of these next two. We're getting one of these next two. Why?
I'm with you.
Because they play defense, man. They play smothering defense. Did you see our boys last night? Chasky, I think even Chasky is on board now.
No, he is.
Our boys last night.
Chasky's all in.
Smothering. Chasky's all in. It doesn't matter if we don't have Pies last night. It doesn't matter if we have Melton. It doesn't matter if we're built for injury. We're built. Listen, hockey substitutions, baby. I'm telling you right now. Oklahoma can be got. Oklahoma can be got. As we saw Denver take them out. We could take them out. I'm not. Listen, we're getting one of these next I'm telling you right now, we're getting one of these next two. We may fool around, play deep. Remember, this is the NBA. These cats don't like playing defense for a prolonged period of time. Nobody really D's up like that. If we can stay in the top 5 in defense and continue what we're doing, there's a formula, man. Top 5 defense, top 5 offense. That is a formula for being at least in contention for a chip. Now, worst case scenario, I think we keep stacking these wins. If we need to, maybe we can pull off the end of the bench, go get a Jakob Poeltl for the playoffs. I don't know. We might not even need it at this point. Like you said, all Looney needed was to not have the pressure of being the main dude. Mm-hmm. That set him free. Now he's playing. He'd go out and get you 10 in a short period of time. Nobody has the bench we have, man. Nobody has. I guarantee you what's going to happen. Copycat league. Now you're going to see teams stacking bench with this second apron. This is the logical way to do this, man. I'm telling you, we on to something here.
Hey, Big Smooth. Buddy Hield. Come on. Even the most optimistic Buddy Hield.
You talking about Buddy Bucket?
Buddy Buckets.
I love you for that. Buddy Bucket?
It's unreal.
I'm starting to hear it nationally, Bonte. We should have trademarked it, baby.
Hey, Big Smooth, you hear me on the pregame show. Sometimes I forget to say Buddy Hield. I just say Buddy Buckets. The hell?
Man, I smile when you do that, brother. Every time you do that, I smile.
Love you, Big Smooth. Hey, look, he brought up something about the Copycat League. We don't have to get into it now, but I think the Warriors are putting out a formula that you need with this new CBA and the second apron and the first apron and the tax and the penalties. You are going to see teams, I think, shy away from having 3 massive superstars getting max deals to saying, you know what? What if we have a great superstar and we just build the best roster around? It's going to be very interesting to see how other NBA teams build out their roster, fill out their roster over the next 5 years with the new CBA. Maybe the Warriors are onto something here, and maybe they down some big-time bullets, man. I really believe sometimes the deal that you don't make is the best deal you can make. Case in point, Kevin Love, right? You don't move off of Klay, you don't move off of Draymond or Harrison Barnes, whatever the package was for that deal. You win 4 championships, and you move off of you don't trade for Kevin Love. Not trading for Paul George, or however that deal fell apart. And Sam Amick has a story right now, NBA writer for The Athletic, about how that deal didn't come together. And the Clippers, there's still rumblings about how that deal didn't come together. I never wanted Paul George. I never wanted him. He's a fine player. He's going to go into the Naismith Memorial Hall of Fame one day, there's no doubt. But I just didn't think he fit here. He holds the ball. He dribbles. I didn't think he could play off the, catch and shoot. I just didn't like it. Marketing. I didn't like it. I wasn't into giving marketing a max deal. I just wasn't into it. Just play it out. Now, you may have to make a deal sooner rather than later. We'll see about all that. As Brian Windhorst says, they have an itchy finger. They may make a move. They may be active. But not making those moves, I don't think they're 7-1 right now if they made those moves. I really don't.
Well, let's really quickly explore the trade they did make. I still can't get over this. The Klay Thompson exit was essentially a 6-team deal.
6-team deal.
And I'm just looking at it right now. The Mavs get Klay Thompson and a second-round pick. The Timberwolves get a second-round pick, and cash. I'll get to what the Warriors got in a second. The Nuggets get cash. The Hornets get Reggie Jackson, Josh Green, 2 second-round picks. The Sixers get a second-round pick. The Warriors got 2 players making $9 million or less each, Buddy Hield and Kyle Anderson. In terms of losing a legend, it's one of the best possible pivots early on that I can remember. You lost a legend, okay?
Yep.
And you got 2 contributing players playing well above whatever their salaries are. And they're under contract at minimum for the next 2 years after this one.
Mm-hmm.
Bonte, Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield came back in this deal. This 16, Mike Dunleavy and Kirk Lakeup and everybody. The early returns are telling you this is one of the most profitable trades they've made.
And the early returns on Dunleavy is he's the right guy for this job. Brandon Pajewski, Trace Jackson Davis, Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson. Let Dunleavy cook. And he's transparent. He's proactive. This ownership group is proactive, and they still want to win. So Bruce Fraser is going to call us in about a minute here, but it's such a good move. As I'm looking at some early stats from the Cleveland Cavaliers, can't wait to break this down. The stat analytics I get from the NBA, it says in bold, a very early NBA Finals preview with the question mark because both teams are top 3 in offensive efficiency. Cleveland's got the number 1 defense. Or excuse me, Cleveland's number 9 in defensive rating. The Warriors are second right now in defensive rating. So Warriors play some good basketball, there's no doubt. But Cleveland's undefeated. They're 9-0 right now. So, but this deal that Dunleavy pulled off, and where Klay Thompson was at, and where Buddy Hield was at, and where Anderson is at. And Buddy bought into his role. Now, Klay needed to change the scenery. He's admitted that in the Warriors. It's all good. It's all good. Klay Thompson's going to get a standing ovation. He's a legend. He's going to eat for free in the Bay Area for a long, long time. And everybody knows how much I love Klay. But I also understood that both parties needed to separate. And it's all good. He's doing his thing in Dallas. He's winning games. They're going to be a factor in the Western Conference. Hell, they may be on a collision course to meet the Warriors one day. Maybe we'll see a little glimpse of that Tuesday night in the return of Klay Thompson in the Emirates Cup, the Emirates NBA Cup. But what the Warriors did to replace him and replace Chris Paul and replace Dario Saric and kind of tinker with their system and tweak their system, their defensive system and their offensive system, they upgraded their players on the floor, but they also upgraded the coaching staff. Bringing in Terry Stotts and Jerry Stackhouse. Another subtle move that nobody's going to talk about nationally. Now it's starting to pick up. I saw a text from the 415 Comcast Business Text Line. He's the same guy who hit me up on Instagram. Bonte, I'm afraid that Jerry Stackhouse is not going to be here for too long.
I mean, come on.
I mean, seriously.
Let it play out.
Let it play out. But those are nice, subtle moves that you make. You see it on coaching staffs in the NFL. You see it in baseball. You add a hitting coach. You add a bench coach. You add something here. Little subtle moves. You don't need to make the splash move, but you make little subtle moves and compliment your superstars here. So far, the returns are great, man. I feel so damn good about this roster right now. I can't believe how good I feel about them. The whole damn thing's coming together so damn fast. Damn.
So last year, just to go very simplistic, Klay hit 268 threes. You were having to fill 268 threes. You have to find a way. And you and I talked about this in the offseason, like the Moneyball thing, we laugh at it. But I think in part they were like, we're not going to try to find one person to hit 40 home runs and drive in 100 RBIs. But what if we get 3 or 4 different guys at 2 different positions to offset that production? Buddy Hield alone is on pace for 373s this year. Now, he'll probably cool off, right? He'll probably cool off. But Kyle Anderson hitting 3 threes last night, like, I didn't have him fixing his jump shot. It's still ugly as hell, but it goes in. It's ugly as hell.
What about the heat check 3 he pulled off on the third three? It was crazy. He just pulled up like he was Kevin Durant. It was amazing.
I like Kyle Anderson.
I do, too. He fits.
He's a guy that I hated him when he went against him, but I love him on my team.
But you know what? It's kind of like Brock Purdy in a way. Brock Purdy wasn't the first option for the 49ers.
Nah.
They wanted Trey Lance to be the franchise quarterback. It didn't work out. Trey and Jimmy got hurt. And then Brock played, and he made sure that he kept playing, and he kept the job. Buddy Hield and Kyle Anderson weren't the first, and DeAnthony Melton weren't the first options for the Warriors. Remember, they tried to go all in on Paul George.
Yeah.
They tried to go all in on Lowry marketing. It didn't work out, so they had to pivot. And those 2 deals not working out, I think is the best thing that could have happened for this organization. I truly do. Imagine if they went all in for Paul George, it would have cost you Wiggins. It would have cost you Moody or JK. It would have cost you multiple picks. Now you're sitting here at 7-1 at top of the Western Conference. You've won all your road games. You've won 22 and 26 dating back to last year away from home. You're winning in hostile environments. You're beating the champs on their own home floor who are rolling. And you still have your picks. And you still have your young assets. This is the best case scenario, man. Those deals not working out. We're going to look back at that. Of all the pressure to go get a superstar, they tried. That's the funny thing, Shasky. They tried to go get Paul George. They tried to get marketed. They offered everything in the world. Those deals not going through, not coming to fruition, I think is the best thing to happen to this organization. I truly feel like that.
Buddy Hield is shooting 51% from 3. I just want you guys to know, 51% from 3. I'm blown away with what I'm seeing from Buddy Hield.
But think about that, though, Shasky.
51%.
51%, but think about that. Those deals not going through may be the best thing to happen to this organization.
You might be right. I mean, look, everyone's going to bring up the Draymond and Klay for Kevin Love, and that's a big one. But there's plenty others. The Bucks taking Monte instead of Steph.
Yep.
You know, Harrison Barnes not taking the big contract extension. and then kind of opening the door up for the KD thing. Like, there's a lot of these.
There's a lot of layers. Flipping D'Lo for Andrew Wiggins.
That's a really good one.
And being able to get D'Lo in the Kevin Durant deal when Kevin Durant's like, no, don't do it.
Well, with Buddy, I feel like Wiggins is allowed to kind of fly under the radar, and having that second off-ball shooter has really opened up the floor for him to take that mid-range and take those elbows and those block shots that I wanted to see him get last year.
And 4-on-5 is asking, you should ask if people still want Steve Kerr fired. No, we're not going to do that, because that's kiddie table stuff. I never bought that anyway. But Steve Kerr empowering Andrew Wiggins. He said it last year with Willard Dibbs. We cannot afford Andrew Wiggins to go down the floor 5 times without touching the basketball. And in this offseason, he tells Andrew Wiggins, I want you shooting 5 to 7 threes. I want you shooting 5 to 7 threes a game. And empowering Andrew Wiggins to say, I still want you part of this roster. You're going to be aggressive. And last night you see Andrew Wiggins, the three-point shot wasn't rolling. He was 0 for 3. Last couple nights, the three-point shot hasn't been rolling. But he comes in with 16 points, and he plays absolutely excellent defense on Jason Tatum.
I thought he boxed out really well late in that game, and then he hit that elbow, jumper to kind of give them the lead and shut the crowd up. Yep. I think it was 98, 97.
Yep. It was a huge jumper.
It was a huge shot that he hit there. I believe he was also the one that got the box out rebound and kicked it forward to Buddy on the transition lefty layup. Buddy in the lefty layup, I couldn't believe he hit that. I said, you got to be kidding me.
No doubt. I mean, it was unreal. So, you got to give Steve Kerr his flowers for empowering this guy. 4-on-5 is right. It wasn't just D'Lo for Andrew Wiggins. It turned into Wiggins and Kuminga. So these are nice little shrewd moves that this organization has made. And I think the shrewd move of Steve Ballmer and company telling the Warriors no on Paul George and maybe Danny Ainge wanting too much for Lowry marketing is the best thing to happen. I truly feel like that. Let's go to Morgan in Morgan Hill as we effort Bruce Q. Fraser here on the Morning Roast. What up, Morgan?
Hi, guys. Yeah, hey, I'm just thinking about this Warriors offseason, how it's gone so well, and comparing it to the Giants offseason and what Farhan did. I just think there's actually really interesting parallels because the Giants, they didn't make any splashy moves even though they tried, much like the Warriors with Paul George. But they signed a lot of good pieces that I think everybody was really excited about at the beginning of the season with Soler, Robbie Ray, Snell, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Chapman, and I'm probably forgetting one or two. But, for the Giants, it didn't work out because the players just didn't perform and there was injuries. And we can say other things about Farhan, but he turned into the scapegoat. But with the Warriors, it's working out so far. And I think not only does Dunleavy deserve a lot of that credit, but the players do too, because the players are playing well. They've bought into the system. Kerr deserves a bunch of credit for, getting through to those players. And then just the player leadership like Curry and Draymond, just everything's coming together so well. Love it. But it's just such an interesting dichotomy for the Giants.
You slipped something in there. Wait, can I interrupt you? You slipped something in there. You think Farhan was a scapegoat?
I do. I think if we all look back to the beginning of the Giants offseason with all the additions that they made, I think we were all actually excited about that, were we not?
Yeah, we were, because he built a roster for 6 years without trading anyone away, and they had to go out in free agency and spent like a drunken sailor. You know how they got Robbie Ray? They had signed Mitch Haniger to one of the worst offseason deals ever. Like, he kind of made the bed that he had to lay in. Like, he doesn't get any culpability for 6 years of nothing?
No, you're right. I'm not going back 6 years in time. I'm just talking about last offseason.
Gotcha.
I think last offseason Farhan actually did a good job, and I think we can all agree that players didn't play up to their abilities. Like Jorge Soler was in a 5-month slump before we traded him. Robbie Ray obviously was injured. Blake Snell, the first 2 months of the season, didn't play. Chapman was great. Jung-Hoo Lee was injured. I mean, who knows how the Giant season would have went if those players, played up to what we thought they were going to be. And if the Giants did play well and all those players played well, we wouldn't have fired Farhan, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he was done. I think Dunleavy's already proven with one draft he knows what he's looking for, because his players in one draft have come in and shown tremendous impact.
No doubt.
Podziemski and TJD have had more impact than, and I'll give him Bailey, but I disagree.
How many games did Jung-Hoo Lee play? I still don't know how good he is.
27.
I mean, did he run into the wall more than he had hits? I mean, he ran into the wall like 9 times.
I'll give you a quick little baseball take. I thought this contract was a dead anchor. I wouldn't touch it, not for a million years. I've actually reversed course on this.
Robbie Ray?
No. If you told me you could trade for Mike Trout right now and just take on the contract, I would trade Jung-Hoo Lee, Marco Luciano. I would trade a ton.
Just bring him in the building.
Casey Schmidt. I would trade Camilo Duvall.
I would do it too.
All down to L.A. Bring in Mike Trout. Put him at DH. Just say, Mike, we want you to DH every single day. You put him in a lineup. You've got
Bryce Eldridge,
Matt Chapman, Ramos, Trout. Maybe assign Paul Goldschmidt on the cheap. Like I'm just saying. Like, hypothetically, now I'm cooking with something. Like I didn't want to take on that contract, but now I would. And so,
5-0.
That's the deal I would make.
5-0. Is the flush not working?
You know what?
I would. You know what? I would trade for Mike Trout too. I would trade all those guys for Mike Trout. I'd do that in a heartbeat. I don't care.
Our new GM's brother is running the Angels, and to me, like Buster Posey getting on the horn and saying, go get Mike Trout. What's the one thing the Giants have a surplus of? Money. They have money. And so you can take on the deal. Look, what's left on Trout?
What's left on Trout's deal?
$200 million.
I just do it in a heartbeat. Who cares? I don't care.
And if I put him 3, 4, 5 with Ramos and Chapman and you got Bryce Eldridge, think of it's about having a lineup that people fear. All right. I know he's been hurt a lot. I think you got to swing.
I'll swing on Trout too.
Wouldn't you?
And I don't care. I'll swing on him.
Duvall, I would trade.
What do you have to lose?
I would trade Luciano.
What do you have to lose? And then you get instant credibility.
I totally agree.
You know what I'm saying? So I would do the deal. Like,
how much better would Chapman look batting in a lineup with Trout?
If anybody thinks that Farhan's being scapegoated, he scapegoated his own manager that he picked, Gabe Kapler. Like, listen to me with the Farhan stuff. Good Lord. Oh, my God.
Let's go around
Julian
real
Oakland.
quick. So in or out on that Mike Trout deal?
Yeah, I think everybody said.
Yeah,
everyone wants Mike Trout.
Everybody's saying. Everybody just wants to see something happen. Like Casey Schmidt, I've waited on Casey Schmidt.
I'm with you.
I've waited on these guys. Jung-Hoo Lee, I have no idea who he is. No idea. Julie in Oakland.
Hey,
Let's
Julie.
get back to the Warriors. Julie, good morning, Julie.
Hey, good morning. I just want to talk about the play where Draymond threw the ball to somebody that I didn't recognize right underneath the basket, all alone by himself, like with the seagulls in Alcatraz Island, and that was Curry. I went bananas. How did that happen? It was fantastic. I mean, that just goes to show how smart the Warriors play, how unselfish they play, and I love Buddy Hield. I think he was just an asset to the team, and I think the Warriors are going strong.
I mean, to get Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield in this 6-team trade, we're going to write a book about it one day if they can like accomplish something significant this year. Because it's one of the great pivots of all time.
It is a great pivot. And it wasn't even plan A or plan B. I don't even know if it was plan C. They made it a plan, and they executed the plan, and they added depth to this team. So I'm really happy with the way Warriors are playing. They got a big one in Cleveland tomorrow night. They're undefeated. The Cleveland Cavaliers with Kenny Atkinson, who was formerly on the bench with the Warriors, they are 9-0, and they're going to be jacked up. You know, when the Warriors come to Cleveland, Ohio, it's still bad blood from what the Warriors did in 3 to 4 years in the NBA Finals. Hell, I think Steph Curry could still smell the champagne in that locker room. I can still smell it from here in San Francisco. And so that's going to be a wild game, not to mention the theatrics from last season at Chase Center between Draymond and Donovan Mitchell. The Warriors can't get greedy. You imagine if they open this road trip up at 4-0 and they lose a close one to OKC? Oh, this fan base is, oh my gosh. Wait until they come back home. And they got 2 monster games next week at home. 2 monster games against Dallas and Memphis.
Let's finish the road trip.
I know. I'm intrigued. Hey, looking, I'm scoring. You know, binocular Bonte, man. I'm looking at the schedule. I'm looking at the schedule here, the 2-week calendar, man.
Call you the calendar kid?
I am the calendar kid. Oh, man. Do we have a Q? I see somebody on the line. No. We may have to tell Q if he wants to join over Steiny Goo or Evan and Goo. He could do that because we're running out of time here. We're running out of time. 888-957-9570. Final thoughts coming up here.
Vante, I just give a quick shout out. I'm getting text from Mark Ibanez right now. Shout out the great, legendary Mark Ibanez. He's like, how did you guys not flush that guy? Are you kidding me? I just love Mark. He loves sports so much. He's always tapped in with us.
Vibes are too good today. I didn't want to flush.
Vibes are too good. But you know what? I don't get what the guy was talking about. They're talking about Farhan. I don't give a damn about Farhan right now. Does Farhan even have a job right now? Has he been hired by anybody? Have we even heard from Farhan since he's been fired?
No.
The guy's out of sight, out of mind.
I'm out.
All right? Those are 6 forgettable years.
Where do you think he's going to move to?
Right. Who cares? Like, he better not be in this region. I hope he's cracking on sports radio. I know he doesn't crack on 95.7 The Game because he don't really rock with us like that. We know that.
I gave him so many opportunities to come on this show.
Well, no, we all gave him. But he wasn't coming on this show. There's no chance. The way he snapped at me at the end of the season presser, and then right in front of me told Murph at the other station, Murph, right in front of me, I'll come on the show anytime. Just give me a call. And he kind of like gave me the little side eye. It's all good.
Shut up.
I gave you an opportunity. You could have look. His Q rating would have gone up had he come on the show.
Well, look,
because it would have showed something.
This is something I've learned, and you taught me this. When you walk into the locker rooms and you see people face to face, you're less likely to crush them if you have a good relationship with them. Like, I'm not saying that you can't be objective,
right?
But
constructive criticism is good.
Yeah, exactly. Had he come down, I'm sure we would have laughed a little. I'm sure I would have seen him in a different light.
He loves fantasy football. I love fantasy football. Boom, icebreaker right there. Who you drafted #1 this year? You Phillip McCaffrey? What's up? But he didn't come on the show. And he had multiple opportunities to come on the show. We want to know, all we do is we care about the Giants. We care about our baseball team. We want them to be good. We want them to be relevant.
You're starting a team from scratch. You trust Trent Baalke or Farhan more?
Trent Baalke.
I do too. You
cost 5 minutes. We'll bring in Q for 5 minutes. He can jump on with Stein. He can jump on with Evidence Guru as well. He can get up 10 more minutes as well. Q, what's happening, man? Good morning to you, Q.
How you doing?
Wait, are you guys still in Boston right now?
We're still in Boston. We're actually at Harvard University practicing.
Oh, is that why
after a big win?
Is that why you delayed this interview because you were talking to professors trying to get into their master's program or something?
I was in the library looking at some of the historical facts on Harvard.
Q, you never even went to the
basketball. We can't be all basketball.
Q, you never went to the library at Tucson, Arizona. You're not in the library at Harvard. You don't even know how to spell library.
I actually was forced to be in the library in Tucson, Arizona, based on Lute Olson rules. My freshman year, we had our study hall in the library. The problem was there was like 3 sororities that did too, so I didn't fare as well. I didn't see the books, that's for sure.
I wouldn't have seen the books either. Bruce Q, Fraser on the River Islands guest line. Of course, here on the Morning Rose. Q, what a win last night, and what a start to the season. I mean, we're getting all kind of calls. There's so many people that are dreaming and excited about this team. They're already talking playoffs and conference finals, and I know you guys aren't because it's a process. But the way you guys are playing team basketball, taking care of the basketball, can you discuss the brotherhood that we're seeing with this bunch that it feels like it started in Hawaii?
Yeah, no, I mean, we're definitely off to an incredible start. And winning in Boston's always a great win. It's a tough place to play. And Steph and I were talking even when we walked into the arena the day before or the day of that morning, how many good memories there are from that big championship in 22, but always good to win in Boston, 1, and then 2, we're off to a really, really good start. Started in Hawaii with a really, really good and productive training camp, and then we have a lot of good chemistry on this team. Part of what's made us over these years is the culture, but this team right away connected, and that was the first thing you could feel. And then basketball-wise, we're still, we're not playing our best yet, which is exciting, but we're good. We're good. We're connected, and then it's just more of the strategic stuff, and then figuring out some of our combinations with lineups and all that. So we're work in progress, but we're going the right direction, and really happy with the way we've started.
Yeah, I loved what I saw just defensively, specifically in the first half, because I thought Boston made some adjustments, and then you guys adjusted to that. But the doubling of Tatum and the timing of how you guys doubled him and where on the floor, and then the ability to recover. I just thought it was a brilliant game plan. Walk me through how you guys implemented that last night, specifically to defend this elite offensive squad in the Boston Celtics.
Well, I mean, Tatum was their biggest threat. Not that they're all capable. They have some good scorers on that team, but I think Stack has brought some aggressiveness, that tone to our defense, and you've seen in other games in the last week. We call it blitzing, but we've double teamed guys at times, and so Tatum last night was one guy that we had talked about doing it at times. So if you do it too much, sometimes the team will get used to it. But we were aggressive with him, and knowing that that's one thing that we like to do with him, whether it's just one-on-one or doubling. So it created some problems and sped them up and took them out of their patterns, which was good for us. So yeah, it was a good game plan going in, but better executed by the guys.
Q, you've been around Steph, you've been around Klay, you've been around some great shooters, Kevin Durant. Buddy Hield has just absolutely blown me, Shasky, and this entire fan base away with the way he's playing off the bench and buying into his role. Tell us a little bit about Buddy and the way he's accepted his role and the way he's getting buckets, big buckets, early buckets. It doesn't matter, and he's rebounding. What was your thoughts on Buddy before he became a member of the Golden State Warriors, and what are your thoughts on Buddy now that he is a member of the Golden State Warriors?
Well, he's been an incredible kind of shining light for the team, not just on the floor with his shooting, but also just as a chemistry guy with the players. So my take on him from afar was he was a kind of a, go with the wind bohemian type, just a guy that kind of didn't really care, which was an unfair analysis of him. He loves the game. He puts a lot of work into it. He shoots more than anyone on our team, including Steph, in practice sessions and at night. So he's getting volume and crazy volume. So the game matters, and that's the one thing that popped out to me right away was like, this guy's loves this game, loves the craft, and he puts time in, but he loves doing it. So it's not like work for him. And then he brings a light to the locker room with his spirit. And so that combination and the way he runs, I think that's another thing that's now popped out is he moves. He's moving almost similar to Steph. So he's doing all this really good stuff for us. And I think the environment and the way we play fits him perfectly. So he's been an incredible addition and really given us some punch off the bench with his scoring.
Hey, there's no doubt this bench is playing well. One of the best bench in the NBA. Guys are on pace to shatter records with bench points per game here. Last night, 49 bench points, 61 on the season that you guys are averaging. We can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. It's supposed to be football season, Q, and everybody wants to talk Dubs. You guys are playing so well, so we can't wait to see you tomorrow night in Cleveland. Hopefully you guys get greedy on this road trip. You're undefeated on the road. You've won 22 or 26 away from Chase Center. Thanks for the time, Q. I know we got to run here. I know you got caught up in the library there, but we'll talk to you next week or something. We got to get back. All right, get back to the library. Go study for the Cavs. Bruce Cruz Fraser here on the Morning Roast on the River Islands guest line. And let me find my River Islands. Read all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it the time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Now, you thought Shasky was all one today. Wait till Guru comes into the studio. He goes, where do I get finals tickets? I think Guru said. No, he didn't. I think he said.
No, he didn't.
He one-upped you. Or should we print out the finals tickets?
I do feel like there are days when I come in here and then I walk over there at 9:12 when we go to break, and I feel like Guru, you know what? Final thought.
Oh, no.
There are times where I feel like I'm doing a great job in the show, and then I go in there and I feel like Guru is drafting like NASCAR off of my own, like hype. And it's a good thing. I'm not, this isn't a bad thing. I'm not saying he's stealing material or any of that. No, what I'm saying is like there are days when two smart, brilliant sports minds, me and Guru, think alike. And the pendulum swings, and the two of us are dancing for joy like we're perfect strangers. I swear we were separated at birth.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Sports, man. Sports, man.
No, but
sports, man.
Sports, man. Isn't sports incredible? Yeah, that's all I do.
I mean, other than the fact that he roots for like all the bandwagon teams.
Leave it alone.
Hey.
Leave it alone.
I saw an article. Well, my last thought is this. I saw an article.
You got multiple thoughts.
Stop this. Just everyone.
Multiple thoughts.
Where Bronny ranks in terms of Rookie of the Year voting.
Oh, my God.
And I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Quentin Post has better odds to win Rookie of the Year than Bronny James does.
Well, I don't think has Quentin seen the light of day.
He may soon. Strength in numbers. Or as Uncle Gene said on the Comcast Business Text line, numbers and strength. I think that's what he said. Yeah. Numbers and strength. Uncle Gene texts.
Oh, no.
All right.
I love how he dominates the board. Guru would be the closest to the Michael Irvin of this station, wouldn't he?
Donut butt.
What?
He doesn't go skiing. All right, Mike, can I get a thought in here? Can I get a thought in here? That NBA player who said they go win 50, his name is, I'm never going to tell you, but do you believe now? Do you believe that NBA player now? Nobody's laughing. Nobody's mocking. We're feeling good about the Dubs, and we can all dream. Don't let them beat the Cavaliers tomorrow. Do not let them be the Cavaliers tomorrow. That's my final thought. Oh, I feel good.
Not snow bunnies?
No, nothing about that.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
I don't like it at all. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Anna's listening right now, guys. You can't do that stuff. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices.
That's a Sam thing.
Do you believe?
Save for Thanksgiving at Whole Foods Market. Prime members get $3.65 by Whole Foods Market frozen whole turkey for $1.49 per pound.
Do you believe?
I know it's not Sunday, Goo, but I'm going to get religious early.
Give it to me.
Last night was a confirmation.
Oh, man, that is a early 5.
A confirmation.
Because it's going down in here, man. Steiny's not here. He's here in spirit.
He is.
But Buffalo, Springfield, and Dibs, if you're listening, I am remixing old takes. Something's happening here, and I just can't believe I feel the way I do about this Warrior team this early on. Give Mike D the GM of the year. I'm declaring that it's over, Spadoni. Call it off. It's over.
It's over already.
By a landslide. Too soon. And then I honestly believe the Warriors are in the midst of a special season.
Well, it's the beginning
Evan.
potentially of a special season. Again, this is just game 8, but the Warriors have won 7 of them. And what we're talking about is the story in the Bay Area. Last night, they go into Boston and they beat the Boston Celtics. And they own them pretty much from, I would say, about midway through the first quarter on. They come back down 6 late. They get an 11-point lead at the half.
Look at you.
They play with the defending champs. And I felt like last night, that was the game that we've been waiting for to seriously have a conversation about what the ceiling of this team is. And it was such a great performance, again, from everybody. And that's why I think confirmation is the word that I kept coming back to. It confirms what we've been seeing. It confirms what our eyes have been telling us. And the Warriors are passing the eye test in an A+ fashion right now.
No doubt. And Evan, you're a college athlete, so you know what it is. And for the ones that didn't play college and high school level,
D3.
You know what competition is and intensity, what you cannot fake, and what has swayed me in thinking this thing is real and why. This is crazy, and I'm loving myself, Evan. I don't want to trade right now. It's early. Remember, I was the guy. Oh, you got to make a trade. Everything is by committee, but the defensive intensity by this team and ball pressure, you can't fake that. And that has been on display, Evan, early on this season. So if this is who they are collectively, defensively, I'm all in. And then real quick, you got the formula. Shout out to DOC, rapper in LA back in the day, out of Compton. You got the formula of we keep it close, the chef can bring us home. And right now, you just got a bunch of cooks just strangling the Boston Celtics and anybody. They're blitzing. They were blitzing Tatum like if they were the Niners. I'm just excited. I didn't expect it. And, Evan, I got to throw this to you real quick. Oh, Jerry Stackhouse is coming on to the staff. I'm like, all right, okay. Stouts, I love it. No, those are big-timers. But what's he doing or what has he implemented to where this defense, which was the worst in the league last year, that fouled the most and ball penetration killed you? What has he done to make this team look and play the D that they're playing? That's what's got me tripping.
Well, I don't think it's just Jerry Stackhouse. I don't think it's just Draymond Green. I don't think it's just GP2, who I thought flipped the momentum in that first half. I don't think it's just Steve Kerr. I don't think it's just Steph Curry.
Right.
It's everyone. And that is what has me feeling like when they went into Boston last night, I tweeted this out, but 2022 vibes got brought back to Boston.
Wow.
I understand Jaylen Brown didn't play. I understand Kristaps Porzingis didn't play. And I understand it's just game 8. But again, this Warriors team, this hot start is completely different, 180 different than the hot start they had at the beginning of last year because of the vibes, because of the buy-in, because of the defense you're talking about. That game made me feel, for the first time, I would honestly say, since the 2022 NBA Finals, like the Warriors were not dead. A game over the last 2 years, whether it's because of preseason punches, whether it's because of mixed chemistries, whether it's because of egos and agendas, there wasn't a game over the last 2 seasons that made me feel the way that last night made me feel. And it was because the game wasn't necessarily over. It looked like the Warriors were going to get blown out early, going down 14-3. They used defense to get back in the game. Jason Tatum and the Celtics throw up 10 threes in the third quarter. They go back and forth down the stretch. There was so many things that happened during that basketball game that I wonder how it makes fans feel. Not just about the team, but about the performance that it took to beat the defending champs in their own house, a place that last time you played at, you lost by 52 points. This is a very different Warriors team.
No doubt, Evan, and we're here for it. And I'm not going to let anybody tell me you can and you'll be right of how early it is. But the bottom line is this team looked like a mess last year. There were no playoffs. None of that. And Mike D has assembled and acquired guys that fit in. And you're right. Whatever you need, you feel like there's just a different candidate at that time. Nothing's perfect. And Evan, I gotta tell you this: 40 points for the high octane Celtics in the first two quarters. They come out in the third and put up 41. What did you say to me in the green room about that 41?
About that 41 points?
You said the Warriors.
I actually felt like, in a way, and again, there's so many different things that happened.
Because you hit me with this one.
But I felt like that's where the Warriors almost won the game. The Boston Celtics, when you score 40 in a quarter, when you drop 10 threes on an opponent, that team's supposed to wilt. But the Warriors, at the end of that quarter, still had the lead.
Yeah.
They were still up by a bucket. So they took the barrage, and they still stood tall. Again, they got walked down by the Boston Celtics in that second half.
Yeah, they did. It did happen.
But they found a way to win the game. And again, that's what was so impressive about this. I understand, again, 925, you can say it all day long, and I'm with you. No Jaylen Brown or Porzingis.
Facts.
You're missing two of your top 5 players. The Warriors were at relative full strength. They didn't have Pods, they didn't have Melton, but they were as close to full strength as I feel like they've been. But again, this is about what the game confirms. And the game confirms to me that this Warriors team in this depth that we were a bit questioning, right? Hadn't beat anybody. You can't play 12. All of these things that we were questioning have been confirmed by that performance last night.
I'm with you, Evan.
How much are you believing at 888-957-9570? Because again, there's something about this team. You said it. There's something about them. They got action.
Yeah.
How much action? And we're going to try and figure that out today.
Special action, Evan. I know, but it's early, but damn.
Well, this is where my mind immediately goes. And maybe I'm being a bit conservative, right? Mm-hmm. But to me, a top 4 seed is absolutely attainable for this team. But that performance and these performances through the first 8 games last night show me that the ceiling is rising for a team that a lot of people had projected for kind of play-in position. And still, a lot has to go right. Obviously, you need health. You need guys to keep shooting the hell out of the basketball like Buddy Hield. You need the bench mob to keep playing well. You need your defense to remain at the level that it's been. But a top 4 seed for this Golden State Warriors basketball team is absolutely attainable from what I saw last night.
No doubt about it. And shout out to the bench mob who leads the NBA in scoring, Evan. So just think about that, because they got off to a kind of a clunky start offensively. And then here comes, the Avengers in regard to whatever version of the bench you want. But they come in and change the tempo of the game. And I'm just sitting here like, I was so disappointed last year about the connectivity that we were told that was going to manifest and be on display. And you know what, Evan? The bottom line is it didn't happen. All right, we don't got to get into that. That was last year. But what I'm seeing now is 10 to 12 to 13 to 15 guys in the coaching staff that are treating every game, Evan, like it's game 7. So I just feel like something special may be upon us. And as crazy as that sounds, you corrected me in the green room when I said, Evan, help me out. When was the last time in the NBA? I know what happens in baseball and the NFL. A team goes from worst to first. And you're like, well, what do you mean by first? The playoffs or the win it all? You go the 2022 Dubs. I know I need to slow my roll, who lost to Memphis in the play-in, so you didn't technically qualify, but you came back and won a chip.
Yeah, they missed the playoffs the 2 seasons before they won the title in 2022. And again, I think that's where a lot of people's minds are going.
I know.
I think the Warriors so far, what they did last night was they made a statement. They put the league on notice last night in Boston that what they've been doing, quietly or loudly to some people around the country, that's for real. Like this depth that they have, the talent that they possess is good enough to go into the Boston Celtics TD Garden and beat them. I know
After
they weren't
Boston's
at full
been
strength.
Clowning teams.
They've been one of the better offensive teams. The start that they've had offensively has been incredible. They held them to 40 points in the first half.
Would you mind if I said if the message read "we're back"? Would you have a problem with that?
Not necessarily. But again, I want to know how much people are believing right now after watching the Warriors beat the Boston Celtics 118-112. We're going to talk to Jason Timth of the Volume Sports Network and podcast coming up at 1:15 later today. Great basketball mind. Looking forward to that conversation. But this is about the fans. This is about what the fans saw last night. 888-957-9570. How much are you believing in the 2024-25 Golden State Warriors? That's what's coming up in the game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly, expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at barrieroilchange.com. Evan and Steiny, go with you. Back after this.
Center is a 5.
Curry gets Horford. Shot clock at 7. 49 seconds left. Pass to Buddy Hield. Right corner 3. Swish! 1:11-104. Time out. Boston.
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I know my man Sparky was hyped on the win last night.
A legend now.
We'll see.
We do enjoy the challenge. The challenge, look, there's going to be a challenge on Friday. There's going to be a challenge on Sunday. It's going to be a challenge on Tuesday when Klay Thompson comes to town.
I can't wait. We'll all be in the house. And, Evan, maybe I'm doing too much too soon, but I'm looking around the association.
You haven't said anything too outlandish.
I know. I feel like something special's happening with this Warrior team, and you can do with that, what you will. And could that be a finals trip, conference finals? But I do know this, if Steiny were here, he wouldn't even be agitated because he felt like he saw this coming or something happening. Evan, I don't want to trade right now. Remember, I was that guy. Get Batman, Superman. Nah, right now it's the strength in numbers. Curry saying it, and the podium game. We're not even talking about the guys at the podium, but Buddy Hield can do no wrong. Wiggins looked like 2022 Wig, and the bench, 60 points, Evan. Like, that's a big deal, man.
It is. No, the Warriors beating they don't win that game last year against the Houston Rockets over the weekend. I don't think that's a game they win last year, or it's a game they blow last year. Even going back to the Tuesday game, I think a week and a half ago against New Orleans when they went down 20 in the first quarter. That's a game I feel like they roll over and lose last year. That's the difference between last season and this season. They're having fun. They're playing with each other.
Moving their feet, Evan, on defense. They're not fouling.
They're bought in.
Wow.
And last night was a statement game, in my opinion. Speaking of the podium, the chef had something to say about the win and what it meant to him last night.
We know who Boston is. I know they're missing JB and Porzingis, but I feel like it was a good test. They've been playing well. Despite those guys, they have a certain style that we haven't seen. And Tatum's been playing awesome. D. White's playing awesome. So defensively, to try to match up with them was great. An environment that's tough to win in no matter who's playing. Obviously, we know what happened last year. So it was a great test, knowing we haven't done a damn thing, but it felt good.
I mean, man, Evan, just
he's
think
not
about
getting
that.
ahead of himself, but he knows how big that win was.
And he did the compare contrast, and he should have with last year, even though we know it's a different team, but that was ugly. And this meant something. And like you said, you watching the game last night, Evan, I wonder how many Warrior fans just felt like it was the finals all over, like it was 2022 when it was close, and you see Curry hitting them off glass or hitting threes, getting fouled. It's a great win, man. And, Evan, I don't want to overlook last night. Shout out Rob Lowe about last night, but it's this season early on to where now you got people from afar, and we got sound, talking heads, honing in and looking early on what the Warriors are doing, and is this real?
Well, they have to continue to prove if it's real. But again, what last night did for me was it confirmed, affirmed, verified, validated, like whatever you want to say. It has put concretely to me the philosophy or the style that they have chose to implement this season. It's for real. Like that's a game where they knew, and it was clear early. Like, I think the fact that the teams, both sides, honestly, weren't able to put the ball in the basket for the majority of the first half. Like, there was a lot of sweaty palms.
Curry had 3 points at half.
Yeah, I think.
But 6 assists, though.
The majority of Tatum's points came in the second half. He was not very good in the first half shooting the ball whatsoever.
Not at all.
Derek White was the only guy who could hit a shot. And I thought both sides, you could tell there was some tension. There was some nervousness in the building. Not to say it wasn't a playoff game, but that game mattered to both of those teams. And I think the Warriors probably more so because they knew that they needed to make a statement. They're on national television. They're in Boston. They're in the defending champ's house. Again, they got blown out by 50 last year there. They know that this isn't the championship itself, but it's a chance to put the league on notice that the Warriors are not to be a team that's trifled with.
Yeah, no doubt. And Evan, I was looking at Curry's minutes, 35. So, they were going for this one. And like Curry said, Boston presents a litany of problems, and they hadn't seen a team like Boston. But, man, just watching the postgame, on TV and listening to the radio stuff, man, nobody gets flowers this early, but this is a new Warrior team. And if I'm Joe Lacob or Mike Dunleavy, especially Mike, for putting this together and being the architect. Right now, Evan, Daryl L. Johnson the first has changed his mindset and outlook on this team. Like, maybe this thing could just ride the wave, and it'll be second best player next to Steph by committee. And we'll find out how far this thing can go down the road. But everybody is playing, and the defense, Evan, is just what I'm really getting off on. Like, man, these dudes are after it.
Well, and I think that's part of it too. Is I don't think the Warriors have an understanding right now of how far this can go. They're not trying to put the cart before the horse, but they can tell something special. You're right. Something special is happening. And I don't know if it's going to take them deep into the postseason. To me, that's a conversation we have far from now, or maybe after the weekend if they prove it against Cleveland and OKC as well. But to me, what that game does for me is it raises the ceiling of what I believe the season can become. To me, before the season, I felt like this was probably a play-in team like last year. Around the same amount of wins. Western Conference is pretty top-heavy.
So sick of the play-in.
They got some good teams. But again, that's a game that makes me believe that this team can be top 4 in the West, that can get out of the play-in, not only completely, but earn themselves a first-round home series.
Yeah, and again, it just goes to like Moses Moody. Your thoughts, Evan, when you heard the starting lineup? I didn't think he was going to start, and he starts. 13 minutes, didn't play a bunch of minutes, but
he almost caught a body on Drew Holiday.
Dude,
by the way.
He tried to. And for Steiny, if you're listening, give me my victory. Oh, you gave it to me. I didn't catch it. On Looney, I said there was a big game for Looney. I didn't
give it to you on air.
2 putbacks.
Take a victory lap.
And he quit. He finished over TJD. But that's just who these Warriors are. There's going to be interchangeable parts. But Moses Moody getting the start, and I'm sitting there like he was just ready. 3 of 5. I'm not saying he was a hero, but he didn't lose the game. Evan hit a 3, but that's just who this team is. Kuminga comes in. Here comes Waters, Anderson, and Buddy Hield. Look at Buddy's resume. And if you study it, maybe we shouldn't be this surprised, Evan. Dude is a savant, right? Like, he can do no wrong.
He's a symbol of, I feel like, what a lot of Warriors fans expected last night. Maybe not fans, but a lot of people, pundits or talking heads was just like, they're going to come back down to earth. Buddy Hield is eventually going to come back down to earth.
Okay, I'm hearing.
He came in off the bench. His first shot was in his hand for less than a second, and it found the bottom of the net. Like, Buddy Hield is who is it? Who was it yesterday that was talking about? Maybe it was Kerr. Unconscious. When he plays unconsciously.
I think, yeah.
But he's bought in defensively. He's not the player that I feel like was promised when they traded for him this offseason.
Man, I'll tell you what. The Warriors in the first quarter, Evan, were
he's been better than the player that was promised.
3 of 17. Buddy comes in the game, makes his first 2. Like, I'm just like, to hit that 3, and I'm like, this dude is just, right now it's early, and I know the naysayers are probably like, okay, but man.
He was a plus 24 in the first half alone. That first half flip when Buddy came into the game. And also when Gary Payton came into the game.
Yeah,
that's
GP too. I didn't even mention him.
There's a lot of people we can mention. Looney played big minutes down the stretch. Andrew Wiggins was fantastic defensively.
Slow-mo hit 3 threes
on Jason Tatum. Slow-mo stepped into a transition 3. That's a shot I'd never
come on, man.
would have seen him take. And you could tell the Celtics were like, just have it. Just have it.
Man.
And he made him regret it. Gary Payton, I thought, was fantastic in that game. Buddy Hield was sensational. Draymond Green down the stretch played big. Even Trace Jackson-Davis had his moments, though he didn't finish. And, of course, Steph Curry had 27, 21 of which in the second half, 7 rebounds, 9 assists. He put the game away.
And only 11 turnovers as a team. And Boston's known for this, not just offense, Evan, defense. And again, we know who wasn't on the court, but the Warriors had only 11 turnovers, so they're taking care of the rock, man.
They didn't have a single one in the fourth quarter.
Now come on, that's money time.
They didn't give up the ball a single time in the fourth quarter when Boston was also up by 6 down the stretch of that basketball game. The Warriors snatched it.
Evan.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Stein, Mets, Gerald the Guru Johnson. How much are you believing in the Warriors? Is it just because of the performance last night? Is it because of what they've done through the first 8 games? And for the 510, do I want to take back what he said about the Celtics being deeper? I didn't say that they were deeper than the Warriors. I said they were a deep team.
Yeah.
Who, again, by the way, were missing 2 of their best players.
You got to say that.
Is that something that, is it a caveat game? Is there an asterisk next to it? In my opinion, it doesn't matter because what the Warriors did last night was make a statement on national television. They're 7-1. As of now, they are atop the Western Conference with the Thunder because they lost last night to the Nuggets.
Yeah, and I watched that game. I got to tell you, Evan, it's my life and it's my thoughts, so I can say early on, if I were a columnist, the Warriors are the surprise team on their early season. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't know another team that surprised us more.
Right,
Maybe the team on Friday, Cleveland Cavaliers, who haven't lost a game yet.
I don't know why I'm looking at that game. Maybe I'm getting fat butt and greedy, but like Cleveland had a good season last year, Evan, and they got Donovan Mitchell. They're a good team. I'm like, they just went to Boston. You can go to CLE and win too.
Well, they've already secured a 3-win road trip. Like, the worst that they can be on this road trip is 3-2. They only got 2 games left.
Wow.
They beat Houston, they beat Washington, they beat Boston. They've won their first 5 games on the road to begin the season. That's hard to do. And again, I just wonder how much it feeds into what we've been feeling about this team. Because I had a feeling last night, I don't know, a long time. Michael Jackson.
Look at him.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Mac Zach in Oakland. Wants to talk about philosophy. Yeah, one of my favorite subjects. What's up, Mac Zach? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How's it going, fellas?
Man, talk 7-1, baby.
Yes, sir. So what I was noticing today, this morning I listened to Brian Windhorst, and he was talking about how Steve Kerr seems to have adopted the philosophy that they use for the Olympics, where they run a bunch of, professional guys at the, foreign teams who lack NBA guys and just run them off the court with their connectivity. And so it seems like they're doing the same thing with the Warriors. And, props to the GM for putting this type of team together. But I think Steve is doing a great job of keeping these guys engaged and keeping them, where they're just running teams down. And I think he should be considered early for Coach of the Year. What do you guys think?
All right.
Too premature for awards, but we feel where you're going.
No, absolutely. Yes, Steve Kerr is, I don't know, a lot of people were not very happy with Steve Kerr each of the past 2 seasons, right? Because of his unwillingness to play young guys.
Yeah.
Or, he's holding particular players back. Kerr's not pitching a perfect game so far this season, but he's pretty damn close.
Yeah, and I'll tell you right behind him, batting fourth, is the architect of it all, and I mentioned him earlier, Mike D. I mean, Evan, these guys fit all of a sudden, and again, this is without Melton mainly, but all of a sudden I'm watching a team that could not guard anybody last year, and if they did, they would foul. And if they had leads that they earned, they would just get ran down. You're telling me one off season and acquisition here, acquisition there, that you've changed all that. And Evan, I guess I love saying to you, because I told Steiny I hated the fact that they didn't have a clear number 2 quote unquote scorer and Wiggins is playing, but it seems like everything outside of Steph and Dre is by committee. And when you're this deep, or you look to be this deep, you're coming up roses.
It is. And again, it's 8 games. It's basically 10% of the season's over.
And last year they had a good start, but it was a different team.
Well, they were 6-2 last year, but again, also they failed their first tests,
Denver
like their first
road.
big tests.
Yeah.
Denver kind of broke them at the beginning of last season, because then you lose to Cleveland, you lose to OKC, you started losing to good teams. The Warriors played one of the best teams in basketball. Probably OKC's been the most impressive so far to begin the season, even though they lost last night. But Boston has been a top 3 team in basketball. They won the championship last year, and the Warriors went into their house and they beat them. By the way, the Boston Celtics generally do not lose at home. Like last year, they were damn near undefeated in that building. And the Warriors beat them in front of that crowd that was booing Steve Kerr before the game, in front of the crowd that was giving Draymond Green hell, who he gave him the sign on the final free throw.
I did see that one.
Not an easy place to win. Not an easy place to win. But what the caller was discussing was this cut from Brian Windhorst. He was on earlier this morning on ESPN talking about Steve Kerr's coaching style.
The way Steve Kerr is playing with the Warriors right now is a very Olympic-style game plan. In the Olympics, and Mike Krzyzewski really pioneered this when he was the coach, what they would do is the U.S. has so much more depth than everybody. So he would play 5 guys. He would tell those guys to go out there and run around like crazy until you're exhausted on defense. And then he would bring 5 new guys in. And the idea is you're taking 5 All-Stars out and putting 5 All-Stars in, and it's won the U.S. 5 straight gold medals. That's what Steve Kerr did largely in the Olympics in Paris. It was 5-5. The other were 10, and Tatum was the 11th guy against Serbia. But whatever. What he's using now is he's using 12 or 13 players, and he's playing them Olympic style.
Line changes.
Man, line change. That's what I thought. And right now, it's working. Now, I will say, Zikeda, the big for Boston.
The center,
I felt like they didn't have an answer for him. And I remember the one loss that they do have on the season. Zubac looked like baby Shaq a little bit. So that's something I'm watching moving forward. But, Evan, it's Kuminga. It's no pods last night, and they don't skip a beat. And I'm loving everything I'm seeing right now. And when you hustle your ass off and you do it, to me, by setting the tone on the defensive end, that's when the words or adjectives like fluke, it's early. No, none of that matters, because I feel like that's one thing that you can pack in your suitcase, Evan, and that's why they're 5-0 on the road is defense.
Well, and I was wondering if someone was going to chime in with this. From the Comcast Business text line, 510, this is Merlin in Berkeley. Give me the picture of blue and gold Kool-Aid. I don't know if you're sipping the Kool-Aid, if you're sipping
the
Warrior Scissor. Shout out 3-6. I don't know what you're sipping right now. 415.
I'm smoking it. Yeah.
People are smoking the Boston pack this morning. Strength in numbers. Teamwork makes the dream work. 925 for sure executive of the year. 925 again. Kerr did what he could with the talent he had last year. I would argue the talent level hasn't necessarily gotten that much better. But again, the buy-in that you're talking about, the buy-in is apparent. And what Windhorst is talking about to me is how you're able to keep that level of defensive intensity as high as it is.
Kerr's got to trust. And right now they've he's won. He's betting on guys to, like, I don't want to do this because we'll be in the house Tuesday for Klay, and I'm going to give him everything I got in regard to welcome home,
of course,
and what he's done. But right now, Buddy Hield looks like light years a better defender than Klay was starting games for this team. And I'm not blaming last year's Warriors defensive problems on Klay, but I can't ignore it. Like, Buddy's, he's playing hard.
Everyone's playing hard. Yes. Like, all right, this is how, like, I don't know. I'm always curious, just kind of looking at numbers, what they actually mean, right? I'll throw a couple defensive numbers at you that, to me, indicate the buy-in that you are seeing, the speed, the know-how, the energy that they're exerting seemingly on every single possession, no matter if it's in the fourth quarter, the first quarter, or even if they're going down 14-3 like they did in Boston. When GP2 comes in and flips the energy of the game, that's something that you can see. But if I told you through 8 games, the Warriors are number 1 in charges drawn. They are top 5 in contested threes, contested twos, and box outs. All of those are hustle stats. All of those are things that demand you to give energy for. And that's not something that you can hide if you don't have. Yes, it's personnel. They're a bit better. They're a bit longer. They're a bit more athletic. But they are bought in. And so whether it's because of Stackhouse, because of Kerr with his Olympic-style hockey line changes that he's employing, the Warriors have altogether committed to defense the way that we saw them commit to defense when they were number 1 in the league in 2022. And that, to me, is the biggest difference on this team. Again, it's buy-in. And with the depth they have, they're allowed to be as long and as furious as they are defensively, that it doesn't feel like they're out of a game, even if they don't start well offensively.
Evan, well said. And I'll take buy-in over athleticism and talent all day, every day. Now, don't get me wrong. You need some talent to make that buy-in be effective, but you just hit the nail on the head. And again, they got 3 new guys here in regard to Hield, Melton, and Slow-Mo. And I just believe the guys that had to endure and experience last year, spring and summer, of not being part of the playoffs is the catalyst. And whatever they've talked about, and listening to the chef and everybody's podium game, Buddy Hield talk about Draymond and Looney. I mean, get this. I keep going back to Looney, Evan, not just because I felt he was going to have a big game. So Boston, in a close game, basically does their job. Draymond shoots the air ball. They get 2 stops, but the Warriors get 4 points.
Yes, they
You know
did.
what I mean? Like, that's who Looney is. But Boston's like, we did what but we didn't finish the possession, and Looney gets the 2 putbacks. Like, you can't make this stuff up. And the fact that we're not 5 years removed from their last title, Evan, when they got off to an 18-2 start. I am excited as all outdoors, if you can't tell. I know it's 7-1, but Evan, I'm wondering where this thing is headed, just in regard to a record, and we'll find out. But you can set a tone early in a season and watch it pay off like it did in 2022. And I know people are going to say slow my roll.
Well, it's headed to Cleveland on Friday.
Yeah.
That's
and they got some bigs.
That's where the season is headed. Yeah, and that'll be
Mobley
another.
and Allen, those are some real ones.
That'll be another great test for the Warriors. That's why again, this is such an exciting start to the year, because so far they're just kind of checking boxes. They're passing and have passed pretty much every single test so far on the young year. Now, Kerr said yesterday, when you win 6 of 7 to start the season, when you win 7 of 8 to start the season, it looks better than if you win. People pay attention more than if you win 7 of 8 during the middle of the year.
And that's where we're at, right. It's early. It's new.
It's early, but they're 10% of the way in, essentially, and they're 7-1. They're one of the best teams in the Western Conference. They're number 1 in net rating, and they showed why they might have some staying power by beating the defending champions on the road last night in Boston. Just curious how people are feeling about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Before we get to a break here, I want to get Zach in Redwood City. Wants to talk about the Warriors game last night. Zach, what's up?
Hey, what's good, guys? First of all, I want to give a shout-out to Trace Jackson Davis and my Indiana Hoosiers. We're 9-0 in football, and we also just started up some basketball last night. We're pretty good. This guy, Mackenzie Mbako, keep an eye out for him. He'll be in the league. But, after watching the game, and I'm a diehard, right, season ticket holder, I think you guys are completely right. The buy-in and just the egos here, I think, really mesh well. Whether that's Draymond leading it or Steph, like, you only really need 2 leaders, right? And I think this Buddy Hield pickup was the key, right? Like, let's say he's a younger version of Klay in a sense, but he can, honestly, he's younger and he can maybe play better defense. Like, what I saw from him yesterday was incredible, was absolutely incredible. And just the buy-in, right, as you guys are talking about, whether that's 12 guys and just the way Coach Kerr's coaching, like, I think he took what he saw from the Olympics and really implemented that this year.
Yeah. So, I didn't see that coming, though, Evan, if that's it. Go ahead, because
Lindy Waters get more PT than Tatum did.
Right, there you go. Look at that's a 3. I mean, Buddy's shooting 51% from deep.
Well, and that's what I mean by...
that's got to come down, right?
I would assume, but hell, you never know.
Even Fitz is like, everyone that goes in is just Kalina. They're like, man, this dude's on the real... Forget cigarettes. He's on the real heater, man.
Yes, he is. Jim Leland. That's what he's been 2 packs a day. Marbles, 2 packs a day. I don't know if it's chops. I don't know if it's Marlboros. But Buddy Hield is smoking something.
And he's playing D. He's playing D.
Which I didn't think he could. I was told that he was a turnstile. Yeah. I was told he couldn't guard a cone.
Yeah.
But Buddy Hield, much like many of these Warriors players, are forcing us to reevaluate what we think of them and what we think of this team. Again, I think the ceiling is rising for this group, and that's what I'm excited about. 888-957-957. You got to step aside for a moment. We'll be back on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. How much are you believing in this Warriors team? They beat Boston in Boston last night. They're 7-1 to start the season. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Whether you're flying for business or pleasure this holiday season, choose SFO with the
of being more physical, and obviously they were, blitzing all of the ball screens. I came off, and we weren't, or I could speak for myself, a little rushed in the first half, and I think in the second half just accepted it and played with more patience and made the right read more often than not.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that was Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics. Took an L to the Warriors last night. They held him to 8 points in the first half on 7 shots.
And that first, I don't know if you remember, left-handed attempt at a layup, didn't hit rim. It just went off the glass. Little spin move by Tatum. You can check the 957 The Game archives. I've said this to Steiny, and you were listening, but you probably won't remember. See if Spadoni does, my partner tomorrow.
Huh?
Tatum is Dak Prescott. And what I mean by that is it's not that you're not good. I can look in your eyes and see that you're a paper champ. I can see that you need your diaper change. I can see you went wet, Bonte's friend. The moment can get to you. And I'm telling you, that first layup let me know in a game that we thought, he's about to kick the Warriors' ass. You guys Curry in the post and you can't back him down and get off a shot or get fouled. I'm going to leave it alone. Hey, he had 30, but, hey, all money ain't good money. A phenomenal YOLO threes in the third quarter, he was phenomenal. But there's a Dak Prescott mechanism to JT. I'm going to just leave that there.
Why do you do that?
Because I can.
No, yes, you can. But why? I don't want to cape for Tatum.
Oh, wow.
Don't make me do that. You just called a champion Dak Prescott, who hasn't even gotten to a semifinal game. Like, don't do that.
I hear you.
Jason Tatum is a damn good basketball player.
No, that he is.
And the Warriors played damn good defense. Look, he had 32 points.
That he did.
He had 17 in the third quarter. It's a big reason why they got back into that basketball game. But he's certainly not the closer.
And
he's not Mariano Rivera. The Warriors had the closer.
I love that. At the Marriott. Yeah, that's a Jay-Z line. No doubt about it.
No, Tatum is a strange player because I feel like he's
gifted.
He's the most talented player in the Celtics. But he's not the guy you fear the most.
Okay,
the guy you fear the most wasn't playing last night.
And
his name was Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, a killer. Like Curry's a killer, just an assassin. He can lick baby face all day, but we know what it is. And that what was phenomenal about last night, Evan, is you talked about it. I got goosebumps just thinking about this felt like 2022. Just on that green parquet, close game, and Curry closing it. And the Warriors closed it. By committee, Steph, whoever you want to say was the hero. But all of them made contributions.
Well, I think that's again that's the template or the blueprint that I think a lot of people hoped could be for the season, right? And wherever it goes beyond. But the Warriors have a bunch of different ways that they can play. They're versatile, they're bought in, they're defensive minded, and they still have maybe the best closer in basketball, or certainly one of. He was the clutch player of the year last year, whatever you make of that. But Steph Curry, he showed on a national stage that he can close among the best of the best. And even at age 36, he was unbelievable last night, especially down the stretch of that game. And the Boston Celtics, there's just something about when Curry plays against them, you always have an ace in the hole. You always have the trump card.
Man.
Sorry, I'm a little too soon.
Okay,
but the point being, it's like when the Warriors got it to, I don't know, about even down the stretch, I did feel like they were going to win that game. Mm-hmm. And I felt like they were going to win that game because they had 30.
And I love it.
And the other team didn't.
Yeah, and you got that guy named Looney. I forgot what Bonte was calling him. Some caller called the Windex man.
Well,
shout out Larry Smith. That's taken.
I don't mean to take a shot, but he's got a lot of practice catching air balls from Draymond.
Dude, but those were big ones.
About 8 years worth.
He put it in. He put him back up, and I'm like, it was just good to see, man.
It was.
Yeah, I'm happy.
No, you can take the victory lap on that. From the 510 Comcast Business Text Line, loving this Dubs team. Following last year, all I wanted was for them to be fun to watch. They're fun and competitive.
Yep.
I think they're a playoff team, but I can't go higher than that yet. It's too early. They got 2 legit stars, Steph on offense, Dre on defense. If they keep healthy-ish and stay, pardon me there, basically if they stay on the court, they have a shot. Exactly. Yeah, they have a shot against any team. And I think that's what they proved last night. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steve's in San Francisco. Steve, what'd you feel about that game last night?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Listen. The Warriors are been amazing, and I don't want to throw anything negative, and it's been such a good morning. I've been listening to you guys this morning. I got to throw one thing out there, though. So the one thing that I'm really not seeing, I'm not sold on, is Jonathan Kuminga. Like, if you noticed last night, and I've seen this multiple times now, where in crunch time, when the Warriors need to bear down and we need to, we need X amount of points, we need to stop the ball, we need a basket. Kuminga's not in the rotation, and I get why. He doesn't have a role. He's super athletic. I get all the talent, but everybody's athletic in the NBA. I get it. He could jump out of the building, but a lot of people could jump out of the gym in the NBA. I just don't think that he has a role on this team. And so when I think back on the offseason, we had a chance to get Lauri Markkanen. And I know that he was a lot of money. He ended up signing for a lot of money. Lauri Markkanen is a beast, and we lack size. If that guy Queta last night, whatever, I don't know if Queta's going to be anything in the NBA, but he was kicking our ass, So I'm just thinking, how do you get... Everyone's saying just wait on Kuminga, he's super young. I'm kind of sick of saying that, so I kind of want to get your guys' thoughts on that.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
Well, again, this was...
I didn't think he had a bad game.
2 games ago, he won you the game against Houston. So to say that, and again, they didn't have all of their pieces against the Rockets. Curry wasn't in the game, obviously. Jonathan Kuminga is the reason why you salvaged a 31-point blown lead in overtime against the Rockets.
Facts.
Draymond Green fouled out of that game. Pods fouled out of that game.
And 3 straight Spider-Man drives to the rack.
Yeah, so now against the Boston Celtics, again, when we're measuring Kuminga against the best of the best, is there more you want to see? Sure.
He was out there defending Tatum, hit a 3.
Kuminga hit a late shot clock 3 in the first half to kind of save a possession.
And I guess that caller, that's how he feels, right, Evan? But I guess he wants him to be Kobe or Jason Tatum-esque. And it's just, on any given night, Kuminga could have 18 to 30 minutes. And last night, I never once looked at him like, oh, he didn't get to the free throw line. He played bad, Evan. I saw him making it difficult for Tatum and others, but this wouldn't be the game I'd come down Kuminga's road. I'd almost, if I'm a caller right now, Evan, this is what's making me tingle about this team is, okay, if you want to say last night wasn't about Kuminga, well, I got 8 other dudes who I can bring up, 9 other dudes I can bring up their names, and you got the job done, bottom line.
No, 100%. I thought Kuminga was a part of the first half which stabilized the game. Like the Warriors, I didn't feel like going down 14-3 it was the end or anything, but they clearly needed to make a switch, and Kerr brought in the bench mob. It was GP2, I thought, set the tone defensively. He kind of came in with the starters, but Kuminga, Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, all those guys were pluses in the first half. The Warriors starting 5 was about even. Yeah. They weren't necessarily the ones that got them back into that game. It was the bench. It was the depth. And that's what Kuminga's a part of. He's a piece, and coming off the bench, I think does a couple of things. Sonny said this, and I think it's true. He gets to play against backups, which he can take advantage of. He's allowed to settle into a game a bit more. And he also gets to play around players that don't demand the ball as much as, say, the starters do when Steph, along with Wiggins, are out there. So I think Kuminga's in a good place. And I did not think he had a bad game yesterday whatsoever. They needed everybody last night, and I thought everybody chipped in.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, you just talked about, again, the bench mob. But early on, it was a brick fest by both teams, 3 of 17 for the Warriors.
Yeah, I think those rims had bruises.
Yeah, dude. No doubt. And Buddy Hield comes in, does what he does. And then let's just look at Waters. He came in. He wasn't out there for offense, Evan. It was defense, and he wasn't a liability, man. And I'm just looking at this roster like, how many nights moving forward is this going to be the staple? And right now, going off of the coach's words before the season, he's kind of backed that up with the allocation of minutes.
Well, and again, the Warriors, they're probably going to run into some injuries. They're probably going to run into some cold stretches. Yeah. Things that happen over the course of 82 games are going to happen to this team. But when you have as many players as they do, I think it makes it easier to win some of those games that you otherwise wouldn't be able to, because you have players that can step up. Again, the Celtics didn't have Brown or Porzingis last night. That certainly hurt them. But in future games, the Warriors, if Podziemski is missing from a game, you can still go out and win that or at least remain competitive. We haven't even seen what Melton can offer this team because he's been largely knocked on the shelf.
Man.
If Curry's out, they're 3-0 in those games. Like, this is much more of a injury-proof team than the ones the last 2 years ago. And so and I think all the pieces are a big part of that. Let's go to Jason, who's out in Central Valley, wants to talk about the game last night. Jace, what's up?
Hey, guys, how can you not be romantic about basketball right now? I mean, the Warriors have just brought the joy back to the Bay Area right now. Early in the season, but I think that's one undeniable fact that it's exciting watching this team again. You want to see them play, you want to see them do well, and you want to see what they can do against other teams. Very excited to see what they do against Cleveland now moving forward. The thing is, for me, I love the win yesterday against Boston. I don't know what the odds makers were thinking by giving the Warriors 6 in the hook. To me, that was, something to jump on. But anyways, just moving forward against Cleveland, I would love to see how they do against, the bigs that they have over there with Jared Allen and Mobley. I think that's the next big test for us, seeing how we deal with some size, because Keita gave us some problems yesterday. Let's see what two guys with that size does. But man, this team is back. I really think that this is a team that's competitive. That's not at all an easy out for any team in the league. And I just think that the league is now officially on notice. Thanks for the time, guys. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. I completely agree.
Yeah, and I believe Doris Burke agrees and Jay Billis. They were saying some kind things about the Golden State Warriors and what they've done. And Evan, I'm looking at the Western Conference. I know it's early. Okay, Phoenix off to the same start as the Warriors, 7-1. They're top heavy, but when you look at their roster, I don't think it's as deep as the Golden State Warriors. And I'm not saying Phoenix they got ballers. OKC, they scare me. We'll see them Sunday. Houston, Dallas, Sac, Denver, Minnesota, Memphis, Lakers, they all got questions. And the Warriors are going to face more questions. But right now, I just feel like I'm so shocked that the Warriors know who they are this early. And that can't be a bad thing or underestimated.
But I actually think that's the beautiful part of it. I don't think we still know who these guys are. But they're winning games while they're continuing to figure out exactly what the identity of this team is. I think because of the depth, the identity changes on a given night. It changes based on who they play. But that's also that's part of why I think there is sustainability and success coming for the Warriors, because they're more versatile. They're able to play different styles. If the starting lineup isn't working, Kirk can throw 5 new guys out, and they'll be able to figure it out. Against the Cleveland Cavaliers, they have 2 dominant bigs, more so than Boston did, obviously because Porzingis is out. They're more interior oriented than perimeter based. So that's going to be a different challenge. But the Warriors have pieces and different guys that they can throw into those situations to help them. It might be more of a Trace Jackson-Davis game because he didn't play much, especially in the second half, even though I thought he was fine. But it was Kavon Looney's night.
No doubt.
To your credit.
Yeah.
By the way, this is what Kerr is talking about. He was asked last night about playing a deep lineup and how that does keep them fresh.
In theory, we should be able to, if we're playing a bunch of guys 15 to 22 minutes, they should be able to go all out during those minutes. And I think we're getting that. Tonight was probably the first game we had 3 guys over 30 minutes. So the game kind of settled into a more traditional NBA game down the stretch. We had Wiggs, Draymond, and Steph out there all playing big minutes. But I thought Gary and Buddy just kind of tag teaming offense, defense. And then Loon, he's made so many big plays for us over the years. I thought his minutes were just massive down the stretch.
Yeah.
Again, it's when you're playing not as many minutes, and we'll see if that continues. Curry played 34 last night. Is he going to be as fresh against Cleveland? Maybe not. But again, we're going to figure out how sustainable playing all these guys allows them to be, because last night gave me a lot of faith and a lot of belief that they can continue to hang with the big dogs and even beat some of those big name players around the association with this style of basketball that they're implementing.
Yeah, it feels like the basketball, Evan, version of a Rubik's Cube for Steve Kerr. Like, some nights it's going to be green, it might be yellow, it might be red, but, you keep messing with that thing, you'll come up with the right solution. And, again, the Warriors with the best bench in regard to production in the league, if you come out to a slow start, to have that as an antidote now and be a facet or a staple of this team early on, I mean, those are luxuries, Evan.
They are. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570, Comcast Business Text line. We want to get in on the conversation. How much are you believing in the Golden State Warriors? I'll say it again. Where my belief has gone to is a higher ceiling for this team. I felt like they were about a play-in team at the beginning of the year, as constructed, and even without a potential big-name move, which we can get to in a little bit, I do think this team, a top 4 seed, is absolutely attainable with what they've shown so far. They are near the top in defense. They're one of the most efficient benches, like you said, in basketball. They have Curry, who's still playing at an extremely high level. Draymond Green is back to Defensive Player of the Year candidacy. This team, I absolutely believe, can compete for a top 4 seed in the West. And then at that point, you put yourself in a position to contend. But that's further down the line. I just love what I've seen so far, and I'm glad that it culminated in a win last night against Boston, because a lot of people were, I think, if they lost today or lost last night, going to be poking holes in what's been going on. And I looked at last night as a win-win, because you either saw how far you were, or what happened was you realized that the way you've been playing and how you've been using guys, that can help you go into a place like Boston and win a basketball game, which not a lot of people can do.
Yeah, and haven't done. I love it. And I'll say this to that, Evan. I can't and I won't, not yet, let go of last year. It's just, it still resonates. And they got off record-wise, a different team, but it was the Warriors, to a damn good, pretty good start. So we're almost past that juncture. But again, this is new, it's different, and I want to see different tests. We will, and it starts tomorrow again, or it continues in Cleveland, where you definitely don't have the advantage down low, per se, when it comes to height. So we'll see if this is, another itch that the Warriors can scratch collectively. But I don't know one Warrior fan, or have not heard, and I've been listening, I'm a roaster, all morning, Spadoni. I haven't heard one person call nitpicking about what they did. Well, that guy called and said he wanted Kuminga didn't fit. Other than him, how can you not be rubbing your stomach about the possibilities of what this season has in store?
Well, yeah. Okay, so from the 650, y'all need to relax. Celtics didn't have Jaylen Brown or Porzingis. That's true. But I'll say to break it to you, a lot of stars don't play around the league anymore.
Hello. It's a pandemic.
Yeah, in regards to the postseason, like if the Warriors, again, this is fast-forwarding to June, if they play the Celtics in the finals, which they would have to do, then we can have a conversation. But if you catch a certain team on a given night,
all you can do is try to win.
The depth helps the Warriors play at a higher level than some of these teams that are more top-heavy. Now, I think the Boston Celtics are deep, but are they deeper than the Warriors? I think last night disproves that.
Yeah, and what did you say earlier? It stuck with me. 3-0 this year early on. That used to be a death sentence with no Curry. 3-0, Evan.
3-0 without Steph, 5-0 on the road.
And let me tell that caller, you just touched on it, and I think it has something to do with the ratings. I could be overzealous here. But, Evan, I'm sick and tired of sitting down watching NBA basketball and the marquee guys, got a thumb bruise or got a zit on the back and they can't play. But get ready for that, because right now that's a staple of the early season. Stars aren't playing.
Well, and after the break, I'll tell you who else I'm sick of up in Northern California.
One person or multiple?
One person.
Oh, boy.
Davis is in Watsonville. Wants to talk about the win last night. Davis, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? You guys were touching on Kuminga earlier because of that caller, but I disagree with the caller, and I agree with you guys that he had a pretty good game. He played his role, and I feel like in the past when he has bad games, he doesn't play his role, and he tries to play a little bit more selfish. But he was 2 of 3 from 3, and he played some pretty good defense. So I think he had a good game. And also, I feel like the turning point of the game was putting Looney in, because we were getting killed on those boards in that third quarter. But as soon as he got put in the game, it just all got shut down, and he did his job very well. And it let our offense kind of take over, and it let us win the game.
It did, yeah. Looney was a massive part of that. And that's why, like I said, someone brought this up on the Comcast Business text line. And I think, depending on how the next couple games go, I think it's going to be a topic of conversation next Tuesday. And that's, well, all you did was remove Klay. That's why you're better defensively.
I'm seeing that.
I don't buy that. And it's not just because I think Klay Thompson's done a lot for this team. they were not the same group last year. And not just, Klay Thompson was not good defensively last season. You know who else wasn't good defensively, who I saw play at a different level last night? Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins admitted to taking time and kind of mental lapses throughout the last 2 seasons, literally or figuratively. I don't think he was the same defender he was now at this point because he's bought in this year.
Man.
Buddy Hield is playing better defensively than he ever has. He's bought in this year. Curry is back. It looks like he's playing at a pretty decent defensive level. Kavon Looney quietly came into camp, 20 pounds lighter, got himself into shape. He's looking better than he did last season. So it's not just about the removal of Klay, the insertion of Anderson, along with, of course, Buddy Hield. It's about all the rest of the players around them playing better and buying into that end of the floor. GP2 didn't play a lot last year because he was banged up. This season, he played with his hair on fire last night.
Yeah. That's what he's known for, and that's why they brought him back. But I'll say this, Evan, the more we talk about, or I hear you and others, Warrior fans talk about their body, and I'll never get the answer to this, and I need to move on, and I said I wasn't going to focus on last year. But, Evan, I kind of wonder, why they couldn't get this togetherness last year. And I'll never get the answer to that, but it's definitely night and day right now.
Well, Klay certainly was a part of it. So was Draymond Green. Draymond Green wasn't there for 25 games because of his own doing. Draymond Green, so far, looks like he's made somewhat of a shift mentally. Again, I'll keep calling him Pedro Serrano in Major League 2, where he comes back and he's a Buddha. He's in the Zen zone right now.
Yeah.
And Draymond Green is treating refs a little bit nicer. He's not reacting to a Boston crowd, I'm sure, that had some not so nice things to say about him last night.
And he's communicating with his own better. Like, I remember I talked about Moody, the little conversation I thought they had. I didn't know exactly what was said, but it ended on a good note, Evan. Like, the OG was just telling Moody some stuff, but it was coming from a good spot.
He was even had fun with Jordan Poole on Monday night.
That did happen.
But the little game within the game. Yeah, but Draymond Green appears to be in a different headspace. And that's what was so cool about this summer, after, of course, the fact that you get over they didn't make the playoffs, is that I think everyone was allowed to reset. That's on this team now.
I like that, reset.
Wiggins is playing better than he did, especially to begin last season. Draymond Green looks like he's playing better.
What about Kerr?
Steve Kerr? Well, so this is the thing, is like people say that he's coaching better. I don't know if he's necessarily coaching any differently.
He's coaching freer without a cloak on him or a dark cloud that was Klay. And how was Klay going to react? If I believe there were games he wanted to yank Klay's ass out the game, but because he respected him so much and was worried about how Klay would react, Evan, that doesn't make Kerr a bad coach. It makes him a loyal coach, but you can't tell me that removed has Kerr just feeling free and coaching free.
Well, yeah, but again, Klay is just a piece of it. Is he the biggest piece? Perhaps. But again, Kerr couldn't depend on Draymond to be on the floor last year. He couldn't depend. Andrew Wiggins got benched last season. Do we just forget that?
Man.
That's because he wasn't playing very well. Those things are not on the team this year. Klay is gone. Draymond and Wiggins both look to me like they're bought in. And the fact that the Warriors chose, or a team chose for them, to not involve Wiggins in a trade looks like it's one of the best moves that they didn't make this offseason. Because last night reminded me of the NBA Finals in a couple different ways. The way that Wiggins played, the way that the Warriors got walked down and stood tall against the Celtics, and how they look together in a way that I haven't seen in a long time. Again, it's 8 games, they're 7-1, but the feeling is, I think, what we're trying to pinpoint down here today. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. We'll get to Coach Durant on the other side. Jason Timpf of the Volume Sports is coming up at 1:15. I saw a couple of interesting things he mentioned about not just the game, but also the Golden State Warriors as it relates to the top dogs in the West. And again, why this thing might just be sustainable for the long term. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan in for Steiny with Steiny and Guru. We're back after this, 95.7 The Game.
I'm a back off.
How's your home handling hot and chilly weather?
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hung Lu? I'm sorry? My boy Hung Lu?
Moses also.
It's Han Lu. He's changed his name. It's no longer Hung.
John Sally.
We know that. We know that. But, that's the drop. Hung Lu. So, if you want to re-record it, I'll give you a moment. Spadoni will chop it up. Yeah, exactly.
Where are you at, Priest?
Priest is.
They don't need a prayer now.
No, no, they don't.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Oh, it's smelling like Brew Cologne now. Yeah.
Brew Cologne?
Yeah. B-R-U-T?
Who's that?
Brute.
Oh, Brute.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant brew, like what I was sipping on last night. No, it was.
I just hate beer.
Why?
I like that yak. That vodka.
I like yak and vodka,
I got
too.
problems with my belly, but that just gets you bloated.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you just feel bloated.
No, but I'm
going to go lay down.
I'm not a two-shot Shakur, but I'm kind of a lightweight.
That might be the first 9 ever.
What?
What did you just say?
A two-shot Shakur.
Dibs, if you're listening, that might be the first 9.
I've been sitting on that one for a while.
That's great. Yeah,
Evident for Steiny with Guru again. Steiny Guru here, 95.7 The Game. Reaction to the Warriors' big win last night in Boston.
Oh, hold on, Evan.
What's
Happy
up?
birthday to our boss. You got a brown nose.
By the way, I got a story. All right, so
this is birthday.
Yeah, the boss.
You've been in here 5 hours and didn't know.
Wait, Nahigian's birthday?
It's Nahigian's birthday today.
He sent the Tony Soprano meme of when Paulie called, "Happy birthday, Tony," and he hung up on him. You gotta love your birthday.
No, that's actually a Spadoni thing. I don't bring up my birthday either.
Well, yeah, but
kind of respect it.
But we also have an idea of how old you are.
It was like a holiday.
Yeah, Curry got him a jersey. I don't know. Is Curry going to get Nahigian? Is he going to get Nahigian a jersey?
Yeah.
No, Nahigian refused to tell me how old he was. I still think he's lying to me.
Man.
But he did tell me this morning.
Too old.
Because, we kind of come by, he's walking by and just, throw his, hey, you catch the big game last night? By the way, did you see that? So we'll get back to the Warriors in a moment.
Take your time.
The ACC men's soccer tournament had a game between Stanford and Notre Dame last night.
Okay.
In which some dude kicked a 70-yard Hail Mary goal that just snuck in over the top of the goalie with a second left in the game. Now, our very own Kevin Dana, who does Warriors Roundtable on Tuesday nights, was on the call for this game.
Oh, my goodness.
And so I hit the boss with, did you see the game last night? And kind of a joke. And then I said, did you hear the call? Because Dana damn near lost his mind just screaming about this last second call. And Nahigian hits me with the line of the day.
What?
You talk about it, I tweet about it.
That's a T-shirt.
Who is this man?
Ferguson draws level. Here's a Hail Mary of a shot that...
Wow!
Oh, my God.
Unreal! Hooper! 1 second left!
Dude.
Seriously, one of the craziest things I have ever seen on a pitch.
Starts off, I'm like, this is it. Oh, my goodness. Call of the year early.
Dude, that was, I don't know whether it was a conniption or...
I tweet about it.
He caught the Holy Ghost. But yeah, Nahigian... I tweet about it.
Oh, man. You better, what do you trademark that?
Yeah, put that on the gravestone. Yeah. I tweet about it. You just talk about it.
Dude, I said one thing about Klay, and now I need...
Yeah, people are on you.
Now, this person, you pay multiple. You see more?
I'm getting some messages.
No, all I said was I respect Klay, and I'll be out there on the 12th. The bottom line was I got to believe Kerr is feeling free. He said as much. I love Klay. I'm the one that said I'm still rooting for him.
No, Klay looks like he's playing pretty straight too.
Yeah, no, I can't wait for can't wait for tomorrow, Friday. Payday.
We'll see what the energy is on Monday, on Tuesday. It's all Klay's fault here in the Bay. Just kidding. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Let's go out to the Yoon. Talk to Coach Duran.
Coach
out in the Yoon. What's up, Coach?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Yo.
Hey, last night was Shades of 2022 Dove Championship. Identical, surrogate, duplicates. Warriors came, we saw, we conquered. We held our own last night. Our defense was on point, pretty good overall. Hey, I'll take that W, man. Dub Nation all the way. Let's go, Warriors.
Yeah. Evan, how can you not be excited? I'm sorry. It's early, but damn, it's a good early.
Well, and that's what, again, I wonder if you're not bought in yet, the way that the Warriors appear to be bought in, like, what is it going to take? Do they have to beat Cleveland and OKC to get you on board?
Do they need to go 18-2 again?
I'm not talking championship. I'm not talking postseason. Right. I'm just talking about how exciting this team has been for the first 8 games of the season.
It's a vibe, Evan, as the youngsters, or you guys say.
It is a vibe.
Yeah.
Well, people younger than me.
Well, you're 30.
Gen Zers. still barely sneaking in the millennial category. Barely. People call me a boomer sometimes, though. And then from the 5-0, I think this is also fair because people will poke holes with the Porzingis and Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown was out. But I saw the Celtics win a championship virtually without Porzingis last year.
And facts, Evan.
So, he's icing on the cake. Yeah. But Jaylen Brown was the biggest miss last night for the Celtics, and I think that's why maybe a lot of people are maybe hesitant. But again,
that's
it's
fine.
like
right.
The Warriors won 3 games without their best player against lesser competition. But
that they did.
All you can do, and you said this yesterday. All you can do is beat the teams that are in front of you. And whether you like it or not, the Boston Celtics hung a banner at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and that they did. They got the rings. The Warriors have done that 4 times over. Evan, and I'll just say this, and again, I'm just being real, sharing with you all my feelings. I still can't get over that hurt of no playoffs last year. And
is this making it feel better, though?
Yeah, it's in increments, but right now I just feel like, man, okay, I'm sitting there telling you and Steiny and the listeners, okay, you got Slow-Mo, Melton, and Buddy. Oh, my gosh, it's been a godsend. So, Evan, do you fault me for just having and enjoying the moment and each game that presents itself? Like, right now, and the most beautiful thing you said this morning about this Warrior team is, as good as it is now, guys are still refining, and the team collectively, their identity. So with that, who's to say they can't get stronger, better, more lethal now? And when I look at it from that vantage point, I'm like, right now, today, you got to enjoy what you see. That's all.
Well, and I would revise that a little bit. Like, I think we do, you're right. Like, we do know who they are from the standpoint of it's a strength in numbers. Curry's obviously the head of the snake. Defensively, they look much improved, and that's what they're going to hang their hats on this season. But what I mean as far as still figuring out, like, I just think that their identity can morph on a given night depending on who they play or depending on who's available. Again, last night didn't have Pods. Pods was a big part of a couple of wins against some lesser teams along this road trip. So they had to basically play without their secondary ball handler.
You're right.
So that allowed probably some more minutes for GP2 down the stretch.
And still had minimal turnovers.
Buddy Hield hits the dagger. I don't know if he's in the game down the stretch if Pods is available, but Steve Kerr is going to, I think, shift a lot of things around this year. And that's another reason why I'm excited, because if you watch this team every single game, you get to watch the story of how every single piece of this 12-man or 13-man puzzle shifts. Like, Kerr continuously talks about how the puzzle, like, the pieces have to fit. And I just think he's making a different puzzle every night, and so far it's led to 7 of 8 wins.
Are you buying into what Wendy said in regard to, he was on First Take this morning, Windhorst, that he's taking this model of the 12 deep from the Olympics? I'm not saying it, Evan, but I don't know if I'm buying it. It's like, then what happened last year? That was an all-star team. The Olympics is superheroes everywhere you look.
Well, what I will say is I think that was good preparation for this season from that standpoint. Is the Olympics are 12 Hall of Famers, right? A lot of all-stars.
Right.
The Warriors do not have that level of talent. That's obvious. But when you're coaching a team that has similar levels of talent, when you make a decision about who comes in and comes out, it's hard, right? Yeah. You have to Kerr had to press the correct buttons on the Olympic team. Now, there's less room for error when you're working with 5 Hall of Famers on the floor at the same time. But from that standpoint, I do think that Windhorst is onto something in regards to when Kerr is coaching this team, outside of Curry and maybe Draymond, there's 2 through 13 are similar either levels of talent or, depending on how you use them, can give you similar levels of production. So from that standpoint, Kerr's got to press the right buttons. And maybe the Olympics was a great precursor to this season.
No, I love it. And we saw, I wasn't shocked. I don't know why I'm acting brand new, Evan, but we saw Moody in the starting lineup. Pods wasn't available or whatnot, and Moody goes in there, handles his business. But what I do want to tell NBA fans, and maybe why I feel like something special is going to happen, and through 8 games, as ludicrous as that sounds, I feel like we're there already. Evan, you just talked about it. We texted each other last night. The amount of stars, for whatever reason, not being there night in, night out, like back in the 90s or 2000s, I feel like you can manipulate. If you got the buy-in that you talked about, that we feel like this Warrior team as a collective have, you can go to cities and get a dub. You can, but who's to say this thing is going to end in regard to the start, Evan? And that's why I'm kind of like, man, when I see you on Monday, and if somehow they pull this thing off and beat OKC Sunday in OKC at 4 p.m. and knock off Cleveland, tomorrow night, then what are we talking about? And again, there'll be no confetti. There'll be no parade. But you can't tell me, Evan Giddings, whatever Mike D and company did in the lab, it is not, right now the concoction tastes oh so good.
Well, remember also, during the year they won the championship, they started 9-1. They started 18-2.
Okay.
And so it took about 20 games, 10 to 20 games for us to actually believe that there was some staying power to this group.
9-1.
And then they were hit with some injuries. I mean, they weren't a great team the final 50 games of the year, but they were so good at the beginning that they banked enough wins to still be a 3 seed and give themselves a good path through the playoffs. So again, I think that's how we kind of have to approach this year. Proceed with caution, but I love what I'm seeing. And I feel like a lot of fans are on board with that too. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan for Steiny with Guru. Cody's in San Leandro. Wants to talk about the depth. What's up, Code?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I like that.
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to talk about the Warriors' depth and the importance of role players in NBA. I think what we've seen the last 2 or 3 years when we didn't make the playoffs and since the finals, that the Warriors haven't had depth and our role players haven't been that big. And I think now we're seeing the importance of that because in 2022 we had Otto Porter, Nimi Bjelica, who else? Andre Iguodala, Moses Moody, Damian Lee, Wanda Scotto. All those from 22 and on, we haven't had that, and we've struggled ever since. And you could see as soon as Curry would get off the floor, we would blow leads and we would fall behind, and we could just never catch up. And now I think we're seeing how important it really is for role players. Our role players are the star players like Curry, Draymond. They set the foundation, but I think the role players and our depth put you over the top.
Yeah,
thanks, Cody.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it.
No, I'm with you. I think the other part about the depth, right? So this is what Windhorst had to say about Kerr coaching like the Olympics.
The way Steve Kerr is playing with the Warriors right now is a very Olympic-style game plan. In the Olympics, and Mike Krzyzewski really pioneered this when he was the coach, what they would do is the U.S. has so much more depth than everybody. So he would play 5 guys. He would tell those guys to go out there and run around like crazy until you're exhausted on defense, and then he would bring 5 new guys in. And the idea is you're taking 5 All-Stars out and putting 5 All-Stars in, and it's won the U.S. 5 straight gold medals. That's what Steve Kerr did largely in the Olympics in Paris. It was 5-5, though there were 10, and Tatum was the 11th guy against Serbia. But whatever. What he's using now is he's using 12 or 13 players, and he's playing them Olympic style.
And the first test of that Olympic style, in my opinion, the first big test was Boston, and they passed it.
Yeah.
The other part about it, too, is if there are injuries. Like, if you remember during the 2022 title run, there was a game late in the season against Miami where I think Curry was out, Draymond might have even been out, but it was like Damian Lee, JTA, to our caller's point. There was a lot of bench players that played in that game, and the Warriors won that game.
That was here at Chase.
That ended up being the reason why they got home court advantage in the finals against the Boston Celtics, because they had an additional win. Those kinds of wins matter. So if the Warriors don't beat Cleveland, they don't beat OKC.
Wow, Evan.
It isn't as if that's a referendum that they can't beat big-name teams. My point is that the style that Kerr is using, reminiscent of 2022, means that they can stack wins even when they're not whole. And that's not something that you could say about the last 2 years, whether it's because of egos or chemistry or just flat-out talent. productivity, whatever it may be. The last 2 years, if they weren't whole, not that they didn't have a chance, but it was a rarity that you saw them win games. I don't think that's the case this year, and that's what also I believe is sustainable about this.
Yeah, and you talked about where you had the Warriors coming into this season, Evan. I'm going to be honest, and recency bias, I had them anchored in the play-in, not the playoffs, the play-in. And I'm not saying they've secured themselves not to be a part of that, but as you stack wins early on and win 7 of your first 8, Evan, I'm looking like bigger picture than what I thought this team was capable of. And right now it's Operation Stack Wins. Like, you get off to that 18-2 start, that to me is going to equate to you're making the playoffs 1, and you ain't going to be a part of the stinking play-in. So these wins early on, slow your roll, but it's operation. How many can you get in an 82-game schedule? And if this team is a lot better than what I thought they were, and right now it looks like I was dead wrong, I mean, the sky's the limit.
Well, okay, so I said at the top of the show, like, in regards to belief, like how much belief you're putting in this style, this team, however it may be. Again, after they beat Boston in Boston last night, I think to me a top 4 seed is absolutely attainable for this group. So what that win does for me is it rises the ceiling of what I believe this season can be. If I was to pose that to you, what does the win do for you last night? Or I guess the first 8 games.
Okay, and that's where I was going to go. It's what you just said. It's their style. It's their identity that supersedes the record. This defense, you can't fake hustle. You can, but you'll get exploited. You'll get exposed. Evan, what I think I'm watching and what I'm seeing through 8 games is sustainable. So we talked about it. We think they're bought in, and if this keeps up, they can play with anybody. And you got 30. You got the closer. You got Draymond Green, who all of a sudden, Evan, I hadn't even talked about it, 6 trips to the free throw line. For whatever reason, he's going to the basket or trying to be more offense, uses offense more. I love it. And I just I'm watching this this is going to sound crazy, young Evan. We've seen this movie before. We just hadn't seen it in a minute. And if these acquisitions and no Klay, and he's in another locale and they're moving forward, if this is it and it lasts, then I'm looking at the Western Conference like I'm not afraid of anybody. Well, and I know that sounds crazy.
No, I do think it does kind of feel like a sequel to 2022, or at least the start of it. Sometimes sequels aren't as good as the original.
What did you say?
Sometimes they can be better.
Oh, Creed. You watched all 3 Creed.
Yeah, I think the first Creed is the best of them, but you feel like the third one is.
Yeah.
I think Godfather 2 is better than the original. Some might not feel that way. But we still don't know what the sequel is going to be. But so far, the beginning of the movie, it's got a hell of a prelogue.
That's a great call.
It's got a hell of an intro. And so that's going to get us to where we think the rest of the season can go. But you see Cleveland, you see OKC, Klay comes back to town next Tuesday. All those are going to be chapters or scenes in this 82-game movie that right now I'm strapped to my seat. I forget who was the old San Francisco Chronicle movie critic? Was it Mick something? Spadoni, do you know this?
Boy.
Somebody bail me out. But he used to have, there were, I think, a few different images of a person who's standing up cheering. That's the best kind of grade you can give to a movie.
Gotcha.
Or someone who's not in his chair at all. That's the worst grade you can give to a movie. A guy that's snoozing in his chair, a guy that's up in his chair, or a guy that's up clapping. So far through 8 games, I've been up clapping in my chair for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah,
and that's all I can control.
And I'm right. I don't know if they had multiple, but I'm right next to you doing the same thing, E.
Exactly. And a big part of that, too, is also because of a moment we saw last night in the second quarter. And they highlighted it during the game. They highlighted it after the game. And Anthony Slater wrote about it this morning. The moment where Curry got a ball underneath the basket, tried to push it ahead in transition, and just threw it away. Boston comes back down. I think Derek White hit a 3.
No, you're right.
And Kerr absolutely rips into Steph Curry.
Loved it.
You don't typically see that from a head coach and a star player that publicly, that expressively. And he did it. And this is what Curry had to say about it after the game.
It's a mindset that, one, I want to be coached just like everybody else. So I don't get sensitive about getting yelled at if you make a dumb play. Especially it led to a 3 on the other end. It's avoidable. And we have to be able to take care of possessions, especially against good teams. And one, I didn't have another turnover after that, which was nice. But 2, it's just like a mindset that everybody has to be committed to. Me and Draymond are going to have turnovers. We have the ball in our hands a lot. You try to take some chances here and there, but it's the kind of turnovers like the one like that where it's, even if Wiggs catches it, I think it was throwing it to Wiggs, it's still a tough play. So just let the action happen and keep the game under control. Win the possession game. That's always big for us.
Man.
That's the franchise at age 36 saying, I want to be coached.
No doubt about it.
Like he's still in college.
And he likes how it looked. He's one of the guys. He don't want to be the emperor to where, you know what I'm saying, he flashes. I got to go here because we both know Lo Neal, you doing the pre-post with him.
Yeah.
He talked about Phillip Rivers, went to the coach behind everyone's back and told the coach to rip him in front of everybody so he wouldn't feel, or they would feel like nobody's above reproach, you know? And there's a psychological component to it. But that's why I wasn't throwing shade at Klay. I felt like Kerr knows. I mean, these guys are made. They've been through so many battles, Curry and Kerr together, along with Dre. Curry knew where that was coming from. That wasn't, there wasn't anything derogatory, Evan. It was all love. But for the chef to handle it like he should have, being the guy that he is, the leader, that let me, that emphasized more the Kerr's also having fun and in a zone to where he'll jump up and get it, Kerr. But there's nothing to see here because I'm treating you all the same, and nobody more than yourself, Wardell, Stephen Curry, should know I love you more than anybody, man.
Well, and that moment is also built over a decade. It's built over a decade of trust between star player and head coach. And I don't think that moment was manufactured. Like Steve Kerr didn't say after seeing that, oh, I gotta put my foot down and rip Curry because
like Phillip Rivers was manufactured.
Yeah, that was manufactured. But that was a sound strategy and probably got him a lot of love in the locker room. But that's something that Kerr just naturally, like that play, that boneheaded play that Curry admitted he made, brought that out of Steve Kerr. But he knows that he can do that.
Yeah.
And he knows that Curry can take it. And when the rest of the team sees that, again, to your point, I think you put it perfectly. No one's above reproach.
Man.
And that's where the Warriors are right now, running 12, 13, 14 deep. Everyone in this team feels like another guy.
Yeah, I love it. And, hey, they're going to face better starting fives per se. But, Evan, right now the one constant is strength in numbers is back. And are you deep as the Golden State Warriors? We'll see. Hey, was it Mick LaSalle, the movie critic?
I was just about to say, thank you. 925-415, Mick LaSalle.
Mick.
If Mick LaSalle was reviewing the movie through 8 games, that is the 2024-25 Golden State Warriors, the man's got to be out of his chair clapping. The little man has to be out of his chair clapping for what we saw through the first 8 games, and specifically last night in Boston. They beat the defending champs on that parquet floor that the Warriors won a title in Game 6 2 years ago, and that's the kind of vibes that I'm getting from it right now. All right, what's coming up in the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. A reminder that downtown Los Altos presents the 21st Holiday Stroll. That's on November 8th. That's tomorrow. A sparkling opportunity to get in the holiday spirit early, sponsored by The Agency and V-Line Cosmetic Clinic. Find out more at downtownlosaltos.org. All right, coming up next, I also do want to expand the conversation to where not only this thing can go, but what does it have you feeling right now? Again, there's belief in this team. The movie critics are loving every single second of it. But there was also something that Windhorst talked about, and that's kind of been lying underneath the surface for the Warriors that I feel like we have to dig into. We're going to get into that on the other side as we continue here on Steiny and Guru. Evan in for Steiny on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every time.
Am I talking to Matt or Eric?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Eric in for Steiny.
Kind of weird break for the show.
What do you mean?
I go to the restroom, we're all in there.
Oh, you didn't have to.
Shout out the Wiz. Mike Jackson.
Yeah, by the way, it wasn't AD, or pardon me, it wasn't BC, it was AC after christening. Someone, my God, dude, we gotta get that place.
It's called Glade, but I lightweight farted.
How
would he have that on deck?
Happy birthday, boss.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's in a good mood, too.
Is he?
See, if I was a good...
I can't tell.
You ever got a boss a cake?
No.
In your life?
No. I make cakes for my family and my friends.
I just asked it. I haven't, but I'm thinking about it. But.
Well, but also I wonder who... Okay, so if someone brings in the cake, is that like bringing an apple to the teacher?
There's no doubt.
Like
no
you
doubt
trying to...
Yeah, no doubt.
Prove a little something, you're a little bit better of an employee than...
No doubt about it.
Well, if Lucas does it, he's second in command. That makes more sense to me. But if I do it, like, I'm a little low on the totem pole. It's like, what are you doing kissing up to the boss?
Yeah, and
unless he tweets about it, and apparently
we'll get back to the Warriors, Evan. But there's that old saying, "Nice guys finish last," and it's true. It's just like, I don't want to snitch on Steiny, but we know I'm sunshine to his thunderstorms or hurricanes. His personality and the way he treats people and belittles them here at the job. But they flock to him.
I know.
And I'm the nice guy. So I've seen him ask Lucas for some stuff and kind of demand it, and it happens. I text Lucas for a favor. Sorry, Goo, I don't think I can do it. And I'm like, now, had I said and used some... Like, Steiny would have got him to do it, and he's did it before, and I guess I'm feeling some type of way, man. You treat people nice, but they take your kindness for weakness. I get it.
Well, no, I do have to say this, though. As somebody that's, I would call myself like the filling to the Oreo cookie that you guys are.
Right, that's my man, Steiny.
I guess it'd be half and half vanilla chocolate. But the thing is,
Napoleon.
You guys both get away with stuff.
Now,
I'm serious.
We both get...
Yes. Steiny gets away with stuff because... People just, I don't know, like...
They're afraid of him.
No, they're not afraid of him. No, they're not afraid of Steiny.
Right.
Steiny's probably the least threatening person on this side of Market Street.
I just busted in his office this morning. The door was closed. It was all bad. What do I get away with, E?
What don't you get away with? Goo.
I hope you're not talking about absences.
Oh. No.
Okay.
Why'd your mind go there, though? I feel like you're telling on yourself.
That would have hurt.
Dude, you answered a phone call while you were working here on air.
The Geek Squad.
Oh my God.
The Geek Squad. I don't know if we still have that. You asked Steiny to vamp.
It was the Best Buy.
The TV was down. Had to watch we get paid to watch sports, guys. I needed my TV.
Not after hours. We're getting paid to talk about sports.
He really was mad that I answered that call, too.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's part of the show. That's why it's so great. You guys both get away with things. The way that Steiny can talk to people on and off the air. People actually think he's like
now that
legitimately
I agree
mean.
with. I'm bringing that out while he's not here.
If you see Steiny in the cafeteria, he's like the nicest guy ever. He
is.
You're both big teddy bears in your own way. But you absolutely get away with stuff. You went into the boss's office. Sorry, I'm snitching on you. You went into the boss's office this morning to talk about something which I won't reveal. But I would have never done that. Because I can't do that. I can't just walk to the boss.
I want to wrestle you, radio wrestle you right now. Like, I feel like there's more you want to say, but I'm just not as mean at whatever you deem I get away with. I'm always nice to people.
No, that you are. But I aspire to get to the point in my career where I can, just barge into the boss's office and him not be able to really do much about it, even on his birthday.
You've done a little stuff. Let me go to my note. I'm playing. You're the man.
No, we all keep receipts, but it's a part of the show. And, we won't bring everything to the airwaves unless, of course, you're talking about the whole show being in the bathroom.
I felt like you got mad at me last segment.
Wait, well, why?
I was making a point about the Warriors, and you go, and I said to myself, because I got PTSD from working with Steiny, I know when people want to fight, you go, how so? I said, whoa.
Oh.
Yeah. Spadoni, I said, Evan, the honeymoon is over.
Well, you got to spice things up with a couple questions. I'm an inquisitive man,
I looked
Goo.
at you like you little... But anyway, it's out of love. I love you.
Another thing I can't get away with. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I swear, we are talking about the Golden State Warriors along with the interpersonal dynamics.
The world is right now, though, E. The world is. It's early. This is what we do. The Saints started 2-0.
I hope this doesn't sound like a homer take, but the NBA does need the Warriors to be good. Like you see all the shows with what they lead off with.
No doubt,
right now, it's Embiid pushing a reporter. It's guys not playing.
Good call.
They need a story, and not the Cleveland Cavaliers being undefeated, which would love to be great, but the Cavs just don't do numbers like that. It's the Warriors. It's LeBron. Maybe Kevin Durant to some extent. It's the OGs bringing their teams back to the forefront.
That's great stuff. And I don't know where this came from, Evan, but you're describing hip-hop, and you need Jay-Z or Pac or Nas or Drake or Lil Wayne.
Oh my.
Steph Curry not in the playoffs, that doesn't help anything. Maybe that's why numbers are down. I'm being a homer, but you get where I'm going. I'm with you. I want to see KD in the playoffs deep. I want to see Ja, and I want to see Steph Curry, man. So right now, they're taking the bull by the horns, and Evan, I really don't believe this is fake, this start. We'll see.
Well, I'll tell you what I don't want to see, and I'm going to get to Vince and Austin in just a moment, but what I do not want to see is what Vivek Ranadive was wearing courtside at the Golden One last night in Sacramento. I don't care that the Raptors were in town. You talk about rappers and OGs and beefs bringing stuff back to light. I don't need to see the owner of a basketball team wearing
Spadoni.
They not like us on his shirt. I'm sorry. What's the point?
You can't wear it, Spadoni.
Drake wasn't in the building.
But he's an activist. He's been down with the crew.
The message was sent nonetheless. They not like us. Drake, you're not like us.
The dude's performing at the Super Bowl. I think he won.
You know where he's not performing?
Sacramento.
The Golden One Center. That's
He's
right.
been there before. He's
not
been
anymore. He's
boy,
gone.
It's over.
No.
I saw this shirt.
You did say Oakland show was going to be your last show.
Yeah, well, the arena.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've been thinking about this.
I didn't like it. There's just something corny about it.
Well,
now Vivek Ranadive is, by all accounts, a great owner for the Kings. Just, that's beneath it. Like, if Joe, well...
If Joe might. Fabi Davis give him some merch. If Fabi Davis is in the beef, I'm sure Joe would rock it. Come on. He's a Warrior lifer.
Kendrick Lamar's not from Sacramento.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
But his player is. So, yeah, he was supporting his player.
Well, Steiny thinks Rick Ross is from Sacramento,
dude, that's
so maybe there was something there.
I'm like, it ain't a bit either. Rick Ross.
Oh, come on, man. You can beat the Raptors without a shirt.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Vincent Austin. Great city, by the way. A lot of beautiful people there. What's up, Vince?
Hey. Oh, yeah, Austin's something else, man. I tell you guys that much. But, you know, I was watching the game last night, and I was so impressed by the team defense. Does it seem to you guys that each and every guy is stepping up on defense? One note that I took from last night's game is sometimes the Warriors play too fast for their own good. I counted about 5 turnovers where, you know, either Steph or Draymond's just throwing the ball up the court, which is fine. I'm not going to say we need to change the way we play, but we can kind of notch down the turnovers a little bit. But, you know, Guru, my other man in there, does it seem to you guys that they're playing better team defense? They're playing...
It's incredible, man. And I've been telling Evan and anybody that'll listen, like, that's the one thing I'm taking from this. I don't know what was done. I'm looking at Jerry Stackhouse like, my goodness, what did you bring to the Bay? But we were the worst defensive team and fouled the most last year. And right now, you're right. You can't ignore it. Evan, you can't ignore the defensive intensity.
I think that's been the biggest difference. I mean, offensively, yeah, Buddy Hield's been sensational. They're jacking up more threes and they're hitting them at a pretty high clip. Offensively, they've been very good, but defensively, it's night and day. It really is,
man.
And is there? Coming. I don't think there's just one reason for it. I think there's a lot of reasons. I don't think you go from. I'm not sure if they were literally the worst defense last year.
They were the most fouling team in the NBA last year.
Without Draymond Green, they were, I think, bottom 5 though during the absence he had. But overall, I think they might have ended up middle to lower end of the pack. But my point is, I don't think you make that kind of leap in one offseason without a lot of different things happening. I think Stackhouse coming in and clearly. energizing every single player on defense. Like Buddy Hield talked about it after the game, and here's what he had to say about sort of their defensive mentality in Boston.
Yeah, I still give up some buckets though. I still give up some cheap. I gotta be better at. And that's on me. I gotta keep sticking to the game plan. Stack is on me. Everybody's on me. Draymond's on me, and I'm just learning from them and getting better and learning championship habits. That's what they always preach, championship habits. So I'm just staying locked in and getting stops when I need to get stops, and I think we got stops and made buckets at the right time.
Damn, Evan, championship habits.
Draymond's on him.
Yeah.
Everyone's on each other.
Accountability.
But in a way that's healthy. Not in a way that's you're not doing your job, you stink, challenging people, because they're all competitors. And you said it, championship habits. That's what they're building.
So tell me where I'm wrong, because
trying to build.
Some were coming at me for the Klay slander, and there was no Klay slander. The reality is, I just want to ask Evan Giddings right now, at his job, if you swap out where we think Chris Paul was at defensively or where he was at just in his career, and we swap out Klay Thompson, you bring in 3 new guys. Well, actually, Melton's really not been available, but Slow-Mo and Buddy Hield have been great. I mean, could we just focus on that alone, Evan, to say that's part of what's going on with this resurgence in regard to defense?
Well, I think they found a little bit of it last year. Again, remember the last 29 games of the season, or 30 games, they played good defense. When they figured out that Trayce Jackson-Davis and Draymond Green were the front court to help them build a defensive identity, I think that was the beginning of it. They won a lot. They were very good down the stretch of last season. That's how they even got into the play-in. Remember, they spent more games last season. I hate that I remember this stat. They spent more games last season as the 12 seed than they did as a top 8 seed at all.
Man.
Last season.
Right.
So they were mostly a non-playoff team last year, where I thought they started to build good habits and, to Buddy's point, championship habits. That was when TJD and Draymond were paired together at the 4 and the 5. That means that maybe Kuminga has to take a step back, or if Wiggins is, my point is they prioritized defense at the end of last year, and I think they chose to build on that foundation this offseason by removing Klay, removing CP, and bringing in players like Kyle Anderson, like DeAnthony Melton. Though Melton hasn't played, that indicates to me that they're looking for smart defenders. Lindy Waters is a heady enough player.
And he's playing.
But it also helps that clearly Andrew Wiggins looks like he's playing freely. He's playing aggressively. He was in Tatum's jersey last night for every single second he was on the court, it felt like. Gary Payton II looks like he's 100%. I did not see this GP2 all of last season because he was a bit injury prone.
Man.
Someone like Lindy Waters is able to push people. I think Moses Moody has gotten better. I think Jonathan Kuminga has gotten better. And so, yes, you take away Klay, who wasn't a great defender. CP3 is 37 years of age. That's not going to help you. But also, everyone around them, there's about 5 or 6 different players that I think are playing at a better defensive level than either the replacements or themselves from last season. And that's the reason why they're going to be as good as they are defensively.
Wow, that's a hell of a pull, Evan. So you're saying it just didn't start, in Hawaii. It kind of started last year if you focused in on the home stretch of the Warriors season for them to get to 12 and qualify for the play-in. So, again, I like what I see. And Jonathan Kuminga, Evan, I don't know. I'm not being – I thought he had a couple ticky-tack fouls. But still, at the end of the day, I can't get over the caller called in and say, where does he fit 2 or 3 from deep? And right now, there is no – this is why I love what we do. Strength in numbers is back. How long it's going to last, Evan, that I don't know. Hopefully the whole season. But right now, I think you could say about the 2024 Warriors is strength in numbers is back.
No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and H2 in San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First North Cloud Credit Union. I gave you this stat earlier in the show. I'll give it to you again in regards to the defensive buy-in that I see. Again, this team is number 1 in charges drawn. They're top 5 in box outs, contested 2s, contested 3s. But the other part of that is there isn't a single individual. Well, Podziemski leads the league in charges taken, but the contested shots, right? The box outs, all things that are hustle stats. There isn't one player on the Warriors that is in the top 10 as far as individuals in those categories.
Right.
But as a team, they're top 5 or top 4. That means that everybody is doing something. Wow. It's not just one player. They're not led defensively. I mean, Draymond's the best defensive anchor they have, but it's not as if he is playing 2016 level defense anymore. He's got help from everybody else, and that's another beautiful part about this also.
Man, I love that. And I'll tell you what, Evan, what about the fact that this is just me, and I know Curry's missed some games, but Evan, it feels like the whole team is not chasing Steph Curry like in years past. It feels like now that Buddy Hield's doing his thing, and when he was out there, and it was beautiful to see Curry throw Hield the ball for the dagger to kind of seal the game. And I'm just wondering, with Wiggins being back Wiggins, and now when Trace Jackson-Davis is in the game and Draymond trying to be more aggressive, I don't feel like it's cops and robbers to where Curry has 3 or 4 dudes on him at one time. It's like he can breathe a little bit. And when he can breathe a little bit, he can be an assassin. And last night, 3 points, 6 points going into halftime, and he ends up with 27. And then he basically closed out the game with a couple, 7 of 7 from the line. So that's what I'm liking too offensively, is I feel like, he's not carrying this team on his back.
No doubt. Yeah, this is from the 415 in the Comcast Business Text line. Dubs love Stackhouse, but let's keep it real. It's also part of a high-level 12-man rotation defensive intensity. Uh-huh. And I think, again, it's not just one player. It's not just one coach. It's the combination of Stackhouse clearly bringing a different dynamic to this defense. It's a result of 5 or 6 different players playing either better than their replacements or themselves from last season. I think it's also the fact that they're allowed to be, by how Kerr, to Windhorst's point, is using this hockey line change type of strategy because guys are fresher, and that was not something that I envisioned this summer. I felt like they could have been better defensively last year, but I didn't see them taking this kind of leap. Like they haven't been the best defensive basketball. That belonged to the Thunder.
Okay.
But they've closed the gap. Like the Warriors have closed the gap between wherever they were last year and whoever you think the best team in the NBA is, more than any team in the league. And that's why, when you mentioned it earlier, I'm in complete agreement. Like, they are the surprise of the season. And I think that's what has people excited, because it looks like there's some staying power to this group. And you also mentioned the summer, we were allowed to see them gel, and we were allowed to see if they could figure this out because they didn't pull any trigger on trades this summer.
Man, Evan, what do they say? Sometimes the best things are done that don't happen, or the best deals are the ones you don't make. It seems like the Warriors are staring that in the face, and it's just so funny that I'm reversing the truck back with this take, Evan. But now, moving forward, thank you. Moving forward, you would almost need Jesus in a trade to break up this synergy that they have. And again, I know I got to be careful. It's early and things are going to happen and guys may get cold. But Evan, right now, I'm like, I really wonder what the Warriors brass, Mike D included, really think of these 8 games in regard to if there is that Evan Giddings that comes available at the deadline. Would they trade this in? Because maybe deep down they feel like this can take them so far. It's a good thing, but going to get Evan would put us over the top. Like that has me more excited now than ever, because remember, Steiny kept saying that these contracts, the Warriors they're set up to where if they wanted to make a move, they could. But boy, I never once in a million years, and I looked at that as a downfall. Like, oh, I don't like that. That's not how you go into a season. And then now look, Evan, so far.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't give up beans for an Evan Giddings, but what I think you're talking about is what Brian Windhorst mentioned also on ESPN this morning about how the Warriors are in a prime position.
They may not want to do anything with this roster because it's so good, but the Warriors are the biggest candidate in my mind to make a big trade. They tried to trade for LeBron James last trade deadline. I know it was was one of the most amazing stories that Woj and Ramona reported all last year, was that trade talks went down. Okay, that didn't happen. Then they tried to trade for Paul George. Then they tried to trade for Lauri Markkanen. This is a team that's got an itchy trigger finger trying to make a big deal. All of these players' value are increasing as this happens. Now, they may not want to touch what they've got going, but this team has its draft picks going forward. They have all these guys. They've lowered their payroll by $50 million.
Wow, man.
I mean, you heard Windy.
I did.
Warriors are the team most likely to make a trade.
Itchy finger. Like that, but does that itchy finger not become less itchy?
Like my
with
silver
more
medalist
wins?
from Turkey.
Yeah, there you go.
And I think that's the next, part of the conversation is the Warriors continue to, what I believe, prove that they're for real. Last night was a statement game in Boston. I think they put the league on notice that they are for real, and this is a team that can do some things this year. It's always interesting to me that we think about teams, and you always want to make trades when things are going wrong. Oftentimes, when trades happen, it's because things are going well, and you feel like you're a piece away. Like, again, the Niners at the trade deadline didn't really make a move. I know they got a backup defensive lineman. I don't think this season has warranted them making a trade because I don't think they're just one guy away. You saw other contenders in the NFL make moves to get one guy to shore up one spot. The Warriors, are they a piece away? I don't think we know that yet. But Windhorst is right that because of the contracts that they've acquired and how those contracts are playing, they probably do look pretty damn good to a lot of teams. And the article we read yesterday from Youngmasuk, whether the Clippers nixed the trade, he said the Warriors denied the trade for Paul George. It looks like that was the right choice. And so I do wonder how that front office down the road at Chase Center is evaluating this start and whether or not they feel like they need to add to it or maybe more importantly, remove something from it.
Man, great call, Evan. And also, I came in and you were reading our friend of the program, Sam Amick. He wrote a piece to that. If you guys want to go check it out in The Athletic, Sam Amick, that was a great piece too. But let me just ask you something, Evan. And again, anybody out there listening can be like, Goo, you need to slow down. And I will. But the bottom line is, right now, the standard in the West is Dallas. And rightfully so. They went to the finals, right? And I know Luka, Kyrie are just incredible individual basketball players. And I say all that to say, Evan, is I can dream and think about right now, currently constructed, the Warriors, if they were to hook up with Dallas in a series, that's not a sweep by Dallas if this Warrior defense continues and grows and becomes greater, because you got so many guys and options, Wiggins, Kuminga, the Moody's of the world, Draymond, to try to just keep those guys at bay to where it becomes a series. And I know I'm dreaming, Evan, to where, okay, Dallas, what do your others look like? And they got others. But I'm just looking at a deep-ass Warrior team that I can't wait and wish I could simulate the season to see in April or May, what are we talking about in regard to record? And do you even want to make a move, Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy? Because, boy, what you've done in the offseason you've come up aces.
So far.
Okay.
So far, you're 7-1.
No doubt.
No, the Warriors are tied for first place in the West. It's been 8 games,
so far.
Phoenix, OKC, Denver. Dallas is off to a 5-3 start. The Rockets are off to a 5-3 start. You beat them on Saturday. You're going to see Dallas next Tuesday, and you're going to see 2 top teams over the next couple of games. The Warriors, I think, look, they're in an exciting place because, again, so far this movie, it looks like, I don't know, might be in the Academy Award nomination category. We got to find out. But I'm loving what I'm seeing from the Warriors, and I think a lot of fans are too. But does it make you reevaluate the Warriors' place on the trade market? Because there was something else in the Amick article that I thought was interesting, and that if the Warriors had done it, this would look like a very different basketball team, and I'm not sure it would be for the best. So 888-957-9570, we'll get into that on the other side. Also, again, just how much you believing in this Warriors team, right? How much are you believing in them? I feel like they're a top 4 seed as currently constructed. That can be what their ceiling is. Maybe you believe it's more, maybe you believe it's less. Let us know at 888-957-9570. Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's coming up in the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service bank with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Heading out to catch the next big game? Start your journey right.
guy that would get 15, 20 minutes, right? The JaVales, the Zazas, all those fives. Moses is the guy who's starting now, but is only getting 15, 17 minutes.
No doubt.
I don't have a problem with that. I just think it's interesting he's doing it with guards.
Yeah, and he almost caught a body on that one. Dude, I
wanted him to throw it down.
I wanted to text. I know he's on vacation. I was like, that's the athleticism. He tried to man.
And he's quietly been one of the more capable and dependable three-point shooters.
No doubt about it.
I think Moses Moody is shooting close to 50% this season from
Draymond over what? 4? Yeah, I looked it up. I'll get back to you.
Well,
you didn't ask.
Over on air balls last night.
Hey!
What? What?
Looney!
That's what I said.
No, Draymond's been aggressive from 3. Maybe.
I hate myself.
I'm sorry.
You, Ken, and I are on the thread, and I got to bring up during the show 4 hours worth of fodder.
What?
I called Looney. I had to type it. I was waiting for you guys to say.
Well, you've only brought it up 3 times today.
I felt bad. I hate I'm that type of person, man.
No, you called it. You had Looney having a big game.
Let other people give you a compliment.
I also was able to hit my over on Jason Tatum, over 29.5.
Not the game, though.
Not the game. The game, yeah. Well, yeah, the Boston Celtics lost. Yeah. Although, I don't know. I thought that game was going to be a measuring stick game, and the Warriors measured up.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who hasn't measured up real quick. We'll get back into Golden State in a sec. Who hasn't measured up? After a 3-game losing streak, and I'm actually sad we're talking about this because Spadoni just left. I hope he's listening on his scooter down.
Oh, boy, you going here, yeah.
JJ Redick, what are we doing?
Are you acting?
It's 8 games.
But the walk-off?
Now, to be fair, he sat at the podium and answered questions for, I think, 7 or 8 minutes before, but he got fed up from some reporter's question.
Oh, God.
You can't be throwing a tantrum as a rookie head coach 8 games into a season.
Yeah, no doubt, Evan. I didn't like that. I was like, oh, boy, it's getting to me.
For someone who people compared to Pat Riley. Now, Riley's been known to literally throw some things.
Yeah. Oh, no.
But I have to imagine in his first season with the Lakers, he was not getting pissed off and storming out of press conferences 2 weeks onto the job.
JJ, don't be Magic Johnson, because that didn't last long with the Lakers. I'm with you. I didn't like it. I'm like JJ playing for the cameras.
You didn't
have AD.
No, he didn't. Well, yeah, exactly. You're not going to win a lot of games.
Bron had 39.
Player. They're not very deep.
Yeah. Well, Memphis.
Yeah, Bronny had 2 points.
They come in after
huge.
Dallas, right?
Memphis?
Yeah, to go to Chase, I believe.
See, actually, I'm glad you brought that up.
I can't.
I'm not looking that far ahead.
Oh, boy.
I'm not looking down the line and next week, the week after, the All-Star break, the postseason. I'm not doing that.
One game at a time.
Cleveland on Friday, OKC on Sunday. And maybe I guess I'm not overlooking Klay on Tuesday. That's going to be awesome.
I got to be honest. Here I go again. Mr. Schedule Man. I like uniforms. I'm a nerd. I like announcers. I watch the game again.
Well, you like everything.
I don't. But what else? I hate the Warriors playing for Sunday. I don't like sharing. They did it when Dallas a couple weeks ago.
Wait. Isn't 4 o'clock the perfect time to play on a Sunday? Because that's right after the 1 o'clock games go.
Well, but
you
then
get to watch the first half.
No, I'm watching what's Phil Simms' son and company.
Chris?
Yeah.
Oh, Sunday Night Countdown?
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. That's the primer for the Sunday night.
If it's not Warriors Live brought to you by Xfinity, I don't watch pregame shows.
That's my show.
Or the kickoff show, which I'm on with Lorenzo and Neil. Obviously, you should tune into that every Sunday. But the thing is, when would you want a game on Sunday? A basketball game?
I don't.
6.
Yeah, I don't. Until this football season's over. How about that? I said what I said.
Well, I'm sorry. They have to work on the Sabbath. That's what they're going to do.
Give me that Saturday night Warrior game, that 5:30 or something like that. I'm all in.
Well,
I just hate Sunday.
I hated the Warrior. I wish they'd played at 4 o'clock for the home opener because I would have been able to watch a little bit of it before the Niners played the Cowboys on Sunday night.
That's when Curry got hurt.
Yeah, instead it was like a snooze fest in the first half of the Niners game. And I found myself paying more attention to what they were doing against the Clippers.
Dude, man, when we reconvene Monday, what are we going to be? Are we going to be talking about 9-1? Oh, you said one get Friday. You're worried about Ice Cube Friday.
That was my end of the Dana call.
All right. That was pretty good. You got to play it before we get out of here.
If you haven't tweeted about it, it doesn't count. That's from the boss himself.
Happy birthday.
The birthday boy. Yeah, he's got a cake coming in.
I'm going to go on Twitter and just
Lucas
put
gets
happy
cakes
birthday.
for not everybody.
I thought it was a surprise.
Oops. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. Let's talk about the Dubs, not cakes.
He's going to rip me somehow.
No, I think he's coming down my road. What's up, Bobby?
Oh, man. Good. That was very prescient. I do have a little bit to come after you about.
Oh, no.
I'm here.
So I caught a little bit of you guys about an hour ago. First of all, I don't really like that you put a lot of the Bay Area in a position to have to defend Tatum. He definitely is not Dak Prescott. I don't know why you did that.
Yeah, my friends they're coming down my road on that one. But go ahead. I hear you. It's your call.
So here's the reason I called your show today, and I'm sorry if you already went over it, but I got to tell you, these little throwback unis, the white with this red, I really don't like them. It makes every player look kind of fat and slow to me. I know they won the game, but I guess your opinion on these, because I really don't like them.
I was just about to bring them up.
Dude, wow, Bobby, like they've grown on me, and I'm I can't body shame anybody, but I've been working, but I don't think that's true, Evan. I don't think everybody has that pouch because of the uniform. I haven't seen that, and I like these unis.
Well, some players naturally have pouches. Bobby, I want to ask you this, though, because I was under the impression that these uniforms are supposed to pay homage to the Al Attles era. Does that change your opinion at all?
So, again, I called them throwback, and I'm only basing it on the appearance, not what they represent. I guess for some reason they remind me too much of that Craig Elo Cleveland Cavaliers jersey.
Oh, wow. Look at
you. The one where he fell down like he was shot after Michael Jordan made that one shot.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's too much association. But obviously, I mean no disrespect to any Warrior great players or coaches if that is what they are to represent. So thanks for making me feel bad, Giddens. I appreciate you.
No, because I was in the same boat as you, Bobby. When I saw them come out, I was like, dude, I do not like these. These are gross. And then someone was like, hey, it's for Al Attles. And then I got put back on.
And Bobby, what about this? I told Evan and Ken.
Oh, he's
gone.
Yeah.
He's probably listening. I threw something at the TV.
Well, you had a bigger problem, I think,
I'm
with
about
the
to go
Celtics.
here, and I'm still in this bit for the ones that are in the know. Larry Bird, McHale are rolling over in their grave. They're actually not because they're still with us. NBA,
cornbread
take a play
would come
off.
down your road.
They're supposed to wear your Virgin Mary whites. And those are the whites at home. You don't wear your road green. And the Warriors should have been in their blue or whatever, the black. You don't wear your darks at home. I'm just tired of what we're doing.
Well, they've been doing that for a long time.
Yeah, and I don't like it, and I've never liked it, young man. I'm just telling you, last night, that threw me off. Why are the Warriors in white on the road when the Celtics come on.
See, it's got to be at least for
I'm an old head, and I
7
don't
or 8
care.
years. Well, okay, all right. Well, now I got to ask you this because sometimes you won't come down the Warriors road. What about the town jerseys that they used to wear when they were in Oakland? Did you like those?
I did like those, and
at home,
and I kind of got that, but that was the town jerseys were a different option in a different jersey in itself. Wearing your road greens at home, and the Warriors do it. They wear their road blues at home. I don't like it.
Well, and a lot of people are in agreement with you. The 510, the Comcast Business Text line. I agree. Oh, this is in football, but I hate when a home team wears white. That's why I hate the Cowboys.
Well,
sorry, 707. Goo is right. Wish they could revert back to the old uniform styles. Home is white, away is black. So, gosh, I lost my train of thought. There was something I was going to mention about those uniforms.
The town?
No, the Warriors.
The Niners do it right. They wear bright red, and I get that, and that's their staple.
Okay, what if I told you the Warriors are going to win 90% of their games this year wearing those uniforms?
Well, then wear them. But, Evan, you know what I mean? Like, I get ready.
Well, no, it still means they're not very good looking. Like, I don't think the Giants, the City Connect jerseys, the white ones with the fog.
Did I give you the update on that?
I think Oh, thank God. Sorry, Ken got on my ear and said they're done.
Yeah, but you got to wait a year for the new ones. Why do you got to wear them until the new ones arrive?
No, they're gross.
But there's no alternatives next year. I'm not cool with that. You should have your new ones on deck. And if you don't, continue to wear the ugly ones, but don't discontinue it. And we got to wait a year. That's the stuff that bothers me. If I were president, I swear to God, having the uniform stuff would be on point.
Well, based on recency, I think he got a chance. The thing is about the uniforms. Yeah, my bad. The thing about the uniforms, and we'll get back to the Warriors in a second, is I think that some teams have classically beautiful uniforms.
Yes!
The Giants, not to do too much baseball, the San Francisco Giants are one of them. Like they have classic uniforms.
What they're not utilizing. Go ahead.
Orange and black is not a sexy combination, in my opinion.
No, the Jack Clark blacks that they could have, or the Johnny LeMaster orange, they don't use that enough for me. Like the Giants should be wearing orange and black with the gray pants on the road.
What they need is a name on the back of their jersey so know who the hell is playing third base when they bring a River Cat up to sit and come off the bench.
You think I'm playing?
Yeah. All right. Get us back on track. Right. Big D's in the hospital.
Birthday. He ain't tripping.
Yeah, yes, he is. Big D's in the hospital. Wants to talk Dubs. What's going on, man? How we doing?
Oh, not much, man. Just sitting here on my lunchtime listening to you. You know, I didn't hear Steiny's voice. Thought I'd chime in on the Warriors. They whooped on Celtics. I love that game. Man, they were going toe-to-toe. And then, that when Steve Kerr called that timeout when they were scrambling for the ball, I think that turned it around. After that, it was, man, they were shooting lights out. I loved it.
Yeah,
and,
no doubt.
As for the jerseys,
Yeah,
as for the jerseys, I want to see that old school bright yellow City jersey.
Where are they?
Outline on it.
Yes.
Man, that's going to be nice if they ever come out with that. Yep. And nice hearing you guys again. I know I haven't called in a long time.
Hey, what you having for lunch?
The Warriors
what you having for lunch?
Back. You know what, man? You know I had to have that big fat sandwich from Pete's Deli on the Visadero, man.
Oh, boy. You got me hungry. Pepper jack cheese.
On the Viz?
Hey, just make sure you bring your credit card because you know young Pete raised the price on us.
Everything's expensive, baby.
Yeah, up 25%.
I know. Yeah. Hey, come on down. Bring your credit card and your insurance card. We got you.
Wow, there it is.
Thanks, Big D.
Yep.
Oh boy.
The yellow unis.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Something that snuck under the radar last night. I don't know if anybody caught this. You see what shoes Curry was wearing?
Now this bothers me that I didn't.
So they were lavender. The same shoes that he wore when the Warriors won the championship in 2022 in Game 6. And I believe also the same shoes he wore during Game 4 when he had that 40-burger.
Evan, I got to ask your sources. Where did you get that from? I'm up here with notes galore, so I thought, and that's the stuff that makes me tingle.
Well, he just reminded me when he said, I like this and that and the other, and I was just thinking there was something about the jerseys that I did last night, or that I did like, and I guess it wasn't the jersey specifically, but it was the fact that Curry, he's
a man.
I love the attention to detail. And the trolling within the game, without even saying anything about it. I don't think anybody asked him after the game about the shoes.
How did
coming
you know?
Back. Well, I saw him. Is it the free throw line? I was like, those shoes look familiar.
Evan, are you telling me you in real time?
Well, because I had also gone back, and I'm a nerd, so I went back and watched the 40-point performance in Game 4. The lavender Currys were on his shoes.
I love this. Evan, I ain't been closer to you now than I've ever been. No way!
Yeah, we've gotten to know each other over the course of this jersey segment here on
wow,
on
I appreciate that.
By the way, Steph is also loving exactly what's going on right now. Playing 13 guys. He's bought in.
I mean, until proven otherwise, that's how we have to play. And we've talked about it. Coach has talked about it till he's blue in the face already. Like every practice, every film session, every pregame talk, it's the same message. So it is who we are right now. It's who we have to be. You obviously know as the season goes on, rotations it happened tonight. Like rotations get a little tight in the second half just because you're trying to win and you're trying to put the pieces together. But it's a fun way to play because, again, every night is different and everybody has to stay engaged, and it's working.
It is working, and that's why, when we talked about the idea of a trade or being a piece away or whatever, I'm in wait and see mode. I'm in wait and see mode for the rest of this season, and maybe not the rest of the season, but it's certainly until you actually have to decide and do something. I think the Warriors can still get to another level. I think that they're going to show us over the next 50 games or whatever it is until the All-Star break and the trade deadline. They're going to show us who they really are. And right now the numbers are telling us they're one of the best teams in basketball, and they showed it last night.
Evan, no doubt. But I guess I'm so confident, or I'm more confident in what they're doing being sustainable from the simple vantage point of, Evan, it's not they're doing it with threes and they're shooting 50%. Then you could sit there and really look at each other and say, you know what?
Some nights they are.
Yeah, but more often than not, that bad boy's coming down. Evan, they're doing this with defense. So, yeah, last night was Tatum. You had Derek White, a good Celtic team with no Jaylen Brown. But at some point, you're going to play Dallas here coming up. You got Cleveland and Donovan Mitchell Friday, Shea Sunday. Evan, I don't think the defensive end of the court is a fluke for this team. Not meaning they're going to shut every team down, but if everybody collectively is bringing this intensity, moving their feet, not fouling, then it's like I'm going football. The old Ravens, the old Steelers, the Niners of past years, where you can identify and know each week you might not win the game, but some teams, their staple and their identity is their defense. And early on, short sample size, Evan, this team defense, it's just incredible to watch. So I guess I'm saying that to you as you look at me. When is that going to evaporate? There's no flukeness in effort and intensity. And I don't know if there's a stat how many times Warrior players or guys with Warrior jerseys are getting on the floor fighting or causing a jump ball. So that hunger is there. And that's what I'm wondering, Evan, can that wane? Maybe it can, but...
I think inevitably is going to. Like, you have peaks and valleys of a season, but right now, they look like perfect produce, fresh.
Wow,
like they're fresh after having a longer offseason. Although Curry, I guess, got his running during the Olympics, but he's in unbelievable shape.
Incredible.
It never seems, that doesn't seem to wane. But the thing, and I don't know if it's because last year, again, they made it to the second round of the playoffs, so you had maybe an extra month of basketball. The year before that, they were obviously coming off a championship. I do think there is something to having an extended offseason where some of these guys got to work on their bodies. Andrew Wiggins looked like he is in 2022 form and conditioning after going through unimaginable loss with his father this summer. There was an article that Kendra Andrews wrote a couple days ago on ESPN about how, he was basically saying he might feel like, kind of a weight was lifted, with all that.
Right.
And I don't know if that's what's been going on the past two seasons, but Wiggins, to me, is not the same player, or was not the same player the last 2 years that he appears that he's on track to be this year. And that's something that the Warriors need. Like, they need that player. Last night in Boston, one thing I did notice about Tatum, because I thought that Tatum played well, specifically in the third quarter, but anytime that Wiggins was on him, he clearly struggled. Like, Wiggins made things very difficult for Jason Tatum. He had an and one midi in the fourth quarter. That was a tough finish.
Yeah.
But otherwise, he wasn't ineffective, but he was inefficient. Yeah. And I think Wiggins was a big part of that.
No doubt about it. And I don't think anybody on this earth talking basketball or hoop head will tell you that Andrew Wiggins on the defensive end is a walk in the park. I mean, he can get down. He's proved it. And if you're right, Evan, and he's back, and they can book or count on this number 22 night in, night out, sky's the limit, man. Not just for him, this team.
Yeah, and I think that the stamina is something that's going to again, fluctuate. Like, it's going to go up and down.
Because you see him sucking for air a little bit, but he's using a lot, too.
Yeah, and like Kerr mentioned, it was the first time they played Steph heavy minutes this year, right? He played 34, 35 minutes. Draymond had to play heavy minutes. But that's where the depth of this team, I think, also is going to be able to cushion some of that natural wane that you're talking about, right? If you have players that are playing 15 minutes one night. Okay, so this night's going to be a Moses Moody night. We need him to play 20 to 25. We need Jonathan Kuminga to play 30, 35. Maybe some nights he's only playing 15. And so I think these guys are going to be able to maintain their overall level of health because they're not being taxed as much as they had to be in years past.
You said it the other day. Yeah, you said what was your formula? If I'm paraphrasing correct, Evan, you didn't want Curry being driven 35 minutes or 34 or 32 minutes a night. What you want is 25, 26, 27, and let the others pick up the pace. And I mean, there'll be nights when you need them to do that, but I came in here and I still am, Evan, excited about what we've seen thus far.
Oh, and we might be getting a return to the strength in numbers because Anthony Slater just tweeted out a moment ago that DeAnthony Melton has been upgraded to questionable tomorrow night in Cleveland. Banged his right knee. They also had the back issue, 5 games with a back issue. Draymond Green's questionable. He was the one who banged his knee last night. And then Pajemski, who was kind of a late scratch with the illness, that I will say, in all joshing manner, like that kind of lets him off the hook for Washington.
Oh, okay, got you.
Like it was something serious.
Right.
I don't want to go full Debo.
So I knew you. I was about to bring it up, but I got you.
I don't want to go full Debo. He asked out of that game for a reason, and he was unavailable.
Now
in Boston.
Real quick, Evan, I don't want to. You won't be here tomorrow, but a big game for the Niners this weekend. I know they're getting lost with the Warriors or whatnot, and they didn't have a game. That's why. But this ain't no easy get. Tampa Bay, they just took Kansas City 15 rounds.
Well, you might say, Evan, what the hell are you talking about? Tampa Bay is 4-5.
Okay.
They're not a sub-500 football team. I know the contradicting statements.
Give us some of the wins, Evan.
Well, they're the only team who's beaten Detroit. They did it on the road.
Now how much is that worth?
They got a win against Washington. It was week 1 of the season.
How much is that worth?
They beat Philadelphia, though Philly was without, I think, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith for that game. They also beat the Falcons, who are a 6-win team.
Man.
Tampa Bay's not bad. Tampa Bay has the best strength of victory in the NFL.
Okay.
But, and I see Tom and Sonoma. I want to give you your just due on the other side. If you want to hang out through the commercial break,
Tom,
be sure to give you your full allotment of time on the other side. Jason Timpt of the Volume Sports, he was tweeting a lot of, I thought, very interesting things. He's a hoop head. He knows ball. We've had him on before. We're going to talk to him at 1:15 here on 95.7 The Game. And he had some interesting thoughts about, again, the Warriors' sustainability, but also some of the things that they do defensively that are going to be able to remain and might even help them beat some of the top dogs like Boston, but also perhaps Cleveland and OKC. So that's coming up at 1:15. When we come back, though, you open up a door to an interesting conversation I thought the morning show had. And I forget if it was Bontier Shasky threw this out, but
the fellas,
who do you have more faith in right now? The Niners or the Warriors? And it's open-ended. It could be postseason, could be regular season sustainability.
Wow.
Who do you have more faith in right now after watching the Warriors beat the Boston Celtics and the Niners getting set to open up the second half of their season this weekend against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? I think it's an interesting question, and I'm curious what your thought is on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much more. Locations and coupons at BarryOilChange.com. Evan and Fristani, Daryl the Guru Johnson, back after this, 95.7 The Game.
Don't look now.
This is Kavon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
I don't know what you're talking about, Gil.
I had your back, Looney. Called you player of the game and came through with 2 big boards.
Detroit was playing chess last night.
The Pistons are playing competitive basketball and had the game, lost on a game winner, buzzer beater.
Yeah, that buzzer beater for the Hornets might have cost them Cooper Flag.
Oh, it's early.
That is chess.
Wave the white flag. I can say it, right? That is pretty dope. Duke, yeah. Look at Ken. Relax. What's up, Evan?
Well, no, he's good. He is a white guy I'm excited about watching dunk, unlike the dude on Memphis. Jay Huff is a stiff. The 7-footer. I don't really see it. But, okay. That's our Around the Association news from the bottom feeders.
And
Although
one
Memphis
more
ain't
before
bad.
we get to it. Since Steiny's not here, I'm trying to aggravate you. You're not taking the bait.
It's my last day of the week.
LaMelo Ball's a baller.
Yes.
Okay. All right. See, now that's why I love you.
See, man. But you and I feel like
dude can play ball, man.
Well,
I'm not
from
saying
our text
he's
thread,
perfect.
you and I see Hope a lot more similarly than me and Steiny.
Yeah. Steiny's like Bobby Knight.
You're worthless.
No.
Moody not athletic.
He might say that about.
Moody's athletic.
Well, he can jump high.
Wow. All right. So you
But I
think
don't know
I
if
got the
that's-
bar set low if I'm like he can wiggle and create his own shot.
I think
Moody?
Steiny just has a higher bar for
I guess
like
so.
the athletes.
All right.
Like Kuminga's
oh my God.
unbelievably athletic, but sometimes his lateral quickness.
Yeah.
Although this year he's been really good.
He got to work on his navigation system. And there's a couple times
the GPS.
Yeah, he'll hit guys in the back because they think he's shooting the ball. It's like, dude, no, you had that shot. You going up, you got to shoot it. You can't pass it. That bailout pass. And it hits the guys in the back. Who'd he hit last night? I think it was Peyton. I'm like, you should have shot that, Kuminga. He thought you would shoot that. But anyway.
Oh, we did overlook the biggest gaffe of the night. I think GP2 talked about it after the game.
What am I missing?
Please do not let me start with Wiggs in these layups. Okay? He is 6'8", 6'9". I tell him just to dunk it. Dunk it, Wiggs. Hashtag dunk it, Wiggs. Hashtag dunk it, Wiggs. All right?
We can only talk about this because they won the game and Wiggins was awesome.
We got to say something
He
about
should have
that.
had 20 points.
No doubt about it. But what did I tell you the night before, couple nights before? He looked like Patrick Ewing. Oh, in Houston. So he's working himself back into shape. He's still in condition. He a thin mint, but I feel like his wind or endurance, if he pulled up, he'd say, Goo, I got a little way to go.
Wiggins?
And I think that's why he kind of just botched that bunny. I watched it like, Wiggins, what's going?
Well, I think it was Buddy Hield who gave it the ball. I thought that Wiggins was expecting Buddy to just take it. Like, he wasn't expecting to get the
Evan,
ball.
You're 6'8", you get it right there. And he went up, and then his knee kind of gave me at the gym. I had those, like, something gave out on the flat tire.
Well, that was one of those where he's got, like a 40, 45-inch standing dunk vert, or at least he used to.
He missed that bad boy.
It wasn't the combine yet. He came up a little bit short, got caught in between. And he knew it, too. The moment it left his hands, because he went back up for the rebound. He almost got it.
And Porzingis was laughing. I don't know if you see that one. Porzingis was in street clothes laughing. I know. Wiggins looked over there probably like, get your ass out here. At least I'm playing.
I feel like that is one of the plays that, I don't know if they do film study in the NBA because they don't have many off days. That's probably the first one you start with.
No doubt, man.
Yeah, Wiggins can take it. Yeah, thank you. 408.
And GP2 said layups with the S like it's happened before.
Hashtag dunk it, Wiggs. Yeah, is this something in practice we haven't been seeing? Wiggins just leave it a little bit short. It was like Curry getting caught during mid-flight. Except Wiggins is a supreme athlete.
Yeah.
At least used to be. All right, Tom's out in Sonoma's been hanging on patiently. Wants to talk about the Warriors beating up on the Celtics. What's up, Tom? How we doing?
Hey, Evan. Hey, Guru. Happy Thursday, guys.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man. I had power out, and I had to do my emergency radio. I felt so into the game, man. I couldn't leave the damn radio at any time of the night.
So you had Tim Roy on the call, huh?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess,
he got
He did a
it.
great job, man. You're right, my brother. You're right. Hey, the 12-man, 13-man rotation is working. The reason why, we have 3 different teams with a 12 and 13-man rotation. Last year, we would fall apart in the fourth quarter because we had an 8 to 9-man rotation.
we can go against the odds, man. People said this has never been done. I say, I love the challenge. Let's keep doing it. I got to say, guys, the two new coaches, Jerry Stackhouse and Tim Schultz, I hope I said that right.
Terry Stotts?
These guys are bringing something to the table, man. I got it. The Dub Nation is seeing it, guys. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, no doubt.
Thanks,
yeah, he was
Tom.
talking about Stotts, huh?
Yeah, Stotts is, well, Terry Stotts is like one of the more humble people, I feel like. He basically says, I just basically brought one player from Portland. That's it.
I love it.
But I think it does, again, it falls into the basket of this team got shaken up this summer. You know, Klay, Chris Paul, sure, but also Kenny Atkinson is no longer here. A lot of people, I think, have been wanting someone to, I don't know if it's changed the defensive strategy, but I don't extract the best out of it.
Man.
Since Mike Brown left for Sacramento.
Oh, good call.
And it feels like Jerry Stackhouse has been able to fill that void somewhat. And Terry Stotts is, along with Steve Kerr, been able to put their heads together and figure out what's best for this offense, because right now they're maximizing it.
Yeah, Evan, and again, I know I sound like a broken record. Speaking of Stackhouse, it looks like he can still play.
I believe he's been going to guys in practice. And I do believe that.
Guard me.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I'll say this. Man, what about the fact that, you know, they're not fouling anymore, Evan? They led the NBA in fouls. Like, that's a sign. One, a bad defense. Two, people can run you down. The clock doesn't stop. I mean, is that as simple as it? And I'm not saying it's simple. I would love to hear Stack say, or Ron Adams, you know, what's changed? And I know you mentioned the departures and the acquisitions, but Evan, they're infected. Like, there is an infectious quality of just give it your all when you're out there wearing the blue and gold.
Well, that's true. So you just asked like what's different. Well, let's hear from the Boston Celtics head coach, because Joe Mazzulla was asked what the Warriors did differently in this matchup compared to the last one. Last time they were in Boston, they got beat by 52.
They're physical, so they force you to fight for your space. You know, they have active hands, so I think in the first half they got a ton of deflections. They were able to get some stuff there, but I thought we did a better job of handling the physicality in the second half. And just have to put, again, we talk physicality, it's just as much as defense as offense. So it took us a little while to get adjusted to that. Once we did, we executed really well, and then it just came down to a couple possessions at the end.
And that might be something that Stackhouse brings is, you know, I always think about him as a physical player.
Oh, man.
The Warriors are playing physical defense. Like, they're closing airspace. They're getting into guys. Again, they're top 5 in terms of contests around the league, number 1 in charges.
Wow.
Box outs, like they're hitting buys. Like, they're doing all the little things that lead to you looking up at the scoreboard and seeing them holding a Boston Celtics team to 40 points and a half.
And what's funny about that soundbite, too, Evan, and your point is that sounds like Houston. We didn't wake up to the second half. You woke up, but it was too late. Mazzulla talking about, you know, we figured it out. It was too late. So I love that you know. I
mean, they had a 6-point lead in the last 5.5 minutes.
We got to put a rat on the table brought to you by Atco. This just me. This is how you know I'm not a homer. Warriors were down 5, Evan, and Curry got a 3-point foul call on, was it D. White?
Yeah.
And they reviewed it. I didn't see much, but you tell me if you saw something. But I was like, boy, they on our side. Well, I just knew that bad boy's getting overturned.
Okay, and this is where I would say keep that play along with the one on the other end where Derek White got allegedly tangled up with Steph. And they called a foul on D. White. Keep those two in the back pocket when later this season you and Steiny eventually have the conversation that Curry doesn't get calls.
Okay, all right.
Just keep it in the back pocket.
I like that.
Now, he might get less calls than other quote-unquote superstars, but those were 2 calls that if his name is Brandon Pajemski, I don't think he gets.
That is, I mean, Evan, it was everything.
And those were 2 big calls. The 3-point one more so than the other one, because I think Curry hits the 3 free throws and then was the wing 3 on the next possession, the one that gave him the lead.
Got bang, bang.
Just immediately, just like that. Yeah, no, but to their credit, they don't put themselves in positions to either get those calls, make those plays without getting stops on the other end.
And that's what it is. I mean, where's Andre Iguodala these days, man? I know he'd be proud of this defensive effort that he's seeing from the Warriors.
Might be the Olympic Club.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. But, first of all, time for the legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back on Monday. Well, you guys are going to have 2 games to react to. Cleveland, along with OKC.
And the Niners
on
Tampa.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Which brings me back to our question right before
here we go,
the break. And Jason Timpf is going to join us from the Volume Sports in about 15 minutes. But before we get to that, like if I was going to ask you who you have more faith in right now, Niners are halfway through their season, Warriors in relative infancy. But if I was going to ask you who you have more faith in, the Niners or the Warriors, how would you answer that?
This is how you know I'm a grown-up, and I'm the old head, right, E? And as excited and demonstrative as I've been, and I'm not ashamed about it. I know you're like, just answer the question, Goo. But Evan, it's the Niners. And the reason it's the Niners is they were just in the Super Bowl. I don't think anything's gone their way yet, and yet they're 4-4. McCaffrey is, I hope with the best of them, should be back. And I feel like they are set to go on a run. The Warriors, coming off a season of no playoffs, me being nervous, didn't land a big fish. I love what I see now, but I feel like, Evan, we're in the first quarter of their season, and we are. So I got to go with the pedigree, the moxie, the know-how of being in the hole, digging yourself out under Kyle. So I feel like we're about to see the best Niner football moving forward, and that's why right now I would say I would take that over if the Warriors can prove to us, and hopefully they do, that they can sustain whatever you deem this great start is.
But before I answer, I would just ask you, don't the Warriors also have pedigree?
Well, it kind of went out the window for me last year when they didn't make the play-in, and then the way that they lost to the Sacramento Kings, that hurt me. And I was told or sold that connectivity was back and it was going to be on display, so that hurt me. And then the year before, no shade, you lost in 6 to the Lakers. But I guess to answer your question, I would just say, we're a couple bases past that to where, I'm a bit skeptical. But I would love for you to just analyze my Niner thing because, again, they might, Evan, I just think if McCaffrey comes back, they're going to take off. I could be totally wrong, but you told me to pick.
No, I think it's fair. I just think it's interesting. Like, I don't know. I think the Warriors and Niners are in similar situations where the Warriors have the brass, right? But last 2 seasons hasn't really been that. The Niners have more recent extended postseason success. But there's, and look, maybe I am sipping the Kool-Aid, but I feel like this Warriors team has more action, and it's early, but I just, maybe I'm trusting my eyes too much with regards to the Niners because I haven't seen that level of play from some of their top guys that I've seen in years past, even last season. And everything so far, you're right, has not gone their way. But I guess I just wonder why all of a sudden it would change after a bye week.
And that's what I was getting ready to throw to you.
Is it because of McCaffrey?
Right, and that's why I was going to ask you, Evan, do you feel like at all that you're underselling just how great he can make things or the offense, which makes the defense better? Like, is there any of that comes to you? Or you feel like, Goo, yeah, you could put that spark plug in, but you're still going to be missing something. The car's going to still be misfiring. I don't think.
So they've both played 8 games.
Oh, that's a great call. Okay.
The Warriors and the Niners. In 8 games, the Niners do not have a victory that they can hang their hat on, in my opinion. Last night, the Warriors got one. The Warriors have more signature victories already than the San Francisco 49ers do. That might be unfair.
I think it is, but go ahead. I'll see you working.
But that's the reality. So the Niners, to me, have proven less with more time than the Warriors already have, and it's just 10% into their season.
But what if I were to tell you the Niners have not yet to miss an invite, not get an invite to the party, miss an exit on the playoff highway? Like, that all is still before them. and a division title possibly.
No, I know, but I'm.
You know what I mean? Like they have not
I'm
had
throwing
their
out
Steph
last
Curry.
year though.
Yeah.
Like last year doesn't matter to me. If last year mattered to me, I'm gonna just be real. If last year mattered to me, then I'd be waiting for Andrew Wiggins to turn back into a pumpkin. I'd be waiting for Curry to hit his shooting slump from the second half of last season. I'd be waiting for Draymond Green to get suspended. I'd be waiting for GP2 to get hurt.
Evan, but what if...
I'd be waiting for Kavon Looney to play himself out of shape. All of those things are behind them.
But it still can happen again to the Warriors. I'm not being negative. All those things you just mentioned could rhythm, like, that could happen.
Then why can't McCaffrey get hurt?
Well, he did.
No, but why can't he get hurt again then?
Oh, well...
Why
okay.
can't Greenlaw come back and not be the same player after an Achilles tear?
All right, if that's how you go, okay.
Why can't some of these Niners players that have already been hurt continue to stay hurt? Why aren't they going to get injured further down the rest of the season?
I get that, but what if McCaffrey doesn't, Evan? Like, I just feel like you're not giving the Niners, and they're not asking, a pass for playing the first 8 games of their season without their best player. And
the Warriors played 3 of their first 8 games without their best player. They won all 3 of them.
Yeah. I would just say that and look, I don't want to knock the Warriors for getting those wins without their best player.
No, like I know it probably comes off as premature and putting the cart before the horse. But if we're going to have the conversation, I think that's why I have more faith. Is I have seen in less of a period of time the Warriors do something that I have not seen over an extended period of time. The Niners do, and this is the 408. If the Niners play winning football in November when it matters, we're good. That's true. And I hope they do. They've proven in the past that 3-5 or 3-4 starts they can put behind them, and they can just hit the ground running after the bye week.
Honestly, I hate when Stoney says that. I'm being honest, Goo. Is there anything on your bingo card that you could see a scenario to where the Niners don't make the playoffs, Evan?
Yeah, if McCaffrey gets hurt.
Man.
They're 500 without him.
No.
That doesn't sound like
they have no chance if he came back and got hurt. And I'm just operation from Planet Proactive to where he's going to be himself or close to himself.
Yeah.
And that's when I'm like, okay, now it's go time. Watch out.
I mean, I still have questions if the Niners can make an extended postseason run with a healthy McCaffrey, because I think the rest of the team is lesser than it was last year.
And with him last year, before you got to the bowl game, which I thought you did good for yourself, you could have easily been bounced by Green Bay and Detroit.
No, I realize that. And they weren't. They beat those teams. They came back against both those teams. So they get credit for that. But, for me, and I think we talked about this earlier in the week. I think if McCaffrey comes back and re-aggravates his Achilles and he's not available, then I do think it's a possibility they miss the postseason.
Now that no doubt that would be a nightmare.
Because the rest of the division doesn't look too shabby. As a whole, the division is not very good.
I just wonder if their defense can get better. Like, McCaffrey's not coming back to their defense.
No.
That's what's scary. And Tampa, 10 o'clock game, different time zone, Evan. This is not going to be easy.
Let's see what the fans feel. Right. 888-957-9570. Again, about 10 minutes away from Jason Timp joining us from the Volume Sports on 95.7 The Game. Let's talk to Larry in San Francisco. Wants to get in on the conversation. Larry, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I was listening to your conversation. Y'all both make good points. The Warriors, when they get on a roll like this, they know how to do it. Like, they got the championship pedigree in them. The Niners, they got the almost pedigree in them. And it's hard because I look at Steph and Dre and I go, they know what it's supposed to look like. They know how to push buttons. And then I come over to the Niners, and they're aspirational. And I go, if I got to go with somebody I trust, I want to go with the people that has done it before. Steve Kerr's done it before. Steph has done it before. Dre has done it before. They can bring guys along. And then I get over to the Niners, and I go, oh, man, they've choked. And the Ram and Cardinal game looked like that Super Bowl stuff where we're rolling, but we're not quite putting people away, and then we get bit. So that's why I'm going with the Warriors, fellas.
I appreciate the phone call.
Yeah, I mean, no, look, and this is also fair from the 669. Basketball and football are 2 completely different sports.
Yeah.
There's no correlation. Like I'm just, again, the question is which team you have, which team you have more faith in. Goose got more faith in the Niners. I have more faith in the Warriors. Both of us could be completely wrong or right.
What if one were to ask you, Evan, where are you pulling that faith from? But I think you kind of just said it. You said, Guru, I'm done with last year for both teams. So last year is no deterrent for you. You're just judging the Warriors just on this start and who they have.
It's more what I've judged about the Niners so far than it is about the Warriors. I mean, I think the Warriors, are going to be a pretty good team this year.
Willard and Dibbs when we get a chance.
Yeah, they're probably going to kill me. That's fine.
Yeah.
But
I'll stop.
Well, I'm surprised that you haven't brought this up yet. The biggest reason is 30. It's Curry.
Yeah.
I mean, of all the players, and I realize there's 5 on the floor, there's 11 on the field at a time during the football game, but if there's one person I trust the most of any member of both rosters, it's Steph Curry.
Right. And that, good man, I feel like you sent this text, Evan, real quick from the 510 and it hit me. Goo, you can't be serious with this take.
No, I think your take is far more logical than mine.
Then I wonder why they didn't put E. But I'll say that to you. Evan, what if I told you what you just talked about in regard to faith for Curry has not waned, but them missing the offs in totality and that playing game where Steph couldn't score 50 again against Sac. I didn't blame him, but now that has me more focused on Kyle and Kyle's record of his football teams in the month of November and December, to where I look at what's happened, and right now they're just 500, some good losses, some bad losses. And to that caller's point, yeah, those losses against the Rams in Arizona did mirror the Super Bowl, but why they're not is you didn't have 23. And that's just what I'm going with. Kyle in money time and the Warriors only playing 8 games.
Well, let's talk about Kyle Shanahan. I think Matt wants to get into the head coaches in this conversation. Matt's out in Oakland. What's going on? You're on with Evan and Goo. How are you?
Hey, fellas. How are we doing today?
Hey.
Awesome.
Great. I want to talk about the Warriors, but I mean, the comparison between Shanahan and Kerr, I'm not sure you were making it, is absurd. You got a guy with 9 rings, you got a guy with nothing. And the excuse that the best player is out, I'm sorry, there's 11 football players, there's only 5 basketball players, and I guess you could say Curry and McCaffrey are kind of on the same level, but not really. I think Curry's an even more important player to his team, so not buying that. That being said, I am so loving Mike Dunleavy. What this guy has done is absolutely remarkable. He has gotten 4 players in here, Waters, Hield, Slow-Mo, and Melton. And you ain't seen Melton yet. That guy can play D, seriously. And he got him for almost nothing. And then what else do they have? They have 4 lottery picks, 2 Wiggins disgraced, so he kind of doesn't count. Hield was a lottery pick, so was Kuminga and Curry. And they've had a lot of uphill battles. The rest of these guys are late lottery or late first rounders, second rounders, or even undrafted. And I just think it's fantastic. And then last thing about Kuminga, give the guy a break. He's 22. I mean, Curry and Klay, those guys were in NBA locker rooms in their diapers. This kid didn't even start playing until he was 14 or whatever. But so he's fine. He's been great. He's not a flop. He helped us win. He's getting better. Everything's on the up for the Dubs, and I'm super jacked. That's all I got. Thank you, Mike Dunleavy, and you guys have a great day.
Thanks, Matt. Well, I think a few of those things, maybe not Shanahan, but certainly Kuminga, the Warriors start, the sustainability is something we can talk about on the other side with Jason Timpf.
Yeah, and Bonte, I think your boy Mike D is eating free in the Bay, Dunleavy, right now.
Not to some of those OG Warriors fans, but I think he's starting to earn. I think he's starting to earn his way back into the good graces. Certainly with a 7-1 start. That's what's coming up on the game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service bank with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. Evan in for Steiny, Daryl the Guru Johnson, Jason Timpf, Volume Sports on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Whether you're flying for business or pleasure this holiday season, choose SFO with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area. Easy.
95.7 The Game.
All right, just a minute away from talking to Jason Timth, host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Podcast Network. Evan Giddings in for Matt Simons, for Gerald the Goober Johnson. So, actually, I don't want to ask this question, but
that means you have to.
If you were president, what would be the first order of business?
That's phenomenal. Gas prices. Yeah, I'd knock them down a few bucks,
especially in California. Yeah. Well, I feel like that also does apply to you. You drive from Sac every single day,
man.
Not
every single day. I'm in the Bay too, but
still though, Union City is not a stone's throw either.
Inflation's everything. I don't eat eggs, but everything costs.
I know you don't eat eggs.
Yeah, I buy them.
Kind of bothers me.
Yep.
Something about it. All right, we got him? We got him. All right, joining us now on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? None other than Jason Timth, host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Podcast Network. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Jason, appreciate your time, man. Thank you for joining us.
What's up, boys? Cheers to a new season.
There you go.
I'm excited. That was a fun game last night. That was probably my favorite game of the season so far in terms of just like a good TV game.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up. That was one thing that I enjoyed specifically in the first half is I didn't feel like I was checking box scores. I didn't really think I was looking much at stats. No, there wasn't much scoring, but it was just a really good basketball game. So I want to ask you first, what you felt at the end of that after seeing the Warriors go up by 11. They get walked down in the second half, but then down 6, they come back, they survive. Is there a broad picture takeaway from that performance by the Dubs, or are you just taking it one game at a time so far?
The broad picture takeaway is that their defense is not just great, but specifically equipped for the types of offenses that they'd run into from the top tier teams. So one of my big takeaways from the early part of the season is that Oklahoma City and Boston, I think, have kind of separated themselves in terms of like the combination of talent, coaching, the style of play on both ends of the floor, versatility on both ends of the floor, all that kind of stuff. And so, when you're a team like Golden State, who's overachieving a bit in the early part of the season. Overachieving is the wrong word, but like putting together a great record against a weaker schedule. Like those are the challenges, right? Like a game like last night is a measuring stick. And I wasn't too concerned about the offensive end because I think Steph will continue to get stronger as the season goes along. I think, obviously we have no idea what this roster will look like at the tail end of the season. I just wanted to see the defense and how well specifically their speed and their switchability could contain Boston. Because again, like they're a driving kick team, right? They're a team that gets you in rotation. And the best way to counter that and to deal with that is to be really fast, really switchable, and to have really connected units. And like, I was just so impressed last night with the connectivity starting from the blitzes, which weren't just getting the ball out of Tatum and Pritchard and everyone else's hands. They were also super active with their hands and getting deflections and tips, which make the rotations easier. And then they were really tied in on the backside. They were splitting the difference between the kick-out reads that Boston would have in breeding indecisiveness to where like they didn't know where they wanted to go. And so they were able to quickly shut off those openings that came out of the blitzes. And so like, here's the thing. Obviously Boston's going to look a little different when they're at full strength. Obviously, like we mentioned earlier, we don't know what the Warriors offense will look like in the long run. But I thought it was a super encouraging performance strictly on the defensive end as like a proof of concept, which is we're so fast, we can hang with these super fast driving kick teams.
Now, Jay, you're on fire, and that's what I've been asking Evan or telling Evan, through these first 8 games. Like, it's incredible. This defense or this team led the NBA in fouls last year. So out goes Paul, out goes Klay, in comes Buddy, Melton, and Kyle. Is it as simple as that, Jay? Or I'm looking at Jerry Stackhouse like a football defensive coordinator. Like, is this his baby? I mean, what do you think's going on? Just buy-in?
So it's a combination of factors. So yeah, when you take, I don't know off the top of my head, but let's just say a lot. When you take Chris Paul and Klay Thompson's minutes, which were a large amount of minutes, and you replace them with fast players, you are dramatically increasing the speed of your rotation, right? So I think that's part of it. I think it's always easier to start that defensive foundation from training camp too, just from day one to be okay, we're super fast. This is how we're going to defend. Jerry Stackhouse obviously just implementing those habits and that attention to detail early on. That's the sort of thing. It's a combination of things. Personnel's half of it. The other half of it is scheme and discipline, right? And so the scheme makes a ton of sense. Like, they have an aggressive look. Like, we saw their aggressive look last night. They're not going to blitz everybody all the time. They also have this, like, switch, contain, stay home off the ball, force them. Like, that's how they force so many turnovers, and that's how they get out in transition, right? But they prove that they have an aggressive look last night, too, that works really well. So it's that scheme and discipline combined with the... But, I mean, you're replacing two significant chunks of your rotation that were older, slower players with younger, faster players. It's really that simple.
Jason Tipp joining us on 95.7 The Game, host of Hoops Tonight for The Volume. He joins us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Jason, I don't know whether you were bearish or bullish coming into the season on the Warriors, but a lot of people believe that this, was going to be a wait-and-see game. And to some extent, it still is. But I'm just wondering if you believe that this, as described earlier by Brian Windhorst, Olympic-style rotation that Steve Kerr is implementing so far, if you believe that there's sustainability in it, and is it because of the defense? Is it because they're getting more threes up, knocking them down at an efficient clip? Why do you think that there is some staying power with this Warriors team, if you do?
So beyond the defensive end, which we kind of just discussed at length, on the offensive end, I think one of the things that works, and I think this season has been weirdly like a resounding reminder of just how good of a coach Steve Kerr is and how much his system is built to succeed in the modern NBA, in the sense that, like, so many teams now are trying to mimic Warriors 5-out concepts. Teams have kind of turned it into different versions of it based on their personnel, but a lot of teams have been trying to copy what they've been doing forever. But the genesis of what makes it work is at any given moment, and this is something that a lot of Warriors fans have complained about over the years, like, oh, why are there all these 3-guard lineups? Well, Steve Kerr has always been a believer in, like, I need 3 guys on the floor that I trust to run action and to make quick decisions, right? And then the other 2 guys are typically your screeners, rollers, cutters, and they need to also be quick decision makers, guys that can make reads on the roll in those 4-on-3 situations, right? And so, like, you're incorporating guys that are great fits. Anthony Melton and Buddy Hield are both perfect fits within the Warriors offense. Obviously, the development of Brandon Podziemski. There's clearly a intentional effort by the skill development people within Golden State, too, to focus on scoring off of screens. So, like, for instance, they're not just teaching these guys to stand still shoot, these young guys. They're teaching them to shoot on the move, like to come off of these screens and to be able to get their 1-2 down and rise up straight up and down off of movement to knock down a shot. And so there's just in addition to all the speed we talked about, there's like 7 guys on this roster that can run action. Like, if you let Lindy Waters run off a screen and you don't stay attached, he's going to get his 1-2 down and he can knock that thing down. Same thing goes for Moses Moody these days. Like, Brandon Podziemski can run action. Anthony Melton can run action. Buddy Hield has been killing it. So, like, it's the system and the players, a perfect symbiotic relationship between that front office and coaching staff that has kind of come together into like a basketball machine that is churning out wins right now. And again, like, I know I've been harping on the speed thing, but I literally think it's one of the most important traits in basketball right now that GMs don't understand. You got to be fast. Like, almost 20% of these games is being played in transition, up and down, guys flying in the open floor. Everything is spread out with great spacing and guys are driving and kicking. You have to be fast. And we can complain about the top end talent on this roster all we want. They've done a great job accumulating a ton of speed.
Wow, Jay, that is so interesting, and I feel like that, and Warrior fans listening, that might be a big part of this good head scratch and start for the Warriors. But you mentioned Buddy Hield, and when Klay left and we found out he was leaving, I was like, oh, my biggest concern is how are they going to replace the shooting? But my goodness, Jay, Buddy Hield's been a godsend. Can you speak to, that perfect fit that you just mentioned that Buddy Hield would be? Did you think that in real time?
Yeah, so I saw somebody on Twitter this morning making a comparison between the Sixers and the Warriors as it pertains to both Buddy Hield and Kelly Oubre, and the idea of, like, fit, essentially. Like, Kelly Oubre looks really janky with Golden State, but then he goes to Philly and it kind of works. And then, like, obviously Buddy Hield's in Philly and it looks kind of janky, and then he comes to Golden State and it's working. And to me, it's all about that specific fit with his skill set, which is the ability to be a constant movement shooter, constantly on the, like, even the dagger he hit last night, waited for Tatum to turn his head, relocated to the corner. There's a lot of, like, instinctual stuff with those movement shooters. They just kind of have a knack for getting open. And so if you look at, like, Indiana, they were using him to run like ghost screen action where he'd kind of like screen for Halliburton and just quick pop out of it. And obviously in Philly, he would occasionally come off of like a double wide pin down or they'd run a play for him, but he wasn't getting real opportunity to consistently come off of action. And so like what I'm noticing, and we'll see if he can maintain it. Again, there's a 600 game sample size before Golden State where he wasn't this player. So like I'm always a little nervous of that sort of thing. But like if I had to explain the early success, it's just this is the type of offense that he was born to play in because he is a movement shooter. And so constant movement and quick decision making has always been the upside of what an offensive player needs in the Warriors system. And the last thing I'll say is he has shown a little bit of like high level pop. Like he had a drive right before the end of regulation against Houston where he hit, I think it was Jabari Smith Jr. with a left to right crossover and got all the way to the rim for the layup. And I was like, that's like a minus defender that he just cooked one-on-one. And then like that over the top gather to the left-handed finish in transition yesterday, the one in clutch time, that was a big time move. Like that was, as I watched that, I was like, okay, buddy, like you feel like you're riding high on the confidence and you're showing me some stuff I didn't even see in the past few years.
That's Jason Timth, the host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume. Jason, I did want to ask you just about, okay, so with that, I guess understanding that some players, may come back down to the mean a little bit. I don't know if Buddy Hield's going to continue to shoot above 50% from three-point range the whole season, but the Warriors are 7-1. I think last night was a statement game in Boston that there is a little bit of method to this madness that I think has a lot of fans here in the Bay Area feeling like, well, maybe we could package some of these players. Maybe we could swap 3 for 1. Has the thought of the Warriors making a trade off the heels of this summer where they tried to swing big for Paul George and Lauri Markkanen and they didn't get him, has that crept into your mind at all that this might be a team poised to make a big move at some point this season?
Frankly, I think they should. I think like when you have such a high floor, and I know that there's a little bit of a civil war with Warriors fans with this sort of thing where some of them are like, no, don't tweet this, don't mess with it. And I understand that, especially when you look at the record, right? Like you don't want to fix something that isn't broke. But like, I saw a tweet this morning from a Celtics fan saying something like, oh, we were down 2 All-Stars last night. And I'm like, yeah, Steph doesn't have an All-Star playing alongside him. Like there is a top end firepower deficit that is the only weakness on this roster. You also have a realistic 13-man rotation. So like, for instance, no secret, I'm a Lakers fan, right? I would like for them to make a trade specifically for perimeter speed, something you guys have a ton of, right? But like, as I look at our situation, I look and I'm like, man, if I look at the bench, I kind of trust Gabe, maybe Vando when he's healthy, but like, I'm nervous about a 2 for 1 trade for the Lakers or something like that because they could be left without any depth at the end. There's a unique quality with this roster where you could drop 2 or 3 guys in a deal for a higher powered player and still have a 10, 11 man rotation that captures the same essence that we've been talking about in this entire radio hit, right? So like, that's where I look at it as like, okay, if you want to win 4 playoff series, and that involves most likely getting through at least Oklahoma City out west and Boston out east, and probably 2 of that Minnesota, Denver, Dallas, Lakers tier, right? Memphis, Phoenix, that tier. You're going to have to get through a lot. And so at a certain point, I think it would be somewhat irresponsible to have this type of depth and to have this type of asset trove and to have this type of player in Steph Curry with this type of timeline and to just be like, oh, but we have great chemistry, we'll just run it through. It's like eventually you're going to need somebody next to Steph that is a dependable, reliable, 20-plus point per game scorer, preferably in the front court, maybe even another bigger body to have for some of the bigger front lines. Like that's how I just look at it from the standpoint of needing to win 4 playoff rounds. But I do understand the sentiment that saying that right now comes off weird because you're kicking butt and you've got great chemistry. But I'm just thinking more in the bigger picture.
No, we hear you. We get you. Hey, let me ask you this, Jonathan Kuminga. What we know is he didn't get his contract, before the season. What you've seen from him and how you think he's handled, not being in the starting lineup.
He's handled it well. I think that's one of the unique things about this team is they're all buying into their roles in a way that wasn't the case last year. And I think some of that is Klay and Chris Paul getting out. But like of all the guys that you would expect to kind of have some issues this year with something like a benching, you would think Kuminga, but he's been playing better in that specific role. And I think part of the thing is like when he comes in, he has less, pressure to be like this really crisp decision maker. Like when he plays with the starters, his decision-making is so important for obvious reasons. Whereas when he's in with bench groups, it's like, no, we actually need you to be aggressive a little bit. We need you to err on the side of being aggressive. I also think part of the thing defensively that's been beneficial is deploying him more in an on-ball role because he can be a little bit of a space case from time to time off the ball in terms of just like tracking man and ball, especially in like a lot of motion. So I think that's been part of it too, is he's just been deployed a lot on the ball and he's doing well. But yeah, buy-in is key and it's all about winning. I think usually that sort of thing won't be a problem unless if you start dropping games and Kuminga doesn't feel like he's getting his touches, that's where the young player in him might start to kick and scream a little bit. But at least to this point, it doesn't look like it's been an issue at all.
Jason, I love the way you see the game, man. I really appreciate you helping us out and bestowing some of that wisdom upon our listeners, man. Appreciate it.
It was great to hear from you guys. Looking forward to next time.
Right on. That's Jason Timpf, host of Hoops Tonight for The Volume. All guests, courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
Dude, I had a Laker question when he said he was a Laker fan about Redick last night.
I think he's in LA.
Yeah, but man,
SoCal.
Hey, good stuff from him. Redick walking off. Good stuff from him, man. And perimeter, speed. Like, damn, Evan, that's what they didn't have, and right now they got it.
I feel like it's one of those things where he says it and you're like, oh, duh, but it hits you. Like, that is what they're faster. And his point about how the game is played too, I think is also interesting because you do see a lot of teams, and not just ones that are, rip and run, like a lot of young groups, but even some of these great teams like OKC, Boston, they play very, very fast. I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing those offensive rating numbers just continue to go through the roof. Like the Warriors' offensive rating in 2016 when they won 73 games would be like middle of the pack in 2024 because the game is just faster. So you do need that speed.
Yeah.
Exactly. The other part about it too, and it's something, I know we only have a couple minutes left.
Well, one with Durant, but yeah.
Well, no, we can talk to the boys during the crossover. He said be somewhat irresponsible if you don't try and use some of this depth to go get
I got you.
A big front court player.
And Evan, you know what? As excited as I think we all are, and just for myself this week being with you and chopping it up, it's easy to get excited and feel euphoria of the good. And right now they've lost one game. But Evan, let's not fool ourselves. If we did see some troubling signs or trends and some maybe, some losing streaks, then would we feel like, hey, you want to consolidate and go get something bigger or greater, even if it costs you multiple?
Probably. But again, Jason already has his mind on, and he said it, he's like, in order to win 4 postseason series. I wonder how many people last night watching the Celtics game were thinking about winning 4 postseason series. Before this season, it was just get to the postseason.
No, and that's where I was,
it's Operation Playoffs.
Evan, I guess that's where I'm still at. But when I say something special, I don't feel like Curry is going to return any glass slippers because we've never seen that. When they've gotten off to these great starts, they parlayed it at minimum to the playoffs for 2022 to a chip. So if this thing keeps going in the right direction and is driven by the chef, Evan, who's to say he's going to return to glass slippers?
That's a good point. Let's sneak Leroy in Oakland. Was hanging on earlier, wants to have a discussion about the Warriors versus the Niners. What's up, Leroy? Welcome to the show. Leroy, we got him potted up.
Lee.
Oh, I was hoping to talk to him.
Maybe he's at work. Boss was coming.
I hope it's not his boss's birthday. Yeah. It's our boss's birthday.
I used to call on when I was at work, and the damn host, I won't name him, Guru, been on hold an hour, let my boss know if they're listening. Dude, you've been off. What you been, and I used to get in a little trouble. Don't tell how long I've been holding buttons, right?
Yeah, that's one of those where
Guru's been holding the longest.
I'd rather just not know. Like, I'm on the phone, I'm trying to do my job. Even when I'm hanging on for the DMV.
Judge me, man.
Actually, hanging on for the DMV is like,
it's out of control. That would be the first thing I'd do if I were president. You talked about it, the DMV. It's out of control.
Well, I can't hang on for 45 minutes and then get a 5-second grace period, and then you hang up the phone.
Man.
Like, okay, I'm sorry. I put it down. I got it on speaker. I went to go wash my hands or maybe do something between now and the amount of time that I got to wait to get on the line with somebody who also doesn't want to be there. And you give me 5 seconds before you hang up. No bueno.
Wow.
I don't like it. But I think what we all are liking, the Golden State Warriors.
Man.
What
is there not to like right now?
Well, there isn't a top-level type talent alongside Steph. I think that's the other big takeaway from the interview with Jason is it's the only flaw in this roster right now. And I think that might be what's preventing some people measuring them against Boston, who was missing JB, or OKC, or Cleveland tomorrow. Jason is right. Steph is still great, but he doesn't have what the Warriors tried to acquire this offseason, which was a running mate.
But the same guy that was the second best overall player in a championship season is showing flashes of that with Andrew Wiggins. So do we necessarily know if this team, and I would have said it 2 weeks ago, hell yes, Evan, they need it, but do we know if they need that dynamic guy? Like, what if Wiggins is a 2022 for a duration of a season?
I mean, that was the formula in 2022.
Right.
This is, Leroy texted in. Appreciate you. 510. Evan, I had the Warriors going 7-0 in their first 7 games. They went 6-1. The next 7 games will determine if the Warriors should make a move or not. If the Warriors do well, the league will be put on notice that this team is for real. I don't think they have to make a move at that point, but if they don't do so well the next 7 games, the Warriors making a move talk will continue. I honestly think the making a move talk is going to continue no matter what.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt. And you know what, Evan? It kind of started before the season with and now we got the Sam Amick. You could check that article about just the pursuit, not of happiness, shout out Will Smith, but of Paul George and marketing.
Yeah, no, and I apologize to the callers. We do have to get to a break and get to the crossover on the other side. We're up against it. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson, Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. Curious to know what they thought about this Boston Celtics matchup. And Warriors win last night. That's what's coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Don't look now, but the Warriors are hotter than shit.
Draymond there. The three is going to be way short. Grab by Looney. Put back. Good!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover, Willard, Dibs, Gil, Evan in for Steiny. That might be Steve Kerr said that was the loudest he's ever been booed because he's never really been booed before.
I love it. I had a buddy in high school who was one of these, he had a little bit of an antagonistic personality. And he used to do this
guys
thing.
like that.
You know, he used to do this thing. I kind of was in high school too, but anyway, he used to do this thing where if he noticed anybody starting to get flustered a little bit, he'd just walk over to them and be like, "You're mad. You're mad." And he would it was a true escalation sensation.
That's a buck.
You're mad. You're mad. And it would just go from bad to worse. And it's how I want to talk to Boston fans today.
Oh, man.
You're mad.
No doubt.
Look at you guys. You're booing about something that wasn't even about you. It doesn't even have anything to do with Celtics basketball. And they won a gold medal. And you're calling Draymond this and Aisha can't cook. And everything you say, it just gets worse.
Right.
You just got clowned in your own building again.
And that's why I said yesterday that it was very much a big brother, little brother, because as a lifetime little brother, the one time you can get over on your big brother, you will never let them ever forget. And my career record against Mike and Doug, Mikey 1.0, not the new Mike, but the old Mike and Doug, I think I was 1 in 7,481. Yeah. But the one win is like one of those things you will hold on to forever.
Wow.
Forever. And I mean, I can spend the whole show talking about how many L's I took.
No, I get it. I've been there. And I'll say this. Forget the Boston fans for 1 second. The Warrior fans, and I'm one of them, I'm not ashamed to just love in this euphoria that is this season, how fast they are defensively, how suffocating they are, and we'll see where it takes us, Willard and Dibs. How long it'll last? Hopefully it'll last, but I now not saying we need Giannis. Maybe do that in a month. But right now, this looks like, can they sustain this?
Or on Monday.
Don't need to answer that question yet. And I know we'll let everybody hear, and I'm sure you guys did too, everything that Brian Windhorst said. And I know everybody thinks that a trade is imminent, coming at some, well, not imminent, but like at some point this season, and they are built for that. It makes sense. But we don't have to answer that question yet. Yeah. And the more they win, and the more they do it as a team and move the ball and smile at one another, the less this fan base is going to want to give anyone up.
Exactly. And that
was my numbers for real.
Well, and that was my thing on the thread this morning. My question after I dropped off baby girl at daycare was, what if you're like 36 and 18 and this thing is humming and you're good, and like Evan said, top 4 seed feels probable, not probable, but
attainable.
Yeah, exactly. Attainable. Thank you, Evan. But if you're at the deadline and you are the 3 seed and everyone's getting along and it's harmonious and it's strength in numbers, do you want to break this up to bring in somebody who maybe fits, maybe doesn't fit? And I think he would fit, but you're going to have to give up 3, if not 4 of these pieces. So, like, what does that say to the other guys where, you get close to the deadline and it's like, well, you might be dealt. And everything right now is so harmonious, and it's, like you said, strength in numbers, and you're playing 11, you're playing 12, you're playing 13, and it's working. Yeah, Goo.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always interesting to me how typically people don't want to make moves when things are going well, but they want to just somehow magically upgrade things when things are not going very well, which is typically when you can't trade people. When you can trade people and get value is when things are going well. But I also don't necessarily know if it has to be a potential Giannis move. Like I don't think Warriors fans expected Andrew Wiggins in 2022 to be the player he was when they traded for him. I mean, they got him relatively on the cheap, came with a first-round pick. It could be a move like that. And I think that what Mike Dunleavy Jr. has shown so far is that he's not a guy that's willing to overpay, because if he was willing to, he would have done that this summer, which I think was a correct choice not to pull the trigger on Paul George or Markkanen. And he's also somebody that I think is going to give this as much time as possible. Like, I don't think that a discussion or trade would be imminent, even if we felt like this team needed it, which right now it doesn't. I mean, they are fast, they are young, they're athletic, and they got a closer that still has it, because Steph Curry was sensational down the stretch last night.
And what if Andrew... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it depends on what question you're trying to answer. When you say they don't need a trade, I totally hear what you're saying.
Well, right now they don't.
You're right, of course not. But I mean, when you get toward the end, how does Steph Curry feel about that?
And there we go.
They're not interested in the 4 seed. Steph Curry's not interested in the 4 seed. Steph Curry is interested in whether or not he can win any more rings. And so, but again, you don't need to answer any of this yet. All you have to do is keep doing exactly what you're doing. Everybody's value goes up. Kuminga's value up. Wiggins' value up. Podziemski's value up. Yeah. You keep winning basketball games.
Up. Kavon Looney up.
Everything
Slow-mo
is up.
Yeah,
and
all the way up.
And then you blend it with also what's available. Who's available? Yeah. The beauty, and I'm glad you brought up Dunleavy E. The beauty of it is
Exec of the year.
Well, that's the position.
8 games, yes.
The position you want to be in when you're negotiating is I don't have to make a move.
All right.
I don't have to. I might want to, but I don't have to. And I've always likened it to, when you go buy a car, be willing to go get in the one that you've got and drive away. That's the position you want to be in, and that's the position Mike Dunleavy's in, and that's perfect.
And don't take the bus to the dealership. Is
there
what
you
Mark's
go.
saying.
I like that. I've never seen that either. Wow.
Why you asking?
Yeah,
exactly. Sit down right here at this table.
But Steiny, since I've known him, teases me about Guru. You're all about the highlights. You're not about the substance and defense. But I am when it comes to this Warrior team. They fouled more than any team last year, and that was the reason I thought teams would run them down as they would get to the charity stripe, clock not tick, and it was just a formula for disaster. But I'm looking at Jerry Stackhouse like a football defensive coordinator. What is it as simple as just swapping out Chris Paul and no shade at these guys and my guy Klay?
Well, shade
for Slow-Mo, Melton, and Buddy Hield.
Shade
to where
both.
now the defense, these guys are they're getting after it. The ball pressure
and an invigorated Kuminga. And a healthy GP2, because GP2 last year was not healthy.
But keep
even
going.
When he played.
This is group wide, though. It's
and Draymond's head is in the right spot.
It's culture.
Yeah.
And you guys mentioned earlier, and you guys were talking about where the blame lay for last year. Yeah. And I'm over last year, but I do think that it is enlightening when you look at last year. And Draymond missed 24 games.
Everything.
But when he was here, even though he was here, he wasn't really here because there was that cloud around him of, man, what Draymond had done to be gone. And now this year, and I said it 3 or 4 weeks ago, I'm all in on Draymond. It's a clean slate, and I'm putting aside my personal disdain. Yeah. It's not hate. I mean, I've met the man once or twice, and it was, how you doing? Oh, nice to meet you. And it was, it was a Raider sideline, actually, when I met him the first time. Yeah. Whoop. And I looked at him, I'm like, dude, how do you play center?
Former tight end.
Whatever, I'm very small, but he's like 6'5", maybe.
Right.
And he plays center, but, and he's lean and he's fit. And so I was like, right on. But this year for me, I put aside all my previous feelings. And so far, Draymond Green is showing you that it's a new Draymond.
I think that's part of the reason why they've been so good defensively is yes, you remove Klay, you remove Chris Paul, so you naturally get younger, you get faster.
Mm-hmm.
But players that didn't play very well last year are also playing better. Andrew Wiggins, I don't know if I have confidence in him last season to do what he did to Jason Tatum last night because he wasn't all the way there. And obviously he was dealing with a lot of things off the court. But the fact remains, Andrew Wiggins looks like he's playing invigorated basketball. Draymond Green looks like he's in a different headspace. Gary Payton II looks fresh. Even Curry looks better defensively than he did after playing a heavy load last year. So the Warriors definitely upgraded at positions they needed to and got players of fit. I mean, I was not told that Buddy Hield could stay in front of a traffic cone.
Amazing.
But he got hunted every single time down the stretch of that basketball game and helped them get enough stops, along with hitting a big three. So the Warriors, yes, deserve credit for bringing in players, but also the credit's on the players on the team for just playing better.
This is a small sample because they've all only played 7, 8, or 9 games, depending on who you play for. But I looked up the top 15. Actually, I looked up the top 25. But there are 3 Warriors in the top 15 in individual defensive rating so far this year. Individual defensive rating so far this year. There are 3 Warriors in the top 15. Who do you think they are?
Kuminga's one of them.
Give me your 3.
Wiggins.
Draymond.
And Dre.
Lindy Waters.
Guy Santos is
Kyle Anderson
in garbage time.
He threw
and
Kyle
Buddy
in there.
Hield.
Okay. Oh, but it's got to be Buddy.
It's Draymond Green.
Okay, got one.
It's Brandon Podziemski.
Oh, man, Pod.
And it's Buddy Hield.
Buddy.
Wow, man.
Buddy Hield is ranked in the top. I think he's 11th in the NBA right now in individual defensive rating.
Man.
Whatever the hell that
and
means.
hitting his threes whenever he gets.
Well, as a team, they're number 2, so I would hope they have a lot of players out there.
What if I ask you guys this? And I know we're focusing on defense right now, and so maybe that's your answer, although I'd ask for like something like go deeper than this. What has happened? What is it that happened to the Warriors that has them looking like this based on how they looked?
Can I give my honest answer?
Yes.
Because you asked me, I'll go first.
I didn't want a dishonest answer.
Last year was so toxic, and I'm not blaming one individual as a collective that guys went somewhere. We have to move on like a relationship, and I think the Warriors are in their life tuxedo of trying to send a message that we are not what we had to deal with last year and were a part of, and now they're just the synergy is on 1,000. That's all it can be.
Okay, so toxicity. What would you say?
Well, I gave 5 answers on our show thread because we were going back and forth, and Mark actually said that, and I love the way Mark texts because it's also the way he talks. He's like, "What is different?" And when I read it in your voice.
Yeah,
and my answer was number 1, Steph is still elite. And everyone wants to oh, Steph, you're on the back 9 and you're this and you're that. Steph is still that dude.
Sorry to interrupt. I'd love to hear from Priest today.
We've been calling asking for
anybody else who wants to. Where are they're too old people. Yeah. Where are you all?
Boneyard.
Go ahead.
Number 2, Dre under control. And he's under control in all the right ways. He's still playing edgy and aggressive, and he's shooting the 3-ball great. But he's playing the way you want him to play. Wiggs is playing free and clear. And I know it came from tragedy, but the last 2 years he was beset by something that you've been through with your mom and my mom and dad. And luckily I've met both of the Giddings parents. But
we all have.
Yeah, and it's, when you go through that, it's real. And I do think that Andrew, now you've got clarity. It sucks because you're in pain, but at least you don't have to worry about the pain of that. Number 4, they have great depth. And the last one I put, and I think that this is something that is underrated, they don't have expectations. And that leads you to play free and clear. But
what about to themselves they have expectations?
Right, of course they do.
And that's why they're excelling or just blowing past it.
But the outside expectations, I mean, for you as a guy who comes in here and does a week, it's like, yeah, you want to do your best, but it's not like you're going to check back in a month on the ratings because,
I'd like to know.
You're crushing it. Go ahead.
That. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First Workout Credit Union. I think you are onto something, though, Dibs, because to me, a big part of this is whether it's expectations or just a chip. Like, all these players have a chip, including, Curry's got 4, but my point is they didn't make the playoffs last year. So if you were on the team last season, I think a lot of these people that have the healthy egos that Curry's talking about, they were embarrassed. They were embarrassed by not making the playoffs last year, a place they're accustomed to being. And then you bring in someone like Buddy Hield, who probably is playing with a chip after being, thrown away by Philly, maybe even traded by Indiana. Kyle Anderson maybe has a chip because he was removed from Minnesota. Lindy Waters is somebody that's been playing on a chip basically since he got into the league. Moses Moody's got a chip. Jonathan Kuminga's got a chip and a contract. All these players have something that they're willing to prove, but under the umbrella of the team. And that's where I think the coaching staff has also done a fantastic job because they've clearly gotten these guys to buy in to what individually they're all trying to prove, but also understanding that together they can get off to a 7-1 start and go beat the defending champs on the road.
I think you all have good answers. It still doesn't make sense. That's what I would say, because I'm a big believer in the NBA in continuity. And the fact is, as you just put it, Evan, you've got a bunch of these guys who are young. A bunch of these guys are getting minutes for the first time. Now you're talking about a 12-man rotation. You have guys who are brand new to the team. Buddy Hield is brand new to the team. You're not supposed to look this cohesive. I don't care that they all went to Hawaii together. That's great. But and it's only been 8 games. I'm not saying they've won anything yet. But last night definitely moves the needle. It changes the conversation from, okay, nice start. Then it went to, oh, I think you're a good team. Now it went to, you're like a threat. This is, and now you've got people saying this is one of the top 4 teams in the West, and we're 10% of the way through the season. That's too early for big statements, but there is something in the way of continuity, vibe, defensive buy-in, fit. There's something with all of those words that has clicked at an unbelievable level.
Okay, I love it.
It should not look like this fast.
Okay, or shouldn't it? Because the one word we didn't bring up was history. This team ran a decade. They got 4 rings. So maybe Buddy can come to a system that has proven it can work to the degree to where you get 4 chips and you can shoot the ball. We need a shooter, so maybe that's what it is too.
But there's 2 players left from that. There's 2 guys on this team that had anything to do with that at all.
The system's still there, though.
And Looney and Kerr.
Sure, Looney, but you get what I'm saying.
Man.
You know, there's 2 players that are the central figures to how you stir this drink. And the fact that young guys and new guys have walked in here and made all the guys who have been here for the last 2 years look pedestrian is surprising.
Well, for me,
I'll give you that. And fantastic.
Well, it's culture and it's coaching. And I do give credit to Steve Kerr and also Mike Dunleavy, who is here for a lot of it, and Ron Adams, who's been here for a long time. And, yeah, Jerry Stackhouse has done a lot for the defense. But the culture and the climate here is such that when you're Buddy Hield and you come in and you're, okay, I'm a Warrior now, what do you want me to do? Buddy, shoot the ball. Shoot the ball and do your best on defense, and you're going to play 25 minutes or whatever. And Kyle Anderson, your basketball IQ is off the charts. Just be you. And you look at the young guys who are now like year 4 for Kuminga, and he's starting to look really more and more like a real NBA, not an NBA 2 or a 3, whatever you want to call him. He's an NBA player, and he's finding his footing in this offense, and he's getting comfortable. And then you look at the other ancillary pieces. Kavon, last year they broke his games played streak. They broke it. He didn't break it. They broke it. And he was like, that's a bummer. And GP2, you're going to play. You're not going to play, whatever. I'm fine. Moody, you're going to start. Now you're not playing. Okay, whatever. I do think that the culture part of this makes it so that this start is not as remarkable and unexpected for me.
I love it all. I guess my only, and not to be negative, is where was Ron Adams without Stack? And I love Ron. Where was that last year when it was needed, what looks now more than ever than this year?
Unattainable.
Because
personnel.
No buy-in. No buy-in.
Man.
No buy-in.
Wow.
I mean, listen, this is not a time to look back over the last 2 years and start pointing fingers.
It's just hard not to,
But it's impossible not to. It's impossible not to. And one of the guys who is responsible for it is still on the team, and he's a new man, and that's Draymond Green.
Yeah.
He had a lot to do with bringing things down the last 2 years. So did Jordan, though. Jordan also, and I mean that from a basketball standpoint. We know that Steph threw mouthpieces and stuff like that because of decisions that Jordan at sometimes would make on the floor. And then same thing with Klay. Klay last year spent the whole year. In fact, he spent 2 years trying to find himself. The group now are trying to find themselves. And that's it's not a criticism. It's just a fact. He went through a thing. He needed to go. Now we're seeing why. You have 12 people every night right now that are pushing in one direction.
Yeah.
And so then
Kirk can make any sub he wants.
Well,
I called a hater earlier, just pointing that out.
That's why I like that you guys are saying the system, because if everybody is playing the system will work. But it now shows that the last couple of years there were guys not pushing in the same direction.
Well, and the other piece is, and this has to be pointed out, not with judgment, but Andrew Wiggins. And, what he went through is something, as I've mentioned earlier,
life-changing.
It's completely life-changing. And some people are able to compartmentalize. And, Charvarius Moody-Ward won't play this weekend as he goes through the worst possible imaginable thing with his almost 2-year-old dying. And when he comes back, you can't really hold him to any standard, in my opinion. But you look at Wiggins last year, just as a basketball player, forget him as a human, it was his worst year as a professional. And he is critical to your defense. So you had Draymond out for a quarter of the games. Wiggins was checked out for obvious reasons. And the rest of your defense, you weren't ready. You had young TJD, you had young Pods, and you had really nothing else. So this group, I think, is built much more with Wiggins back and Draymond 2.0. They're much more built to defend.
Those names should be brought in too. Yes, Andrew Wiggins, whether it was, obviously it was for personal reasons.
Yeah.
He was not pushing in the same direction. I go back to what Ron Adams said about Jonathan Kuminga on this station with Bonte and Joe recently, talking about how, like last year, I think Jonathan Kuminga was so concerned with getting into the lineup and getting his development and getting his points to get ready for his extension. Yeah. Those are all him things. And Ron talked about it. And he said Jonathan this year has come back to become a more balanced player who has now remembered that he has to play on the defensive side too. That's 5 different names that we just mentioned that over the last couple of years might have been pushing in the wrong direction, that are now either pushing in the right direction or are not here anymore.
Well, but some of those things still apply. Like for Kuminga, for example, is still playing for a contract. He's still
right, but he's doing it the right way.
Well, but
according to them,
no. According to them, I understand that. My point is like he probably still has a similar mentality. He's grown up a year, but if he was playing for a contract last year, why wouldn't he also be playing for a contract this year? Draymond Green, I mean, I still have reservations about if he's going to be able to keep it together for 82 games, and I think that's fair because of his track record. But again, everything I think is easier to, again, buy into when you win and when these things have proven to work. Like someone called in earlier and said, well, Kuminga didn't have an outstanding game last night. Outside of Curry, I don't know if there was anybody that was particularly incredible, but everyone was good. Like Kuminga had a moment here. Trace Jackson-Davis, who didn't even finish the game, had a moment in the first half and in the third quarter. Like everybody's been playing well enough that the process right now is leading to victories, and we're still not, I don't even know if they're necessarily sure how, because before this road trip, before the last 3 games, I should say, Kerr was talking about how this is a test, right? These 3 games are a test. Curry said last night, well, we passed this test. It's almost like they're proving to themselves in real time, and that's the beautiful part is we get to watch it, that these guys are figuring out just how good they can be. And that's why the whole trade talk thing is premature, to your point, Mark, because it's like, I don't even know if we know the ceiling of this team yet, and that's why, to me, it moved with the game last night, not to a championship, not to a deep postseason run, but I do feel a whole hell of a lot better that this team can be a top 4 team in the West after seeing what they did to the Celtics.
Well, and to the Kuminga point, like, it's not that he's not still playing for a contract, it's about how you go about doing that. And I think that the way he was going about doing that last year, and again,
selfish.
I'm just going by the coach's words. I don't want to start name tagging it with like selfish, but it was
but he was mad after going to the bench supposedly after the Pelicans game, right?
Right, but I don't care if you're mad. I care about if you sulk. Like, you can be mad, but then what do you go do with it? Jonathan this year, maybe he is mad, but he's accepting the bench role and whatever role you want to call it, and he's playing good basketball. According to Ron Adams, last year, he was not accepting of role, and then when he did get a role, he was focused solely on the offensive side. So to me, it's not about is he playing for a contract, it's about his mindset. And it certainly appears that they feel his mindset is a lot better this year.
Which is critical when you think about, where this team is now as opposed to where they were last year.
Amazing.
And, in Kuminga, his mindset is, of course, on his contract, as it should be. But at the same time, I think that he's playing like he understands that good play will make the contract question moot, irrelevant. And if you grouse and grumble and you try to, hunt your shot and you don't play well, that's going to hurt you more than just putting your head down and balling, Will.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you, Gil.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm looking forward to what you guys got coming up today.
So, good chance that GP2 is on at 3.
Oh, sweet.
Okay.
Not confirmed. They're racing to the hotel because they badly want to come on the show, but we'll see if the bus moves fast enough.
What about Cosell?
Cleveland traffic.
On the clock.
Greg Cosell will dunks on Dibs at 3:15. Jay Billis at 4:15.
Who was on the call last night? They needed him.
We're ready to roll.
There you go.
Yeah. Right on. Oh, can't wait.
Let's go, baby.
Wilder and Dibs coming up next. 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Lefty, let's have some fun on a Thursday. I mean that question as genuinely as possible. 888-957-9570. What happened? Like, I think there are a bunch. You came up with 5 different answers.
And I think all 5 are probably...
They're all good answers.
Yeah,
like,
accurate.
if I were with you on Family Feud, I'd be like, good answer.
Good answer. Yeah.
Ding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And first and foremost, Steph, good little player. And I don't care how old he is still really, really, really good. And you watch the game, and it's like, Steph just kind of slowly works his way in the game. And then there's that 3 or 4 minute period where it's like, 3 threes and an and one and a drive, and the rest of it, it's like he goes from, Steph Curry's got 4 points. He's got 18. And you went and try to get some milk for your daughter, or you cook something and you turn around and he's got 18. It's like, wait, what? How did that happen?
Curry flurry.
Dude, explosive still.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think that this question it lands in terms of what kind of sex appeal do you want to use with your answer? Because most of us, when we watch basketball, we look at the offensive end and we go box score diving and all of those things. And Kuminga played well, and then Wiggins played well, or they didn't play well, or this, that, or the other. But there's one thing that the box score never tells you. And as you always point out, it is literally the marker for whether or not you're actually a contender in the NBA, and it is your team defense. And the Warriors are number 2 this year so far in team defense, and I care less about that when they're going against the Portland Blazers or a Pelicans team missing half their players. I care a lot more about it when you're on the road in Boston. I know Jaylen Brown was out, but forget that part. That doesn't really resonate in terms of whether or not last night's a difficult game. Those are the champs. They're in their building. They're playing well, and they score the ball really well. And the Warriors' defense is fantastic. It is absolutely fantastic. And you can take your over-under 43.5 wins, and you can turn it into toilet paper. If they play defense like that, this is a 50-win basketball team.
Well, and they're 7-1. So for that to come to pass, that would mean that they would only win 36 more games to be under. And there are 74 more, so that'd be 36-38 for the Warriors the rest of the way for that to go under. So, man, if you bet the over, you're feeling pretty good about a team who's given up just 105 points a game against Boston, who is averaging 122, Mark. 122 a game, and a team that went 37-4 last year at home. And you went in there, and it looked like in the fourth quarter it was starting to get away from you. And, okay, they played well, and, okay, Boston's probably going to go ahead and win this and close it out. But then in the blink of an eye, the D showed up again. The offense converted. That game flipped in a heartbeat, and you won it. You stole one.
They can do it a number of different ways, whether it's with the 3-ball, now having, again, somebody who can attack the rim like Andrew Wiggins. You had 2 huge cleanup buckets by Kavon Looney last night. He does look like he's sort of in different shape on that end of the ball right now. But I tell you what, man, it's exhilarating. It is so much fun to watch the Warriors when they play like this. And so there's a bunch of different answers, but that's what we would love to throw out to you right out of the gate. 888-957-9570. In your eyes, what happened? What has happened that has suddenly transformed the Golden State Warriors? They lose Klay Thompson and bring in some new pieces, but none of them are earth-shatterers. What has happened that suddenly has the Warriors looking like they're as good as any team the NBA has to offer?
It's a lot of things collectively. And, we talked about this at the start of the year. Like, what would it take for the Warriors to be a top 4 seed, or what would it take for them to be contenders? And health, of course, is always number one. And we'll put that aside because you never know. But Steph still being good, Draymond being the Draymond that you all and we all want, which is aggressive but under control. And the big one for me is Andrew Wiggins. Can Andrew Wiggins be two-way Wiggs again and be consistent? And so far, through the 8 games, and he's played in, I think, 6 of them so far this year, he's been two-way Wiggs. He's been determined on offense. He's been solid on defense. And if he's that guy, he, for me, is the key to everything.
I'm with you, and I think that, this is the way I look at it. If you want to figure out why the Warriors are, and this is all we'll say at this point, they're better than we thought.
Right.
They're better than we thought. I don't know, is this contender? It's too early for any of that crap. But they're better than we thought. So go through the roster and tell me who is performing better than you thought they would. Steph, he's doing exactly what I thought he would.
Exactly.
Podziemski, he's doing exactly what I thought he would. Moses Moody, he's doing exactly what I thought he would. GP2 is just healthy. He is the same guy he always has been when he's healthy. So you could look at it that way. Kyle Anderson comes in, slow-mo, whatever. He's got an awkward game. He's doing what I thought that he would do. DeAnthony Melton hasn't even played yet. There are 3 guys, essentially. There are 3 guys who are playing basketball, and by the way, I should throw this in, even Jonathan Kuminga, I think for the most part, is doing kind of what you would hope that he would do. He's doing it on both ends of the floor, so that's good. Right. But there's 3 guys who are playing ball where you're like, oh. And it is Draymond Green, because he looks at peace. It is Andrew Wiggins because he looks at peace.
Yeah.
And it's Buddy Hield.
Dude, Buddy Hield.
And it's Buddy Hield because he also, I wouldn't phrase it as he looks like he's at peace. He looks like he's found his home.
Right. He's found his system, and he's in a spot where he can go out there and just be Buddy. And you saw it last night where he hit the big 3, which turned out to be the night moment. And Steph is right there, and Steph just screaming, and he gives him 5, and he gives him 10, 15, and 20. They couldn't stop high-fiving each other because that moment, Steph knew that was, and I won't say that he's a splash brother because there will never be another splash brother, but Buddy Hield is doing a lot of the things that Klay used to do, which is need a 3, Steph is being doubled or he's being harassed, give it to Buddy, boom, 3. And I think they went up 7 at that point, or 6 or 7, and it was like, okay, game over.
Yep.
And Buddy did that, and he knew it.
Buddy did that, and it was center of the cup.
Totally.
By the way, I need something new at my place to yell when Buddy hits a bucket like that. Lovely Christie is not a fan of me yelling Buddy buckets. No? I don't know why.
Okay.
I don't know why. It sounds annoying to her. But I thought of this because of the Splash Brother thing. Like some people want to remember the Splash Buddies? And I went on a whole rant where I'm like, can we just not with the whole, the Splash Brothers thing?
And Jordan was a Splash cousin.
Well, and I didn't,
like, okay,
right? And I didn't love, I don't know how many of you even saw this. I didn't love, as a Warrior fan, I'm not criticizing, but it just didn't feel wonderful to go on Klay Thompson's Instagram last week. He's got a picture of Luka, and he wrote, "My new Splash Brother." I don't know. No, the Splash Brothers is over.
You don't get that in the divorce. Like, Splash stays here. And, you guys got divorced, and it's cool. And, Steph and the Warriors, we get to keep that. You don't get to be like, I'm the Splash Brother, and I bring that with me. No, you can have your boat. Fine. You can keep your house in Tiburon. Love it.
I think the Splash Brothers is still Steph and Klay. They just don't play on the same team anymore.
Right.
Something we'll look back on. They are the Splash Brothers.
Yes, and much like my 2 sons who are brothers, they don't live in the same county. They live in 300 miles apart. They're still brothers. Deadly brothers.
What has changed the Warriors? 888-957-9570. We'd love to take your calls. Vince in Austin. Hey, Vince, thanks for calling.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How are you doing today?
Great, man. What's up?
I think the Warriors played a wonderful game last night. Even everyone stepped up on the defensive side of the ball. Gary Payton. I mean, these guys are playing old school Oakland street ball defense, which, they're not out there hitting anybody, but they're playing really aggressive, and every man is picking up his objective. The other note I have is the Warriors this year have 2 solid big men. They have the young Trace coming up,
sure.
And then, of course, Looney making that cornerstone. Having 2 reliable big men, 2 guys who know how to play within the system and play responsible, that's going to really help them out this year. I just wanted to get your guys' take. I love the show, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
Vince, thanks. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I mean, the take is that, A, those players were both there last year, but maybe to further the point I was just making, each of them has little tweaks. I don't think they're as different as, say, Wiggins is from what he was last year, or what Buddy Hield was because he didn't play here. They're both on the team, but Chase Jackson-Davis was a rookie. And so he's a little wide-eyed at times, and he didn't even really get into the rotation in the lineup until the second half of the season. And whatever Kavon Looney was dealing with last year, it didn't look right. He physically didn't look right. He didn't look like he fit the team the way that he did, especially going back to the playoffs in the championship run when he was an absolute rebounding machine. And he looks more comfortable. He looks like he really focused on his body in the offseason, and he looks like his old self, cleaning glass down below and making big plays at big times.
And I do think a lot of it stems from the fact that none of these guys are playing more than 20 minutes or 25 minutes. So when you're out there, if you're Kavon, or if you are Kyle Anderson, or if you're TJD, you know that you get 5 or 6 minutes and you go out there and you play as hard as you can, and then you're coming out no matter what. So you don't have to save anything. It's max effort. When you play 12 guys and you're on the floor, it's max effort because you're coming out no matter what, unless you're Steph or maybe Draymond, maybe not even Draymond, but everybody is playing hard and coming out. So yeah, Kavon can go out there for 6 minutes and just ball.
888-957-9570. What has changed the Warriors in your mind? We'll take your calls. Greg Cosell is in 45 minutes. Jay Billis is on the show, and a strong chance GP2 calls us in just about a half hour. But it's you coming up next. In honor of Klay Thompson returning to Chase Center on Tuesday, we're giving away tickets to the game on Monday. Klay Warriors jersey on Tuesday, and the Klay Carnival. The Carnival at Thrive City is coming on Tuesday. We'll be broadcasting live out on the plaza before the game against the Mavs. So stay locked in for all the details. And to find out how you can win, we're also sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. Your call's next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource Water. With a LifeSource whole house system, we help your water reach its full potential. Clean, tasty, and ready to pamper you from head to toe. For factory...
10 to shoot. Curry with a dribble drive. Hook pass in the corner. Draymond there at the three. It's going to be way short. Grab by Looney. Put back. Good! Looney grabbed the air ball out of the air and scored it. 106-102. How about that play by Kavon Looney? Curry with 1:25 to go. Takes it right. Pump fake. Shots up. No good. Rebound, Buddy Hield. Left wing. Back to Curry. Curry dribbles, drive all the way in. No good. Rebound, Looney, and he's right there again. Johnny on the spot. Kavon Looney. It's 108-104 Warriors.
Dub Nation, it's Kavon Looney. You're listening to Willer and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Not Johnny on the spot. There's Cavani on the spot.
I love it.
Woo, and I let out, I belted one out last night. Hey, when Buddy hit that three, you want to know what my daughter said to me? We're sitting there finishing up dinner.
Yeah.
Buddy hit that three, and I let one out. She looks at me and she goes, I think that's the happiest I've seen you in a month. I don't know that that's true, but that's what it looked like to them.
Yeah.
The Buddy Hield three. I was like, woo! I gave out a, damn it, Niners, you're 4-4. Damn it, Farhan. That Buddy three. I'm like, we got something.
Oh, yeah.
You remember yesterday I said, if they win this one, I'm going to come in.
Rubbing your hands.
And say, we got something.
And I told you yesterday, if they win it, I was not going to come in and overreact. And then on the show thread last night, after they won, I said, forget what I said. I'm overreacting. We going to be championship. And I was caught up in the moment and the emotion because that was a game that, yeah, they should have, not that they should have won, they could have won, but it looked like in the fourth quarter, Boston, the home team, the defending champs, had exerted their will, and it looked like, okay, Boston's probably going to win this. They had the upper hand with about 7 minutes to go, and usually when you're trailing and you're chasing it, it's hard to come back, but, man, those plays that Lucas came back with, the Kavon Looney airball catch, and then the scoop and score, that speaks to exactly what this team is. And you mentioned it before, strength in numbers. This really is a strength in numbers kind of vibe.
Right, and so I think it's not for today, it's not for this month, and it's not for next month, but the big question, and we'll deal with this a little bit later, but the big question for the Warriors is strength in numbers is fun. Right now it's effective. I think it's infectious to the fan base. Does it win titles? Does it win titles? And that's the question I would predict the Warriors are going to face down the road because it's like super fun. You're like, yay, everybody plays and they look like they want to have a barbecue together and they win games. Sure. Wonderful. Does it win in June?
Right.
Does it get to June when the other team has Durant and Booker
and Beal
Beal, or does it win when the other team has Luka and Kyrie and Klay, or does it win when the other team has Shea and Chet, et cetera, et cetera? I don't know. And it's a question that doesn't need to be answered yet, which is the best part.
Which I do think is the question as we get in close to February, and I mentioned this on our show thread, like what if they're still really good and we get past the Super Bowl, we get close to the trade deadline or end of January and they're like the 2 or the 3 seed? Do you break it up in chase of the one big boy, or do you think, you know what, this has been good for 50-plus games, do we ride it out? That, as you mentioned, is not a question for today, but for today, you look at that win last night, and I'm just looking at the game log right now, and you had a Derek White 3-ball to put them up 7 with 6:46 to go, and you think, okay, they're down 7, and not that they're going to lose, but it felt like the, quote, better team had taken control, and then that's going to go ahead and be that.
Totally. That was the moment where you're like, all right, good effort.
Good effort. It's what you wanted, really.
Yes. Good effort.
It's what your bottom baseline was. Like, just compete. But you wanted them to win, but you didn't want them to lose by 40.
But then the home team kind of found their flow, and they got the crowd behind them, and they started hitting threes, and they were owning the second half, and you're like, all right, I get it. Let's see how they finish. Can they put up a fight down the stretch? They didn't just put up a fight down the stretch. They dominated the last 4 minutes of that basketball game.
Well, Steph gets fouled on a 3. They challenge. Sorry, no. And he hits all 3. Holiday makes a layup to make it a 4-point game again, and then Curry answers with a 3. And now it's a 1-point game, and now it's a little bit of pucker factor. A little bit of pucker up in Boston.
Dude, that was really fun.
Really fun.
That was really fun last night.
And I was trying to feed my daughter salmon, so we're alternating between airplane and helicopter. Just to try and to get her.
What's the difference between airplane and helicopter when you're feeding a 2-year-old?
Airplane is meow, 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 and helicopter is chug, 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 chug. It's all about the angle.
It appears your helicopter is coming from a higher angle as well.
Right. The helicopter comes from above.
It comes down,
chop,
right.
chop, chop, chop,
Although
chop, chop.
I would argue it actually flies lower than most planes.
It does, but the whole idea of it like being able to fly vertically as opposed to horizontally.
Yeah.
So I will ask her, what do you want? And she'll say, helicopter. All right, you're getting the helicopter. So as I'm bringing the chopper down, I'm looking over my shoulder at the TV, and it's Curry!
A helicopter with salmon in it.
Chop, 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 chop.
That's just weird. It's just weird. I've never been on a helicopter. I know you have many times.
Oh, yeah, for a whole year.
And I've heard that if you have a weak stomach, it doesn't go well. And so therefore, the idea that there would be salmon on there sounds even worse.
Depends on how seasoned you are. And the first time I was in a helicopter, I had to reach for the bag that they have. It was a major bag alert.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we were over an accident in Petaluma, and we were hovering for an hour, and I said, this is going to be an L for your boy.
Okay.
So you go quickly and quietly in the bag, and you take a nap, and then 2 flights later, I was good.
You're good to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so what has happened? What has changed the Warriors?
What the hell's going on?
Hey, what the hell's going on out here? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Han in Belmont. Hey, Han, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, boys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Huge fans of the show. You guys are amazing.
Thanks, man.
Wanted to talk about what's changed, man. To me, it comes down to 2 things, distractions and expectations. What I mean by that is, like, distractions, we can name them all day long for the past couple of years, man. The Draymond pool punch, the Klay contract drama, even the Kerr contract conversation, Bob leaving. There's all kinds of distractions. This year, nothing. Everything's settled. Contracts are in. I mean, you got Buddy through, 2026? So it just feels like it's settled a little bit, and they can just focus on playing ball. The other one, like I said, is expectations. I love being underestimated, and I feel like Curry does too. He talks about it all the time. You know, back in 2022, what was the percentage win chance for the Warriors? Like 6%, something like that. Bring that energy all day long.
I think, Han, thanks, you. Han. I think especially your first point is just a phenomenal one. And he compares it to the distractions the Warriors have been facing in the past, but I'll give you an even more current example. Let's talk about the 49ers. How are they doing this year so far in 2024 with distractions?
They're below expectations, right. And the distractions have been pronounced from Trent to Brandon
to Christian McCaffrey's injury.
Yeah, to the hat selection of your edge rusher.
We got hat selections. I mean, there's a lot of crap going on, and I give credit to the people who would call back in August and just be like, "This doesn't feel right. This just doesn't feel good," and here you go. You underperform. And when the opposite is true, where people are coming to work and they're just like, man, I can't even find something to worry about right now. You overperform. I think that's very fair in looking at the Warriors right now. That is what it feels like.
Right. And the expectations, I think, are not that lofty. And also the pressure of, think about it in terms of Draymond and Steph, like the pressure they feel. They would love to win a 5th championship. But if they don't, they're both going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Sure.
And, Wiggins has one, and Kuminga's got one, and Moody's got one, and Kavon's got a handful, and Steve is a made man, and all the rest of it. So the pressure is not like the Niners have, which is championship or bust, Super Bowl or bust. For the Warriors, the expectation is get back to the playoffs and go on a run. And so having that bar be a little bit lower does make you play a little bit more freely, right?
No doubt, no doubt. And he also brings up, I don't know how many people have taken a moment to look at this, because, when you're keeping flexibility and bringing in new players, sometimes there's the thought that everybody's on a short-term deal. Do you know off the top of your head Buddy Hield's contract?
It's, I think, 3 years at a very flat number. It's peanuts. It's relative peanuts.
NBA peanuts.
We're talking about peanuts.
He is in year 2 of a 4-year deal that will pay him just under $38 million. So total.
Not a year?
Steph is over there making 60. Buddy makes 9. And yes, they have him for at least 2 more seasons after this. And he's making 8.7 this year. It balloons up to 9.2 next year. And then in 2026-27, it's 9.6. You're going to have Buddy Hield for this and 2 more seasons. And in none of them does he even make $10 million. In the NBA, that is an unbelievable contract.
Right. He's making about 1/3 of what Klay is making, and he's making about 1/5 of what Klay made last year. And he's not doing exactly what Klay did, but so far through 8 games, he kind of is.
He's kind of doing more.
Right. I'm
sorry to say that.
No, I mean, through 8 games.
Small sample, yes.
Forget the history of Klay.
Right.
But from last year, last year Klay, you're right.
Yeah, like the productivity on both ends of the ball through 8 games has been better. That's not even arguable right now.
He's been one of the most productive players in the league.
Totally.
So that's fair to say.
How about Mike in Santa Clara? Hey, Mike, thank you for calling. And again, we're asking, what has changed the Warriors? 888-957-9570. Hi, Mike.
What's up, guys? Good to talk to you again. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Just wanted to just say, the optimism on my side is just, especially after watching last night's game and everything, just how we can compete and the competition itself, especially with the defense. Look, I see it the reason I'm optimistic is from the top to the bottom. All the way up from Lacob to Dunleavy to the coaches, especially bringing on Jerry Stackhouse and everything. Also from Steve Kerr and then back down to the players. Everyone is on the same page in this case, and they love it. And the fact that we also really destroyed that trade. I mean, Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield, and who knew that Buddy Hield was going to play out lights out like this at this point in time, along with Kyle Anderson still being a productive player. I mean, you guys tell me if I'm wrong. I think it's like $9 million or something like that between the two or something per year.
No, Buddy's making almost $9 million himself. Kyle Anderson is also I think what you're saying. It's not total. That's for each of them. They're both making $8.7 million this year each.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, that's where I got it wrong. Yeah. But still, those are mediocre contracts at that point right now.
They're small contracts.
That's unheard of.
Yeah, totally. They're below the mid-level.
It's totally unheard of. And the fact that we still get these guys underneath for another 2 years plus at this point, I mean, everyone is just, the chemistry alone is great. And I do see this being a very, what's the word I'm looking for? A very scary team to look at now. And we do have the players that can get it done. Now, can we just finish it up at this point? And that's where I am really looking forward to. I'm excited to see what happens for the rest of the season. Yes, it's only been about 9 games or so, but we have to also still see what happens, and we're going to still have those. We're still going to have those games. We're going to have those streaks where we do have a losing streak. Okay, what team doesn't? Whether it's in baseball, football, basketball, hockey, it doesn't matter. We're going to have those, but as long as we still keep the composure and still actually have what we have and do what we need to do, I still see this team making a run or in the deep end for the playoffs, guys.
Mike,
thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. I mean, again, I'm trying to keep my mind on now and not playoffs and contention and all that because, A, I don't even know what the roster is going to look like by then, and B, that's just too far away. But if you stay in the moment, you have to see what is total overachievement. And, yes, I think the core point of what Mike is saying is, my God, Mike Dunleavy has crushed the start of his general manager tenure with this team.
I'm just looking at the 6-team trade, and I was thinking in my own mind, how would you grade the trade of these 6 teams? Because the Mavericks got Klay in a second, and the T-Wolves got a second. They got a second-round swap in 2031, and they got cash.
Okay.
The Warriors got Slow-Mo and Buddy Hield. The Nuggets got cash. The Hornets got Josh Green, who's been good, and Reggie Jackson, who I believe they immediately cut. And they got a couple of seconds, 1 in 29, 1 in 30, and the Sixers got a second-round pick in 2031. So you have 1, 2, 3 teams that basically got picks or cash. The Mavericks got Klay, and the Warriors got 2 rotational pieces. My God, how, and I would love to hear from Mike Dunleavy, like, how does this work when you do a 6-team trade? And I would love to hear from him, like, you know, is it a 6-way Zoom? Is it 6 different phone calls? How do you put together the biggest trade in terms of teams in the history of the association, and you win the trade? You got 2 guys in your checks notes, 13-man rotation. You got 2 veterans, one of whom is an automatic bucket. Like, my God, Mike, how?
I mean, and you called them rotational players, and you're not wrong. I could also mention that Buddy Hield is averaging 0.1 points per game less than Steph Curry so far this year.
Right.
And he's doing it in fewer minutes. I know Steph has had fewer games. Buddy Hield is averaging over 21 points per game so far this year. So, yes, rotational piece. You could also call him key piece. But I'm with you. I don't even know how do you even do a 6-team trade? How do you even get that started? Who do you call? How does that come together? The creativity to come out of Klay Thompson being upset and wanting to leave, and to figure out how to make that work, all the while you're still thinking about Paul George and Lauri Markkanen. And then don't forget what he had done in his first draft as well. In his first draft, this is all after he's drafted Brandon Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis. That's after that. And then this year on draft day, he's pulling out Lindy Waters. And you're like, what? Who's that? And now look at what we've seen from him, which is somebody who can be a rotational player. Mike Dunleavy, I know you don't like A+, but so far in his GM tenure, A+. Unbelievable work.
Well, just this trade. And forget
just that alone.
That alone, but the fact that you were able to get something for Klay Thompson, because that didn't have to happen. Much like, you know, previously with D'Angelo Russell and Kevin Durant. Like, you don't have to have these sign and trades. So part of this is relationships with players where, you know, you go to Klay and you say, you know, Klay, where do you want to go? And he says, well, Dallas is one of them. Okay, let's work on it. So you call Dallas and they say, yeah, we want Klay, and here's what we're willing to offer. Well, that doesn't work for us. So hold on. Let me call Minnesota. And you talk to Minnesota and you go, hey, man, Kyle Anderson, we'd love to have him. Hold on. Let me give Denver a call. And can we get Charlotte involved? And what about Philadelphia? And so you call all these teams, and all this stuff starts flying around. And at the end of it, is he on a whiteboard?
Yeah.
Is he on his laptop? But at the end of it, he's like, hold on, guys. Are we all in agreement? All 6 of us? Okay, the deal's done. Send it to the league. And the league office is like, wait, what the hell? Are you guys kidding me?
No, we're not.
6 teams and 6 picks. And 5 players and cash.
And look at it now.
Look at
the payoff.
Right.
By the way, the Golden State Warriors have arrived at their hotel in Cleveland, and GP2 will join us in 10 minutes. That is confirmed. So GP2 is going to call into the show in 10 minutes. Greg Cosell dunks on Dibs at 3:15. Jay Billis later on, 4:15. Outside of those slots and those conversations, it's all you. What has changed the Dubs? 888-957-9570. We go to Lance in Guerneville. Hey, Lance, how's the Russian River today? What's going on?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. It's always great in the Russian River area.
You're damn right.
Hey, so the things that I think have changed, there was a cultural cancer with the organization that was eradicated from last year in particular heading into this season. I believe that as a result of that, the group that they assembled came together in a pretty significant way during the trip to Hawaii preseason. Stackhouse is a difference maker with this group, for sure. As I understand it, he's done some things that are pretty unique and innovative to get everybody to buy into the way that they're playing defensively right now, and I believe he absolutely deserves some credit for that thus far. And the last thing is, there were games last year where they were up by 20 and lost a bunch of them. And this year they've been in that same spot. and have been in a position where they've been ahead in games and then found a way to win. And they're learning how to win again with the group that they have. So those are my observations, and I'm happy to share any thoughts with you guys that you want about what I think the cancer was before.
Well, I think we probably get it. Lance, thanks very much. I love your point that you made there at the end. I know a lot of people who follow the NBA who are like, one of the biggest things for teams is finishing. And they mean that in all kinds of ways. Finishing quarters, finishing games, finishing road trips, finishing seasons, just finishing. Because as we always know, just look at what Houston did last Saturday night. Someone's going to make a run at you. And so what do you do in those situations? How do you finish? I think what we've seen from the Warriors this year can only be described as incredibly encouraging with how they handle things down the stretch of a close game when possessions get slow and tense.
Yeah, and part of that is, having Steph, but now you have Buddy as well who can get a bucket, and then Kavon Looney with a great offensive rebound and a finish, and Draymond Green with a couple of late free throws. And so you feel like you've got enough pieces, and this is where Steve Kerr is going to be tasked to figure out who's playing well and who could be a part of that finishing lineup, and it's going to be different every night. And last night was a great example of Steve Kerr hitting the right buttons, and Kavon Looney, somebody who played really well, and they needed him in the third quarter to kind of stem the tide and get some rebounds, and he did, and so he became a part of the finishing lineup.
Now, the other part of his call, talking about, things that are cancerous in the locker room, I wonder. Look, Klay Thompson's going to be here on Tuesday, and I wonder if there's a way to have this conversation without it sounding like Klay is catching strays and taking shots here, because I actually think that this is all really healthy. It's all really healthy. So I won't call Klay Thompson a cancer, but situationally the last 2 years, and everyone focuses on Draymond and Jordan from the year before, but from everything I've heard, that was Klay too. That was absolutely Klay too then, and it definitely was Klay last year. And it's not to say that what was bothering him wasn't understandable or whatever, from his body to contracts to just whatever. It was time for him to go somewhere else. And he did. And that has made both him better. And yes, don't be afraid to say it. It has made the Warriors better.
Yes, it has. And I hate that word when it comes to sports, because that word, it doesn't fit. Right. And he wasn't that. And having been in a relationship for 22 years, when it was me, it was her, it was both of us, when we both left, we both were better, and that's okay.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your calls are still welcome. However, we go live to Cleveland coming up next. GP2 from the Team Hotel will join us on Willard and Dibs.
I can't wait for that, but I also can't wait to tell you about Fremont Bank, which is my bank, and it's a family-owned bank.
San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Pritchard guarding Curry. Curry spins him across a couple of times. Now crossover behind the back, bounce pass to Payton. Payton goes in for a jam and got fouled. They tried to double Steph at the top of the key. Payton released and Cornette was a step late. And GP2 is a problem right now for Boston.
Hey, Dub Nation. It's GP2 here. Willard and Dibs is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Well, it was nice of him.
Yeah.
And that man looks healthy. That's my number one super fancy take about GP2 so far this year. That man looks healthy.
That man looks feisty.
Yeah.
And I mean that in the best possible way.
Everything is fitting like a glove, and we're so thrilled right now on the River Islands guest line is to go out to Cleveland, where the Warriors have just landed, and GP2 joins us now live on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Thanks for doing it, Gary. And yeah, you look healthy. What's your response to that?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for having me. But no, yeah, it's just that was the key emphasis on my summer this year. It was just getting out of the year healthy. I had a sprained calf or something like that. I cleaned that up, and then after that, it was just try to bulletproof it and just get faster, stronger, throughout the summer. And I'm staying on it and keeping everything up to par.
Yeah, and you look better than just par, and right now the team in general looks phenomenal, 7-1. What do you make of this start, Gary, and what do you attribute it to? Because Mark and I were talking about, how is this all happening? What do you think has been working for you guys so far?
We got a lot of guys that can play basketball and play at a high level. All our young guys are, they've been playing at a high level for a year about now, so everything's starting to come around. Moses Moody's, settling into his role. Jonathan's settling into, potentially his superstar breakout type role. So, added the pieces, K.A. And D'Anthony Melton, everybody's come in. We got, 12 guys essentially that we can, Steve's comfortable with everybody. And I think everything right now is we're just flowing right now. It's a nice little gel we have.
Gary, you just mentioned it, and Melton may play tomorrow or Sunday. We'll see. Can this 12-man rotation sustain? Can you guys do that all year long?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Of course, injuries and whatnot's going to happen, but I think so. Everybody's buying in, and it can be somebody's night every night, somebody different night every night. So there's not one guy. I'm sure we have another guy to come in and make plays and, just play basketball the right way.
Last night was your night. I mean, many nights have been your night, but last night you came in and you had such great contributions. What was it about last night and the matchups that made you so comfortable and had you play so well at Boston?
I'm kind of familiar with that arena and those guys. So, we know what they like to do and how they like to switch on and whatever they like to do defensively. So, I'm just being myself. Go up there. They put the big guy on me. I'm probably going to go set a screen and dive, and try to be a playmaker in there. And with the pieces I have around me, it makes it that much easier and, that much exciting to go out there and, have a good game. It was two top teams and, we had fun.
GP2 is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game in Cleveland, where the team will play tomorrow night in a game that you'll hear right here on 95.7 The Game. Gary, what did it mean to you? Not that I don't want to diminish any of the other teams you've played so far, but you guys know what people were saying. It's like a measuring stick game. So what did it mean to you guys to get a win like that that's a little more high profile?
It was good. We knew the back of this road trip was three of the best teams in the league, and we knew that coming in. So kind of got out of the early road trip. Could have cleaned up a lot of stuff. Had a little scary moment in Houston, so we learned from that and came out and we knew we had anything like that in Houston, we were gonna get beat. So this was a good test for us, and I know Boston was going to bring out the best of us, and we was going to bring out the best of Boston. So it was going to be a good clash, and we got two more to go with some young teams. So, it's another test for us, to see where we're at right now.
What's the vibe been like in the locker room? Because Mark and I were talking about expectations, and you're already a champ, and Steph and Dre have 4, and so you want to always be a champion, but does it feel a little bit less pressurized knowing that you've already got one, and also maybe the fact that most people don't think that you guys are going to be that good anyway?
Yeah, exactly. A couple years ago, they didn't think that we had what it take or we was going to be that good, and turned out doing what we did. But I think now it's a good chemistry. We have a good vibe in the locker room. It kind of does feel like that a couple years ago, but we just got guys that buy in and want to do it the right way and unselfishness, and they just want to win. And I think if we keep having that mindset and keep buying into what Stack and Terry and the staff is trying to do for us with this 12-man rotation, I think it'll be very good for us down the stretch.
Gary, you always represent defense, so I really want to ask you this. Last year, not a very good defensive team. So far this year, a very good defensive team. It can't just be because Steve told you to be better. Like, what happened here? Why are you guys so much better on defense?
We got intelligent players, like I said, adding D-Melt and Kyle Anderson. Those are two, especially D-Melt, already defensive-minded, very smart player, and two-way he can get going offensively. And KA he's like a little wizard out there, with his speed and how he uses it and how he's affecting the game. It's just crazy. And we got Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga. We have so many different lineups that we can go. And guys just want to get out there and make the right plays and win. So I think you got a group of guys like that with how many number of guys we have like that, it's going to be tough. You get to see different matchups, so you can't really game plan. But you can just hope, that we have a bad day.
And so far, no bad days. And I do have to ask you about what's being referred to as Dunkgate after last night. And, you go about 6'2" and change, and you dunk all the time, reverse, front ways, and whatnot. And Wiggins goes up for a layup and doesn't dunk it. And you in the post game even mentioned, Wiggs has to dunk the ball a little bit. You guys give him a little bit of a hard time in the post game after he missed that open layup?
I don't think it's a little. It's a little bit. I think we give him a hard time all the time. But no, Wiggs. No, we gonna finish those in transition. But Wiggs is Wiggs, and I know he's gonna get his bounce. He's got his bounce, so I heard that he kind of slipped yesterday, so we're going to let that one slide. But for sure, the rest of these, we going to need him to dunk them.
While we're on the topic of dunks, Gary, our producer, Lucas Alexander, is itching to ask you a dunk question. I'm going to throw it over to Lucas.
Gary, it's Lucas. Hey, pleasure talking to you. I've noticed that even when you're wide open going for dunks, you love to do reverse dunks, coming down, cutting down the baseline. Why? It seems like 90% of your dunks are reverse. What's the deal with that?
It's a good question. That's a good question. Well,
Thank
I guess
you.
I can just dunk in reverse. I can actually scan the floor and see where my matchup is, and as soon as I get dunk it, I can go to my matchup. So it's probably just me scanning. It's easier for me to scan and go pick up my matchup on the way back.
Gary, was it actually a good question, or were you just being nice because it was Lucas jumping in?
No, that's a good question. That's a good question.
All right. I'm just checking. I'm just checking.
Well, that counts for something on our show
it
now,
does,
Gary.
yeah.
You just gave him the biggest compliment that could be paid on this program.
He's celebrating in the other room right now.
No, that was a great question. Great question.
All right, well,
now you're piling on.
Yeah, here's my silly, playful question. I saw the pregame, and I don't even know what to call it, when you guys get in a circle and you're kind of doing the soccer thing where you can't use your hands and you're only using your head and your feet, and you were doing it with Jonathan Kuminga and Guy Santos, two guys from different countries where soccer is a much, much bigger deal maybe than it might be here in America. That feels intimidating. What allowed you to get into that circle, Gary?
No, we all have the same passion for football, so that's our little way to just to get back to the game, have some fun with it. We watch soccer all the time, so those are my guys, and we try to have fun right before the game with it. Hopefully get a bucket out of it.
Who's your team, Gary, when you watch soccer?
Bayern Munich. from Germany team, Bayern Munich. I've been watching them since South Africa, I think 2014. That's when I probably got into soccer. So since 2014, and it's been all fledged, and I try to get to as many matches as I can.
What made you select them?
The team that they had at the time, they had Frank Ribery, Aaron Rodgers, Thomas Mueller. They were just a feisty team. They were pretty much bullying, the whole soccer world. And I just liked how they played, just fearless, fast, get stops, and they go the other way and put pressure on you. So, I kind of just fell into that style of play, and ever since then, I've been rocking with them.
I can see you as a Ribery fan just based on the way he plays with that scar under his eye and the rugged nature.
Just chirpy, yeah. And it was just fun watching their style of play.
GP2, yep, at the hotel. Hey, Gary, leave us with this. How do you feel about this team versus how you felt about it when you were in camp? Wow.
Gary, did we lose you?
Did we lose him?
You got me?
Yeah.
Now we got
GP.
you.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you hear the question?
Yeah, I got you. I think we definitely grown from camp in Hawaii. We had a pretty good preseason, but we still knew in preseason games that we still needed to clean up a lot of things and get our defense right and rotation in our shell and everything's right. And I think we're still doing that now. It's just every game, the top of competition, the play level of competition, I think it's just going to continue to rise, and we're going to keep getting better, and it's going to force us to, lock down and lock in and, and have each other's back. So I think every game right now for us is just huge for us and with our chemistry, and, we're just continuing to build.
Gary, thanks for hopping on, man. Go get him tomorrow night.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep. Appreciate you. GP2 on 95.7 The Game.
Always good.
Yeah, now we got you primed and in a good mood for Greg Cosell to come in here and dunk on you.
I'm not afraid.
I know you're not afraid.
Bring it, Cosell, on a bye week. I got questions. I'm going to come after him today.
All right, so the difference between a Christian McCaffrey offense and maybe any of the other offenses, much more. Our weekly visit with Greg Cosell is coming up next. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly.
And we're going to try for more great questions. We do it every week with Greg Cosell, and he was kind enough to move from yesterday to today because we had such a short show with the Warriors game on the East Coast last night. So we're going to go out to the River Islands guest line here in just a second and talk to Greg. I do want to mention, just to put a bow on the conversation with GP2, the Warriors tell us, guess what, Dubs fans? There are still tickets available for Klay's return on Tuesday night.
Wow.
So all you got to do is go to Warriors.com and you can be in the building. And again, I'll mention what they've told us. They think they've got the coolest tribute to a returning player in the history of the sport. So you can be there to see it. Warriors.com. There are tickets available. Mavs and Warriors next Tuesday night. Plus, you and I will be out in the plaza so you can come say hi to us.
Yeah, and we're doing a whole Klay carnival out there as well. So come on out to the plaza and maybe you could win some tchotchkes, some prizes.
Maybe you can. Or maybe you just hang out and listen to conversations like the one we're about to have with Greg Cosell, senior producer, NFL Films. Let's talk about Niners and more. Hey, Greg, how you doing this week?
Gentlemen, how are you?
We are fantastic because it sounds to us like Christian McCaffrey's going to play football this weekend, Greg. We don't know yet, but that's the drumbeat, and that's my first question. Through your eyes and watching tape, how different is, or how much more open is the playbook for Kyle Shanahan when Christian is in versus out?
Oh, I think it's significantly more open. I think it starts with the pre-snap movement. There'll be a lot more. I mean, they're a high-motion offense to begin with, but I think with McCaffrey you can do even more. And then just simply the fact that the run game is better because he's, a great runner. So I think and the pass game element, obviously. So with the motion and the pass game element, I think there's a much broader playbook for sure.
When you look at the film, when he's on the field and Debo's there and McCaffrey and you got Juszczyk as well, what are the different ways that they use him that makes it so tough on defenses?
Well, the first thing a defense tries to do is to identify where people are and identify formation, and then they decide, okay, this is the way we practice to play against, certain formations. And then when there's movement, what that does to a defense is they usually have a response based on their practice all week, a response to motion. Some teams don't respond at all because they don't want to get caught up in communication with potential confusion. Other teams, based on the specific kind of motion, might have an adjustment that they've practiced all week. So one way or the other, you're giving more information to Brock Purdy before the snap of the ball, and that's what you're always trying to do with a quarterback, is give him as much information before the ball is snapped as possible.
Greg, I'd love to ask you about Juwan Jennings, who's also going to return this week, and his role has sort of been one thing through his career, and then all of a sudden, because of injuries and whatnot early in the year, he started to show people a different level of productivity. What did you see early in this year from Juwan that maybe you didn't know he had in him?
Well, I wouldn't say I didn't know that he had it in him because I remember doing him and evaluating his tape when he came out of Tennessee, and I really, really liked him as a player. What hurt him was the fact that he ran something like a 4.74 40, so right away that dropped him in the eyes of scouts, evaluators, and coaches as someone who, hey, really good player, physical, competitive, tough, but how many 4.74 wide receivers play in the NFL? So he's not a surprise to me because he was in the SEC and he was a really, really good receiver, super competitive, super tough. His game's obviously not built on speed, but that's okay. I mean, there are very few receivers whose games are truly built on speed. So he's always been a physical, tough competitor who can work between the numbers, and he's with a team who the foundation of the passing game is working between the numbers.
And you look at this offense now with Ricky Pearsall emerging and Brandon Ayuk, of course, is out. When you go to a three-receiver set with Pearsall and Juwan and Debo, who works better in the slot from what you've seen on film?
Well, I think, ultimately that's where Jennings has probably played the most. But I would say that this is an offense based on the use of motion, based on the fact that there's so many tight or reduced splits where the receivers are closer to the offensive tackles or the tight end. I think all of them could technically work in the slot. I don't think this is an offense that's built around you have one guy who lines up at the X, one guy who lines up at the Z, one guy who plays in the slot. I don't think the offense is built that way. So I think you're dealing with three guys that could essentially line up anywhere and that can all be used as motion players.
Greg Cosell with us, senior producer NFL Films, every week on Willard and Dibs. Greg, we want to ask you some things about the Tampa Bay Bucks for sure. You know, someone who I respect in the league said to me that right now this is not a very good defense, the Bucks. I wonder what's your evaluation of them right now?
Well, they're kind of hurting at the corner position for sure, because right now they're starting two corners who, I don't think ultimately they wanted to be starting. They play McCollum, and now they're down to their third corner opposite him in Hayes. So they're the outside corners for the Bucks. Smith, a rookie from Georgia, is the slot corner. I personally don't think that he's a slot corner in the NFL, but, others obviously disagree. So I think they're hurting at the corner position. I think at linebacker, they're telling you that next to Levante David, they're uncertain as to that player because they were playing Britt quite a bit. And then over this past week, and I think even the week before, they started playing a free agent named Russell. I believe he's a free agent, J.J. Russell. So they're telling you by what they're doing at that spot next to David that they're searching for someone who, in their mind, can do the job. And in their front, they don't truly have an edge pass rusher. They've got Vita Vea, who's obviously a really dominant force inside. They've got a second-year player, Kalijah Cansey, who's got tremendous quickness and can rush the quarterback. But on the edge, they're struggling on the edge.
And when you look at Vita Vea in the middle, and he's such a great nose tackle, and he's going to absorb the double team each and every time, what do you do offensively to sort of counteract what he can do as a space eater in the middle?
Well, then it comes down to the types of blocks that you deploy. There'll be angle blocks. There'll be double teams. That's all built into every run game. So, you're probably not going to block him a lot one-on-one. My guess is they're not going to have the center block him one-on-one. So, but you can take care of that with the way you structure your run game. So he's a really good player, and he'll make some plays, but my guess is he's not going to wreck the 49ers offense.
Greg, how have the Bucs done in handling the loss of their two best wide receivers in Mike Evans and Chris Godwin so far?
Well, I think they're the receivers that they're putting out there now. They don't really have a whole lot of verticality to their offense. Trey Palmer can run, but he's not a great receiver, but he certainly can run. So, what they're putting out there now is a bunch of guys who are kind of short to short intermediate receivers. Their wide receiver rotation had guys you probably haven't heard a lot of. They have a kid named Raheem Jarrett who played at Maryland. They have a free agent named Miller who played at Furman. Obviously, Sterling Shepard, he's been in the league, and they've got Palmer. This past week, Jarrett, the free agent from Maryland, played the most snaps of the quartet. But it was clear watching that tape that they don't really have an intermediate and true vertical dimension to their pass game, so it's somewhat condensed.
When you look at the run game, and the Niners have had some trouble against the ground game so far this year, Rachaad White, Bucky Irving, if he plays, how much of a threat do they pose against a Niner run defense that has been, at times, vulnerable?
Well, they've got three backs that they play. They play Rachaad White, they play Irving, and then they also play Sean Tucker, who came out of Syracuse a few years ago. And, these guys all have ability. I mean, Tucker and Irving are both explosive type backs that you have to be careful. They can create bigger plays. But their run game has been pretty good, quite frankly, over the last 5 or 6 weeks. They play a lot relative to the rest of the NFL of what we call the pony package, in which they play 2 running backs. So in other words, it's 21 personnel, meaning 2 backs and a tight end, but the 2 backs are halfbacks.
Greg, what's your assessment so far this year of the play of Baker Mayfield, who always seems the last few years to sort of be sneaky in terms of how well he's playing when no one's expecting him to?
Well, I would say in the league, he's probably thought of pretty well. I mean, he's at his core, he's a pocket quarterback. He's got a good arm. I think he sees the field well. He's willing to make difficult throws. Every once in a while, he'll make a throw that, he throws the ball into coverage or forces a ball because by nature, he's aggressive, turning it loose. But Baker's a good quarterback. And his arm is if you talk to coaches and players, they'll tell you his arm's really good. He can make throws. They just are somewhat limited in what they could do with their pass game because of what they're lacking on the outside. But Baker Mayfield's a good NFL quarterback.
And you look at their offensive line, Greg, and I see 4 of the 5 who were drafted either in the first or the second round. How do you think of this unit as a 5-man group trying to protect Baker without the weapons they have outside?
Yeah, it's not a bad group at all. Obviously, the left tackle, Wirtz, is a really, really good player. Probably one of the better left tackles in the league. They drafted Graham Barton in the first round this year, who was a tackle at Duke, but they've moved him to center. He's a rookie, but he's a solid player. So it's a solid O-line. It's not a weakness per se. My guess is, with the right tackle, Gadecki, that they'll put Bosa predominantly on him, and I think that'll be a good matchup for Bosa. The 2 guards at times can struggle in pass protection. So we'll see how they choose to attack that. But I think the 2 guards, not necessarily a weakness, but not a strength.
Greg, I get what you're saying about putting Bosa on the other side, but in the past there have been kind of some one-on-one matchups between Nick Bosa and Tristan Wirfs, who are 2 of the best at their positions. If we see that some this weekend, how would you sort of handicap that matchup? What can you tell us about their tendencies?
Yeah, well, don't forget, Wirfs started his career as a right tackle in the league, and he just moved to left tackle, I think, last year, if memory serves me correctly. So he's played right tackle, I think, his first 2 years in the league because he came out in 20, and I'm pretty sure in 20 and 21 he was their right tackle, and then in 22 and maybe 3 years, but because we're now in 24. But I think he's played left tackle the last 2 years. So he's gone against him. Wirfs is really good. I mean, that's one of those really good matchups where Wirfs is going to win some and Bosa is going to win some. Wirfs is really strong. He's got really light feet. He's just a really good tackle. So, you're going to expect that he's going to win some one-on-one matchups.
Charvarius Ward not expected to play after the family tragedy in the game on Sunday. What does that do, in your opinion, for the 49ers with a secondary of mostly younger and inexperienced players? How have they looked so far this year, Greg?
Well, I think Renardo Green has showed really well. So he's obviously going to I assume he's going to start now. So you're going to have, I guess Yodom is going to play, right? He'll be the other corner on the outside. I mean, when they go to nickel.
Lenore
right,
probably.
There's also, Lenore, but you're right. Yodom will probably move back into the lineup a little bit more than he had been, yeah.
Yeah, I would assume Lenore will, if they're playing base, I assume Lenore will be on the outside as he always is in base. The question is, who's going to play opposite him in base? Will it be Yodom or Green? I guess, we'll have to wait and see on that. But, when they go nickel, obviously Lenore will move inside to the slot. But I mean, Green has played well. I think he's going to be a really good player. Yodom's been a guy that's been in the league, and, he's been with a number of teams, but, he's now been in the league a long time, so teams obviously think you can line up and play with him.
Greg, I you're free on this one to be like, I have no idea, Mark, but I want to ask you, because the Niners just acquired someone at the deadline. Do you have any intel on Khalil Davis, the inside tackle that they got from Houston this week?
Yeah, he was a rotational tackle with Houston. I think that's what he is, and I think he's really good in that role. Like, he's not a guy you'd put out there for 45 or 50 snaps. I've seen him with Houston. He shows up on film. He flashes. He's got pretty good quickness. That will be his role with the Niners. He'll be a rotational player. That's why they got him. They wanted more depth. Obviously Hargrave's done for the year, so they're looking for depth at that position. I think that's what he is. When you get a guy like that, you're getting him because you know what he is, and you're getting him for a specific reason, and that's the reason.
And when you look at the Niners so far through 8 games on film in the interior defensive line, where do you see their problems or their weaknesses against the run and or the pass?
I wouldn't necessarily, call it weakness. I mean, you have to be careful about, if a team runs the ball, in a given week, you don't, I have this conversation so often, with different people when I do stuff. We live in a social media world where, quite frankly, everybody is trying to make evaluations week to week, and you can't really do that. There's 17 games. It's the NFL. sometimes guys don't play great in a given week. It doesn't mean they're no good. Sometimes a team doesn't play well in a specific area in a given week. It doesn't mean that they're bad at that. For instance, I'll give you an example. We've talked about Devondre Campbell a number of times over, since we started talking. And there's been plays where he's not been very good at all. There's also been plays where he's been very good. So you just have to be careful. I mean, this is a defense that has a pretty good front. Can they get beat at times inside? It's one reason why they went out and got Khalil Davis, because they probably don't want to play Jordan Elliott as many snaps as they've had to play him, because he's not that guy. So they're looking for more players. But they're not a weak defense.
Greg, when you look at what's coming back, and Dre Greenlaw maybe soon, but not yet, but the expectation this week is, at least on the offensive side, Christian McCaffrey and Jawan Jennings are going to be back. And the 49er fan base kind of has this vibe of like, coming out of the bye, the cavalry is coming back, we're going to look really different this week. Is that fair? Do you expect this offense with those two additions to really kind of jump up a few notches?
Well, I think the one thing we don't know is how much McCaffrey will play.
Yep.
Is he going to play 60 snaps? Is he going to play 20 snaps? We're talking on a Thursday. I don't know what his status is. Do you guys happen to know, has he been a full go in practice?
No, he's been a limited go. The only thing that we have, and this is completely unofficial, but Richard Sherman did say that he spoke directly to Christian last week, and that Christian said they've been very cautious. He already was ready to go, and so they're just playing it cool, but that he expects potentially a significant role this weekend.
Well, I mean, if they've been giving him, an extra 2-3 weeks for that reason, which in my view is smart, then maybe he is going to play 40 or 50 snaps. And I would expect their offense, don't forget, they still run the ball well. Now, he's obviously arguably the best back in the league when healthy. So he's a better player than Mason and Garindo. But I don't think the offense, in terms of approach, in terms of running the football, how much they run it, is necessarily going to change. It may look different because of the motions, different looks, but it's not as if all of a sudden they're going to run the ball 80% of their plays. They're a running team. Mason, until he got hurt, was up among the league leaders, if not leading the league in number of carries. So it's, that's not going to change. They're going to be a running football team to start. You're asking if there's going to be better production. Now, Mason gave you a lot of production as well. So, it's not as if the production's going to double.
Right, but I wonder about the production in the red zone, because they were number one last year, and this year they're bottom 5. Does the McCaffrey presence give them that versatility that they need?
Yes, and teams normally that are really good in the red zone, normally, nothing's 100% in the league, but normally they can run the ball, really well, particularly when you get into the low red zone, meaning inside the 10-yard line. And that's where McCaffrey gives them something that they don't have.
Greg, great stuff, man. Here we go, coming out of the bye week and the backstretch, and this is where Kyle Shanahan has really succeeded in his history. So we look forward to talking to you throughout.
Yeah, and they got some tough ones coming up. I mean, they got Seattle, Green Bay, Buffalo. I mean, it'll be an interesting schedule.
Yes.
This is a tough game. I mean, they're on the road. This is almost a must-win game.
Oh.
Yeah,
did you hear that, Tibbs?
Don't say. He said almost. And thank you for couching it, Greg.
I mean, just because the schedule's hard.
Yes.
It is.
But,
look,
Greg,
this
you
is
and
a
I
team
are
when they
both,
play
really analytical, and I'm very strict about my use of the phrase must win. That's all.
Well, I mean, look, must win, Look, if they go to 4, they're 4-4, right?
Yep.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, no one wants to go to 4-5 if you're 4-4, but they've got a challenging schedule. In other words, they don't have the games you look and you go, boy, that's going to be a win. Just pretty much. They don't have those kinds of games coming up.
You're exactly right. I mean, trips to Buffalo, trip to Green Bay. The Lions are still on the schedule. You're right. You're right, Greg. Great to talk to you as always.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Greg.
We'll talk to you soon. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Greg Cosell says this is a must-win this weekend.
No, that's not what he said. And for you to corrupt the words of my dear friend Greg Cosell is not only erroneous, but quite frankly, it's hurtful. He said almost must win, which honestly is it's kind of a milquetoast thing to say.
Wow.
It's a
Why
must
don't you
win.
say that to his face?
That's why I stopped him and corrected him.
Oh, but you didn't call him milquetoast.
I said that phrase, almost must win, is a red herring.
Right.
It's a non sequitur because it's either a must win or it's not a must win. Must win is a black and white construct.
Well,
you get that, right?
I get that, but do you get that must can lead to or refer to anything? I mean, even if you lose a must-win game, it's not like you die. Like, must what? He might be saying this is a must-win for them too, and then fill in the blank.
Right, but
this is a must-win for them to not be 4-5.
But you understand that the phrase must win pertains to make the playoffs or don't make the playoffs.
Lucas, game show music, please, if you would. Game show music. Thank you very much. There are 3 quarterbacks in the NFL this year who have already thrown their 20th touchdown pass. Dibs, 3 quarterbacks, 20 or more touchdown passes. Can you name them?
Geez, man, we're halfway through the year, 20 or more. Man, I'd have to dig deep and think about who's had monster games. I know who it isn't, and one of whom it isn't is Patrick Mahomes.
Not Patrick Mahomes,
Mr. Special, Mr. Everything himself. I know it's none of my fantasy quarterbacks, which include Stafford, Goff, and Stroud.
This is a hell of a filibuster right now.
Well, I'm trying to work my way through it.
Okay.
I would guess one of them would be not Joe Burrow. Man, this is hard. Josh Allen would be a guess.
Nope. Josh Allen has 17.
Okay.
That's a no.
Boy, I don't know, Mark.
All 3 of them are appropriate for the conversation today. How about that?
That means they're all not very good, or they've all... I mean, the conversation for today is like...
Are you waving a white flag?
I mean, I could keep guessing, but we're up against it.
We kind of are.
You set me up to fail.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You can guess. You didn't get any of them. Yeah, that's not... So, you know who's leading the NFL in touchdown passes is Baker Mayfield.
Oh, there you go.
Baker Mayfield has 23, and the other 2 who have 20... are about to play in a Fade the Dibbers contest.
All right, Lamar.
Coming up here in about an hour. The Fade the Dibbers in an hour. The game's in an hour and a half. Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson.
Joe Burrow's got 20. Wow.
Joe Burrow.
Okay. Lamar, you're front runner for the MVP again.
Easily. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Okay, check this out. Back to the Warriors. What has changed the Warriors? Is the question we're asking at 888-957-9570, but we need to throw into the mix what Brian Windhorst said about a potential Warriors trade. That is coming up next. Jay Billis in a half hour, Willard and Dibs.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. The holidays are coming, but so is our pre-holiday sale, starting November.
Then at the end, he's like, it's a great question. It's a great question. And then I like what you said, where you're like, now stop.
Yeah.
Like that's
you're just piling on now. Yeah.
And I love that. Thank you for spending time during our show cutting up yourself and replaying it on the air. I hope you enjoyed that.
I did. You're welcome.
Yeah, that's great. That's good work.
And I told him in real time through the talk back where we can talk to the people in the other room. I said, career highlight, and he nodded vigorously.
Big deal, right? Active Warrior gives you 6 that's a good or that's a great questions. And I think it's also, correct me, the only question that you've ever asked one of our guests, at least on the air.
I feel like I have before, but
have you ever done that before?
First in a long time.
Yeah.
1 for 1?
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible.
Damn. I'd walk it off if I were you.
Think I'll retire now.
Yeah, just leave.
Thanks for having me.
Doors that way.
And as good as the question was, and it was good, the answer was even better. Basically, he does it so that he can find his man on defense more quickly.
He's like, I won't be able to see. I don't want to turn my back on the game. Did you buy that answer, or is he hot dogging and didn't want to say it?
Coming from him, yes.
Okay.
Because I could see him going up, about to dunk, and thinking, where's my man? I better reverse dunk. That way I can go ahead and play defense quicker.
I mean, that is how his brain works.
Dude,
yeah,
yes.
he is. He's very much a different dude.
So coming from him, I'm buying it.
There's a little showboating in there.
A little bit.
There's a little bit of showboating.
But if you
which is fine, by the way.
If you watch him dunk, he doesn't often go like high above the rim, elevation sensation. He gets to the rim, slightly above, and he efficiently dunks the basketball, and then he goes and plays defense.
Yeah.
So it's not like I go up and I dunk it, and I'm going to swing, slap the glass, and then preen and pose. He dunks and defends.
By the way, if you missed the GP2 conversation, it was great, and you can check it out, Odyssey app, YouTube. There was another answer he gave that I wanted to circle back to, and then we'll get to your Warrior calls, 888-957-9570. What do you think has changed the Warriors this year? I asked him, I go, dude, you're a defensive guy. You guys were not good on defense last year, and now you are. So, like, what gives? What happened? And in that answer, 2 to 3 times, you know who he referenced? DeAnthony Melton. He's like, well, Melt, really good. He's not playing, Gary.
Right.
He's barely played. So that's awesome that the Warriors are about to basically activate another very good defender. And that is as advertised. He's advertised as a good defender. But I would argue that's not what's making you a better defensive team this year because he's not playing.
It's that Melt mentality. Is
Okay.
what it is. You know, Melt set a tone from Hawaii all the way back.
I like the Melt.
I do too.
You ever eaten there?
It's funny you say that because one of the things I would do with my kids when I would go there, and they ask you for your initials so that they can, you know.
They do?
What you do is you order at the Melt, and they say, can I have your initials? Or they say, can I have your name? And then that way when they call it out by your initials.
By your initials. And
so I would always tell them that my name is Frank Underwood. So then my sandwich would be ready, and they'd be like, sandwich for F you? F you.
You have.
F you. Your sandwich is ready.
Who's more mature?
My kids would be so embarrassed.
You or your 2-year-old? Who is more mature?
It's a coin toss.
My
You
God.
should see us when I get home. And the two of us slapping it around like a couple of 3-year-olds. But my kids at the time were teenagers. And I would say, put that under Frank Underwood. And they'd be like, F you. Your sandwich is ready. Hey, F you. And I'd say, F me, F you.
Really sounds like a sandwich shot in Philadelphia.
Dude, my kids were so embarrassed. Dude.
That's good.
Who wants to say F you?
Your initials are already a thing.
Yeah.
Designated driver.
Well, that's not what I think of when I think about Double D.
Like I said.
I mean, what's wrong with you?
I mean, your maturity.
The fact that you were the designated driver.
I mean.
Are you a priest? What is wrong with you?
Speaking of priests, they're not too old. Some of our listeners got that, and most of you didn't. But we're looking for you, priest. Do you have the clip somewhere in there, Lucas?
They're too old.
Or are you too busy cutting clips of yourself to share on the air?
And posting videos of me being like...
Well, that was funny. Where can we find that, by the way?
All of our socials. It is everywhere now.
Okay.
Your boy got clowned.
Dan Dibley, also known as FU.
Frank Underwood.
and people should know how this came to be. I'm arriving today, and I'm literally about to walk into the doors of our office, and I hear from across the street, "Hey, Willard!" And I'm like, all right, we got a drunk listener. And
I had to say it twice.
Right, and I turn around, and no, we don't have a drunk listener. We have Dibs in a freaking sailor cap in the middle of the street.
Maiden Lane.
In the middle of the street. I'm like, what the hell is going on out here?
And we all waved you over because you needed to see what was about to go down.
Director of Sports and America's favorite interviewer, Lucas Alexander, is over there.
And the Director of Water.
Yes. And
Whitney
Sandretto, who runs our digital and is fantastic, is also over there. And she's got a tripod with the phone on it, and they got extra phones on it. And you're like over there in a T-shirt, a sailor cap, and not really a lot else.
Shorts,
barefoot. From across the street, I'm like, Skivvies, what are you doing over there? Like, what is happening right now?
What are you doing?
And there's a bucket. That's the only other thing. There's a bucket. And when I got there, you asked me, you go, are you familiar with, and what did you call it? It wasn't the ice bucket challenge.
No, it's, I believe, the splash challenge, right?
The splash challenge. And I'm like, no, I'm not familiar with that because I don't think that's a thing.
I wasn't familiar either until 2 days ago when, look, our boss said, I have an idea. You stand there and we throw water on you. It'll be great.
So it's not a thing. It's just something that y'all made up.
It's actually a thing.
It's a TikTok trend.
It's a TikTok trend.
It's a TikTok trend. Got it. Okay. The splash challenge.
So I told him, let's do it yesterday. And then Whitley, director of social media, was a no-show. And I thought, cool, I'm off the hook. And I walk in today early like an idiot. And here she is. And she says, oh, we can still do it today.
We could do it.
And I said, well, I happen to still have my change of clothes with me. Let's do this thing.
And what, like, you have the yellow, gold-blooded...
Warriors.
Yeah, it says Warriors.
Yep.
Right?
From the Western Conference Finals series against Dallas a couple years ago.
You cut basically what amounts to a promo for the game next Tuesday, Klay back in town, but you did so while being doused 4 different times by a bucket of water.
It should have been once, but Director of Sports has very limited bucket water throwing skill. So he had to continually try to pepper me with water.
Well, the funniest part was there's 3 throws of water, and he looks down, and there's still water in there.
Maybe an ounce.
And
he had to get that on me, too.
Then he fires it, but there's so little that it just kind of does like this little through the air and kind of lands on your feet, and you look at him and you're like, 4 was unnecessary. Like in the middle of the promo. It's very, very amusing. So this is all over all of our digital platforms.
Twitter, Instagram, TikTok.
Yeah.
And it's embarrassing to you.
I think it's funny, and it's hard to embarrass me. I did this voluntarily, like rubbing Lorenzo Neal's feet for 10 minutes live on the air was worse than getting a bucket of water thrown on me.
No, I get that, but my point is for the viewers and listeners, you should go like it's funny.
I think it's pretty funny.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
You should check it out.
You should.
Have you seen this still picture? Have they sent you that yet?
Oh, no. No, but I look skinny because I'm recoiling because it's so cold.
I'll show it to YouTube and Twitch, and if you're not watching right now, you can just go check it out on social channels. But it's one of those still pictures where your eyes are closed and your mouth is making a completely funny look, and you are getting, like, it looks like water is coming from every single angle.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it felt like it was. And so as we're shooting this, Lucas, director of water, says, are you ready? And I'm thinking, how do you get ready to have a gigantic bucket of water hurled at you in the middle of a street in San Francisco? There's no getting ready for it.
Sure there is.
Let's just do it.
Yeah.
Throw the damn thing.
Did you do the ice bucket challenge when that thing happened a few years ago?
Yep.
Well, it was a lot of years ago.
A lot of years ago.
That was probably like 8 years ago.
Yeah, I was going to say
8 or 9 years
6.
ago.
Yep. Definitely pre-pandemic.
Pre-TikTok, too.
Yeah.
I think.
I would guess 2018. Might be earlier than that, but yeah, I did that.
Actually, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm 100% sure it was earlier than 2018.
You were still down south?
Yeah, well, we were 3 houses away from moving up north.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember where we did it. We did it on the front lawn, and the kids.
Wow, Mark.
Yeah.
2014.
There you go. It was a decade ago.
Dude.
I know. They go fast. especially when you're underwater like you.
Yeah, that was a couple kids ago.
So, anyway.
A couple marriages ago.
Well, anyway.
Anyhow.
First of all, I'd like to pass along to everybody that you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Okay, a few things before we go to the Warrior calls. Listen to this from Brian Windhorst, ESPN's First Take, and he doubles down on something we heard before the year, which is that the Warriors with a 12-man rotation are jockeying and financial flexibility to be ready to make a big trade if someone becomes available. Well, now they're 7-1. And I bet most of you fans out there are like, don't trade anybody. Like we said, we got something. We got something with this group. Well, Windhorst says, no, get ready for a possible trade.
They may not want to do anything with this roster because it's so good, but the Warriors are the biggest candidate in my mind to make a big trade. They tried to trade for LeBron James last trade deadline. I know it was was one of the most amazing stories that Woj and Ramona reported all last year was that trade talks went down. Okay, that didn't happen. Then they tried to trade for Paul George. Then they tried to trade for Lauri Markkanen. This is a team that's got an itchy trigger finger trying to make a big deal. All of these players' value are increasing as this happens. Now, they may not want to touch what they've got going, but this team has its draft picks going forward. They have all these guys. They've lowered their payroll by $50 million.
All right. Again, that was from ESPN's First Take. And I think it leads to what is going to be the back and forth question for the next 3 months of Warriors basketball, which is the better they get, the more you can think championship, but the better they get, the less you're going to want to shake it up. So if they're jockeying for a trade, if they're built for a trade, what's the middle ground there? And as a Warrior fan, if you're watching them start to bank all these wins, do you want them to make a deal, or do you want them to just continue to run it with this group?
It depends on how good they get. And I do think that it's kind of a double-edged sword because the better they get, the more you can retrieve by trading some of these pieces. So if Buddy continues to be this good and Kavon is skinny and forceful and productive and GP2 is getting his reverse dunk going and he's a real player and all the rest of it, the better these pieces are, the better they perform, the more you can get for them if you decide to trade them. But the other side of it is, as I mentioned during the crossover, if you're 36-18 and the deadline is coming up and you're the 2 seed in the West, or maybe you're the 3 seed or wherever you are, do you really want to roll the dice and break that up when you've gone 2/3 of the year and you've been that good? And like Gary said to us earlier, GP2, the locker room, the vibes are great.
Well, and you can look at it and say, okay, you could be good, but we know when you get to the end, you need stars in the NBA. Usually, there are very few kind of strength in numbers teams where it's just like, yeah, we've got 12 players, we've got our 1A plus, and then everyone else is really good. That usually doesn't win in the end. However, if something does become available, if Giannis is on the market, then you also have to ask yourself, just because you make a trade doesn't mean it's going to work. So you're taking a huge risk. Like, you could get a great player and be worse. I mean, and don't act like it's not possible. The Bucks got Damian Lillard. They're worse.
Yeah.
They're worse.
Yeah, for a number of reasons.
For a number of reasons.
They've had injuries and, they've got guys who are getting older. And, Dame has not been in that winning situation yet. And so maybe he eventually turns out to be more of an Allen Iverson player who is a really good individual, but he's not somebody who you can be a championship team with.
Let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. T.I. in Oakland's been super patient. What's up, T.I.? What are you doing?
Hey, Will, how you doing, man? Diaz, what's going on?
What's up, T.I.?
The question I think you said was how have the Warriors changed?
Yes.
So if I look at it, I think what's happening is the Warriors are getting back to their championship DNA, which consists of defense, high-efficient three-point shooting, energy, and the right personnel. I don't think the past couple of years they had the right personnel to get back to that championship DNA. So that's what I see coming out, what they're doing now. And also, the Warriors have always been a trendsetter. So I don't like hearing people say they're not going to stay with the 12-man rotation. Why not? If it's working, don't try to fix it.
T.I., I think you're definitely onto it. But the question is, and thank you for the call, the question is the sustainability. The question is, where is this going? I get the vibe today. I understand it. There's kind of like markers. This whole season has felt like you're climbing a staircase, right? You start the season and you're like, okay, like we thought that they would be a deep team. We thought they would be a professional team. You go beat Portland. All right, nice. Then Steph Curry gets hurt and you're like, oh, we can still play basketball. That's good too. And you start stacking wins. You're 6-1, but the teams you've beaten largely don't excite people. But you've climbed a lot of stairs. You were A, pretty good, and B, you can now win without Steph. You're deep. Last night, you climbed another stair. And people are going to come out of last night's game and go, oh, wait a minute. You've got a chance to be an elite team. And so I think that T.I. is exactly right. You're seeing the DNA of the Warriors. I keep hearing people go, you know what's different is they're playing with joy. And I would argue that the joy actually sort of is a byproduct of the way they're playing as opposed to the other way around. They're not winning because they're playing with joy. They're playing with joy because they're winning.
I see it the other way. But
do you?
Yes, and I do think that when you have a joyous, comfortable environment, you can win more than the other way around. And yes, the talent has to be there. You can't just be a happy group of fellas and go 7-1. But I do think that happy people tend to perform better than unhappy people. And so I do think that this success is a byproduct of the chemistry and the culture.
I'll buy that it's probably at least a little bit of both, but things start feeding on one another. And so now you're looking at a team that wants to play defense, accepting of their role. And then when you go out there and do that, now you're getting the payoff. Like they're getting the positive reinforcement, which is you're winning basketball games. Gosh, you're doing it at the home of the champs.
Yep.
All of that is just going to keep building the whole thing. And yeah, you get to a point where you're like, wait a minute, why are we all talking about trade here? Why would you change anything? We're far from that, but you could get there.
You could, or you could look at their first championship year and look at a team that had a guy who averaged 23.8, and this year that same guy's averaging 21. That'll go up. That year you won your title, you had somebody average 21.7. This year you have a guy who is largely the same, averaging 21. You had a really good wing player in Harrison Barnes. Well, you've got one now with Wiggins. Draymond was Draymond, and Draymond still is. And you look at the rest of that team, whether it's Iguodala and Bogut and Livingston, This team's got equal depth in those kind of veteran pieces. So there are parallels between the team 10 years ago that won the first chip.
Jay Billis was part of the call on this game last night. He joins us in about 7 minutes. 888-957-9570. Don in Berkeley next up on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Don. What's up?
Hi, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
Can you hear
man.
me?
Yeah, Don. Gotcha.
So maybe it's just my warped sense of humor, but I think it's really amusing that everyone's talking about the Warriors' speed, like one of the callers on the earlier show with Guru, and yet they've got this guy named Slow-Mo. So I think speed and slow-mo make for a really amusing combination, and I just want to talk about Slow-Mo as somebody that was really annoying when he was on other teams. But he's really fun to watch on the Warriors, and that big smile on his face after he hit the third three when they left him alone last night was just really, really charming. So I think it's speed and slow-mo, and I do think that there's something about the vibes. But if I could say one more thing about the vibes, I think the Warriors have, besides Draymond having hopefully a lasting change of heart, he seems to be playing differently. And Steph is always a cool customer. He gets riled up, but he's a very steady hand. The Warriors have some players who are not expecting a lot of playing time, except for Kuminga. And Kuminga's the guy that worries me because he's so talented, but he wants to show that talent. He wants to be a starter. He's playing it cool, sort of, by saying he accepts his bench role, but he's got a history of not being so cool, and he's young and he's a little hot-headed, and that worries me a little bit. But other than that, it's really fun to watch him flying to the ball and trapping, and when the trap's over, they're really fast to get back into their rotations, and it's been a revelation to me.
There you go.
Thanks.
Don, thanks so much. A couple thoughts there. First of all, isn't it funny how a uniform change can change our perceptions of a player so quickly?
Yeah.
He's as Kyle Anderson used to be so annoying. Give him a Warrior jersey. That's all you needed to do.
Exactly.
For a lot of people, that's how it was for Chris Paul last year.
And Blake Snell, too.
Yeah.
Like, how annoying was he when he was doing that for the Padres and you couldn't hit him?
Yeah.
And now it's less annoying when he's a Giant when he pitches. And it'll be more annoying next year wherever he goes, and he comes back and he goes 6 1/3 and walks 4 and allows 1 hit and, throws 117 pitches in 3 innings.
Yeah.
And holds you down.
Blake never did. Blake didn't annoy me nearly as much, but I mean, like, Randy Johnson put on a Giants uniform.
Right.
Like, what?
Yeah. Burl Hershiser, similarly.
Just give him a jersey, and it changes everything.
Yeah.
It changes everything immediately.
Interesting, the caller talked about how slow he is, because if you think about 2 of the 5 best players in the league and even 3 of the top 10, you could say it's James Harden, who is slow, Luka Doncic, slow, and Nikola Jokic, he also plays slow. So fast does not always equate to good in the NBA.
We're going to keep taking your calls. We see all of you there, 888-957-9570. Jay Billis is going to enter the conversation coming up next as well. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. I do want to pass on one other thing, 49er related. Kyle Shanahan has stated publicly, quote, he expects Christian McCaffrey to return Sunday and play against the Bucs.
All right.
So
let's do this.
Not a surprise, but again, you know me, whenever you hear them say it publicly, it's a lot further than that.
Yeah.
So Christian's playing this Sunday.
And that's on Thursday that comes out.
Correct.
And yesterday, Kyle had said, like, I'll let you know at game time. And he was obviously joking, but the fact that he comes out today and says that they expect him to play, that tells me that he's ready for a full go.
I think they've had 3 weeks of good progress and response from his body in practice. And so here we go, man. Rev it up. And for everybody who drafted him number 1 overall, here you are. It's time to change your team. Christian McCaffrey is back and ready to ride.
A little late for Lubman, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. If you're 2-7, sorry. But anyway.
1-8, I think.
Is he really? Good Lord.
Yeah.
All right, Jay Billis joins us next. We'll continue with your phone calls. Fade the Dibbers is still ahead, too. It's all coming this hour. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Heading out to catch the next big game? Start your journey right at SFO. With the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, and tasty food, why settle for less? Start your trip like a true Bay.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're having some fun today, and that's not unexpected because the Golden State Warriors took it to a new level last night. It's one thing to be optimistic. It's another to get off to a good start. Changes the tone of the whole season when then you get your first real big measuring stick and you pass with flying colors. That's what the Warriors did last night. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Glad you're with us, and let's go out to one of the people who obviously we know very well in the hoops world and was on the call last night with ESPN, Jay Billis on the River Islands guest line. Jay, thanks for coming on. What were your impressions for measuring stick night for the Warriors?
I thought the Warriors played really well. It's a really, really outstanding defensive team and very different from the team I think we all saw last year. They can really guard the ball. They did a great job, I thought, game plan wise, trapping Jason Tatum in the first half, getting the ball out of his hands, and they forced him left a lot. And I thought did a really good job, and they were good on the boards. They took care of the ball for the most part. Look, the first probably 7 games that Golden State played were not a murderer's row. It was playing against some rebuilding teams and teams that haven't been quite as successful. So I agree with you. It was a measuring stick, but I do think that things would have been more difficult if Jaylen Brown had played and Kristaps Porzingis was in the lineup. That makes Boston that much better, and that's one of the reasons they're sort of the lead contender to win it again. But I think it was really positive for Golden State. They're very, very good.
The Warriors with a little bit of that November college basketball vibe in that they're playing 11, if not 12 guys at times. What do you make of that deep rotation that Steve Kerr is going to?
I think because he's got some interchangeable parts, and he can swap out Trace Jackson Davis for Kavon Looney, have a lob threat in Davis, and then bring in more of an offensive rebounder and a seasoned defender in Looney. Gives them some flexibility. It takes Draymond Green doesn't have to play the 5. He can play the 4, which I think is a lot easier on him and makes him more effective and more of a playmaker. But they have some interchangeable parts in different areas, and having Buddy Hield play sort of Robin to Curry's Batman is kind of nice. Where you got a guy that can knock down. He's not quite Klay Thompson, but he's a pretty good. He's pretty close, and he's just not the defender that Klay was for Golden State. But they got a lot of things to be excited about. You do wonder if there's going to be something, in the future that could offer them another big time player that might be able to help get them a little bit closer to winning it in the Steph Curry window. But boy, what you saw was impressive. And like your point about playing so many people, I think they can continue to do it because it gives them so much defensive energy without wearing down their core group of guys.
Jay Billis with us. Jay, I think what you just touched on is the question that's only going to grow throughout the season, which is they can look really good, but there's also this looming idea of this roster is set up for a trade, and therefore maybe they can get an even bigger name in. My question to you, I guess, is do you see them projecting as needing that? They're definitely good, but do they need something that's a little more devastating to potentially actually being a May or a June competitor?
Well, I mean, to be in the conference finals, you could see that happening if things, if they stay healthy. But, playing this way for 82 games, I think they can do it and be very, very successful. I think the question is if you're gonna win a 7-game series in the conference finals, do you need a little bit more? And I think the answer probably is yes, to feel comfortable about that. And to do it, while Steph Curry, I mean, the end is closer than the beginning is now for Curry, even though he's at the top of his game and he's in great shape and playing extraordinarily well. If you want to give that opportunity in this window, it's worth considering. It depends what's out there and what it's going to cost. things are difficult with his second apron business. So it's a lot on the plate of Mike Dunleavy Jr. and his staff to try to figure it out. But they got a chance now. But I just don't know that it's a NBA Finals chance. I think that's a little bit more of an open question. There's a long way to go.
A long, long way to go, and I can't help but think about where you are right now in Lawrence, Kansas, and a Warrior who played in Lawrence, Kansas, who might be that second star. Can Andrew Wiggins get back to that level where he was a couple of years ago and eventually be that second star for a team that is a championship contender?
Yeah, I mean, not on every. He doesn't have to do it every night, especially with Buddy Hield there now. And I think the last 3 games, he was out 2 games. I think it was 2 straight games with what was his back or something, and he hadn't looked quite the same yet. But defensively, he did. I thought he did a great job when he was on Jason Tatum last night. But he offensively didn't look like himself. I mean, I think there was a stretch there before the second half that over the last 2.5 games going into the second half last night, he was like 4 of 21, and that's not him. He's much more efficient than that. But I tend to think it was because of him being out. It's taken a little while to feel like himself, or at least that's what it looked like to me from the sidelines. But yeah, he's an important piece to the Golden State puzzle. But if you add another kind of star caliber player to that crew that's a little bit older and a veteran, maybe it's the right thing to do. I don't think it's the only way to go about it, but it's certainly worth considering. I think not every team. I don't think Boston's looking to do anything, but there are a number of teams that are out there looking to upgrade. But when you've got somebody like Steph Curry, it gives you a chance to do something special, and you want to try to give him every opportunity to do that. And if you can put somebody alongside him that gets you that much closer, I think you have to consider it.
Jay Billis, ESPN, he was on the call for the Warriors-Celtics game last night with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Jay, what do you think the ceiling is for Jonathan Kuminga?
I think he's a future All-Star. He's still so young. He came from the G League Ignite, but he's so explosive, and he, I thought he was, fantastic in overtime in that Houston game. I think they were up 31 at one point. That game wound up getting taken to overtime. But if I remember right, watching the game, he must have scored 6 of the 8 points that Golden State had in that overtime. But he's very capable. Is this the time for him? Can he be the guy that helps Steph, get another championship? Being that young, I think it's an open question when you get to playoff time.
Can you develop, and this is not just JK, but any player, can you develop things like basketball acumen and feel and awareness? Are those things innate, Jay, or are those skills that you can develop just by going out there and playing more?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think there are some players that have an innate understanding of the game, and instead of looking, they actually see ahead of the play. That happens. There are guys with better basketball IQs generally, but you can certainly learn and get better. And I think with that system that they run with all the passing, cutting, I mean, I'm not sure there's a team in the NBA that throws more passes in a game than and sets more screens in a game than Golden State does. And you're certainly gonna learn the more you're in it. I mean, look how Draymond Green, who is got an extraordinarily high basketball IQ. From my time covering him in college and watching him in the NBA, I would put him on the highest tier of basketball IQ. Even his understanding of the nuances of the game have grown. Even in the last several years, it keeps getting better and better. So of course that's going to happen with Kuminga. But I wouldn't put him on the same plane at this stage of his career, even though he's younger, to be a third-year guy than what Draymond was as a third-year guy.
Jay, I want to go back to something you said earlier when, and I'm paraphrasing, but you kind of referred to Buddy Hield as like Klay Thompson light. certainly on the offensive end, but not as good as what Klay used to be defensively. That's kind of the nature of my question, because Klay's coming to town next week. There's still a lot of emotions about how the way things all went down. Let's not talk about who Klay used to be. What about what he is now? And how do you compare what Buddy Hield does now to what Klay does now?
I think they're very similar, and they're both really good sort of catch and shoot guys. And that doesn't mean there's not movement to when the catch and shoot. They both get the ball off really quickly, and they both have great range. But heck, over the last 5 years, Buddy Hield has made more threes than Steph Curry's made, and Steph Curry's made a lot. So, he's a weapon out there on the offensive end. Klay was different defensively than a lot of guards that can shoot it, and there aren't many that can shoot it like Klay. But when he came out of Washington State, I remember thinking, as well as he can shoot it, I actually thought his grit and defense was every bit as important as his shooting ability. And I don't know. When you said there's going to be a lot of emotions, I hope the emotions are positive, because I kind of look at that as he's a treasure for Golden State, whether he's wearing that uniform or not, for all the things he accomplished when he was there and what he was an integral part of. I kind of look at it, not to go all old school, but when Willie Mays left the Giants to go back with the Mets, I can't imagine Giants fans looked at him as a Met. He's always a Giant, and I would hope that Warrior fans look at Klay. He's always a Warrior.
Yeah, we don't do that out here, Jay. I mean, you've been out here enough to know that we're a kinder, gentler people out here in California, especially Northern California. So I would imagine he's going to be showered with praise and emotion and a standing ovation out here.
That's awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing that, because he's a great guy, in addition to being an unbelievable player and competitor. So I'm glad to hear that.
You were mentioning grit, and I couldn't help but think about Draymond Green. And you mentioned Steph on the back nine of his career, and Draymond is right there with him. When you watch Draymond play, do you marvel at just what he's able to do defensively at his relatively short stature?
I've always marveled at Draymond Green. He was a winner at the highest level in college when he was at Michigan State. And honestly, I didn't really understand when he was playing for Tom Izzo the kind of impact that he could have on an NBA team. I thought he could make an NBA team, but I didn't foresee this. I just didn't see it. And that may be a failing of me, but when I watch him and have watched him over the years, I marvel at him. I think you use that term, marvel. I'm in awe of him as a player. And I think he's one of the best defenders that's ever lived and ever played the game. And I'm sure you guys watched it, but when I was watching Golden State play New Orleans, and I know New Orleans was a little shorthanded, but without Trey Murphy and all that stuff, but the job he did on Zion Williamson, he's the only one in the league that can do that.
Yep.
He's the only one in the league. Nobody handles him like that. And he does that to players throughout the league. It's just stunning. And some of the passes he threw against Boston were just kind of next level things. He's just got a magnificent understanding of the game. And people get caught up in some of the stuff he's done over the years, or maybe he gets technicals and all that stuff. I get it, but they're missing the bigger picture if they're even thinking about that. He's one of the players, honestly, that I've respected the most in the time I've been covering the game. It's been, honestly, it's a joy to watch him play.
Oof, that's a big statement. Love that. Jay Billis is with us here on Willard and Dibs, and obviously Draymond is the leader of the defense. You mentioned earlier that it's a very good defensive team, and we're trying to figure out how they've taken such a big leap from last year to this year. And I wonder to what level you think that Jerry Stackhouse, especially as two guys with your North Carolina State roots, to what level do you think Jerry Stackhouse, who's kind of running the defense for this squad, has something to do with that?
I think it's been really helpful. And, Steve Kerr said that he wanted to, he's always had kind of former players on his staff, and they'd moved on. Willie Green was one of them. And they've moved on, and he wanted a former player. And obviously having a former All-Star who is a great player, it adds even more credibility. But the defense is different, and I'm sure that the Warriors feel like part of it's personnel, that the personnel's different. They've got so many, athletic guys that can switch and that can really guard the ball. And, they won that game without Brandon Podziemski, who was ill and couldn't play. Heck, he led the league in charges last year. So, that takes another defender out that they would have had in there. But it's just really impressive how they make really good decisions. They communicate. They fly all over the place. It's not a team that's got a ton of margin for error. I didn't really get a chance to listen to Steve Kerr's press conference, but I heard something about like when Steph Curry threw that long pass away, Steve called the timeout. He looked pretty upset about it, and they can't have stuff like that. They can't afford to throw it around. Maybe a few years ago when they could score 125 points falling out of bed, that might have been okay. But now, they've got to bring that defense every night. That's a difference maker for them, and the way they guard the line. But staying out of being able to guard the ball is huge because it keeps you out of rotation. And that was really impressive against I think Boston's a great team, even without Jaylen Brown. And that was a huge win. I think a big confidence boost that they're doing all the right things.
No doubt. Fans out here are like, wait a minute. We think maybe we got something out here. Jay, what a treat to have you on, man. Thank you so much for doing it.
No, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right, there it is. Jay Billis, ESPN on the call last night. Dubs over the Celtics and a game changer.
Love it. Love to hear Jay doing some NBA. Of course, he is synonymous with college basketball, and nice to hear him out here doing NBA games as well. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's go back to the phones. We got Fade the Dibbers looming, and then also, if you missed any portion of our conversation with GP2, we'll have that for you shortly after 5 o'clock as well here on Willard and Dibbs. 888-957-9570. The question we're asking is kind of through your eyes and through your fandom, what has changed for the Warriors? Let's go to Dave in SF. Hi, Dave. What's going on?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
What's up?
Jay Billis just touched on it. It's Stackhouse. Draymond Green touched on it on his podcast this morning that released, and him going out and contesting that pool shot. He said, that's a point on his defensive stats. So I think everybody's really bought in, locked in, and I think the Warriors are getting back into that championship mentality in terms of our defense. And I'm really happy that we're putting that first because we're going to go as far as our defense is going to take us. The offense will come, but our defense is stifling, and I love it.
They've been fantastic. Yeah, and Dave, thanks. I mean, Steve Kerr made a point before the year even started. He made this the message. He made it the message. And maybe he also made the right hire. And so I want to spread the credit around. Jerry Stackhouse gets a bunch of it. So does Draymond Green. So does Kyle Anderson. So does GP2. And so does Melt. And Melt. So does Steve Kerr, because he literally made it the message. We want to be a better defensive team. We need to be scrappier on defense. We need to defend without fouling. He was a broken record on that last year. And for whatever reason, it never clicked, whether that was physical, mental, combination of both, whatever. It seems to have changed. But I also don't want to, like when he says, but the offense will come, I want to point to this too. To me, this is the other key that we haven't talked much about. Last year, the Warriors couldn't function when Steph Curry took a break.
Yep.
And now they were able to win 3 games without him even there.
Exactly, which is how many games they won last year without Steph Curry all year.
Correct. Like this offense is a much, much different animal now also. So they are much better on both sides of the ball, in my opinion.
It's a small sample, but they are 10 points a game better defensively than they were last year. Last year, they were 18th in the league. They gave up 115 a game. This year, through 8, small sample, I know, they're number 2 in defense, behind only Oklahoma City, and they're giving up 105 a game. So already 10 points a game better. Now, will that hold up? Probably not, but the one thing that Steve Kerr told us is they want to play fast and play good defense at the same time, and they feel like they can, and so far through 8 games, they have.
Disco Stew, Walnut Creek. What up, Disco Stew?
How you guys doing?
Ew, it's Disco Stew, a great underrated Simpsons character. Glad to have you, Disco Stew.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing that. I think this is the first time I've ever heard anybody talk about the assistant coaching. I think the Terry Stotts Stackhouse is a big thing for us. The style in which they're playing, I think, came with those guys. I think the amount of care that they're coming with the individual defending, the offense that pushes the ball forward with Terry Stotts, and I'm hoping that they continue to focus on that because that's a style that's getting us wins from all these players.
Disco, thanks for the call.
I like it. And Disco, the only thing missing was your third-person reference, because that's what Disco Stew would say. Disco Stew thinks that the assistant coaches are doing great.
Disco Stew thinks Terry Stotts is the key.
Disco Stew always refers to Disco Stew. There's no I or me. It's Disco Stew.
Well, Mark thinks that there's plenty of stuff to go around here because we're all going to, and that's fine. Like, you're not wrong. You want to say it's Terry Stotts and Jerry Stackhouse? Sure. The bottom line is you're 7-1, so everybody's going to get a piece of the pie.
Yep.
Steve Kerr set the tone on this. Sounds like he made some good hires. The locker room, as Steph Curry called it, is beautiful. They're deep. Mike Dunleavy made great acquisitions. He's made great draft picks. Those players are all listening and they're executing, and everybody's healthy and has their head screwed on straight. Even though Jonathan Kuminga may not be loving everything that's happening, it doesn't matter because he's reacting well with what he's being told to go out there and do.
And there is implied pressure when you have a 12 or a 13-man rotation. If you aren't out there playing defense or doing what you're supposed to do, you're coming out of the game. And there are other guys who will go in there and do the job. So even though it may not be overt pressure, the pressure is there for all these guys. When you're out there, you got to play defense because that's what you're being asked to do. And if you don't, you've got 8 guys on the bench who are dying to come in here and do what you're not doing.
Dibs, 5 days.
Until?
Klay.
Tuesday?
Klay.
Maybe my clothes will dry by then.
Probably not. In honor of, you look like I looked in Chicago at that Trey Lance game. That's exactly what I looked like. Anyway, in honor of Klay Thompson returning to Chase Center on Tuesday, and by the way, tickets still available, Warriors.com. We are giving away tickets to the game on our show on Monday, and then on Tuesday, we'll be out on the plaza getting ready. We'll do the show out there, and we've got a Klay Warriors jersey to give away. And we're putting on the Klay Carnival at Thrive City. Come make a paper airplane. Throw it at your friend. It'll be fun. We're broadcasting live Tuesday before the game versus the Mavericks. Stay locked in for all the details. Find out how you can be involved and you can win with all that we're doing. We're also presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Fade the Dibbers is around the corner. We are taking your phone calls. Through your eyes, what has changed the Warriors? They are a completely different group. What has changed them? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. GP2, our conversation with him is just about 25 minutes away. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hey, it's Bonte Hill with all the updates from River Islands, Northern California's favorite lifestyle community.
Gizmos.
My 2 pick combo, because you have to do 2 or more. Right. It was Steph Curry over 24, Jason Tatum over 30.
Oh.
Both were close.
Nice. He had 32,
both came
right?
home, yeah. And I think Steph had 27.
Yeah. Abe was running around the house, and he had Steph. He had the same one. He had Steph, and then he had LaMelo Ball.
Yep.
And LaMelo missed by 1.
Oh, boy.
And apparently it was a situation where they were up by 1 with the ball with like 3 seconds to go. And he's like, he's going to get fouled. They're going to foul him. He's going to go to the free throw line. And then he came running back into the room later. He's like, they lost. Like somehow they...
What?
They found a way to... Like lose the... I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I was cooking dinner. I'm like...
I get that.
I'm sorry about your $60.
Yeah.
And...
I was feeding salmon to a 2-year-old and shooting looks. And early on, it's like, man, it was like 17-12. And the first quarter of 24-19, it was like, oh, this game is ugly. The Warriors might get run out of the gym.
Right.
And then Steph wasn't scoring. And Tatum wasn't either in the third quarter. The Stars got hot.
So, I'm really interested to see what you pick for this game tonight.
It's a big game for me, Mark, because with a win, I'm back to 500.
Right, and you've tried this 4 times.
At least.
And you are 0-for.
I think I've tried to get back to 500, and Grandy isn't here with the spreadsheet. Lucas is mostly useless when it comes to most things.
He's focused on cutting his own sound clips.
Right.
Anyway, go ahead.
It's been at least 4 times I've tried. I've had a chance to get back to 500.
And you have not hit any of them.
No, but tonight's a different night.
It is. However,
I'm having a good show.
Trends are trends. You're doing great. You beat Greg Cosell.
Big win for me today.
It was a photo finish, but we gave it to you. You're still down 3-2.
It's because he called Isaac Yadam Yoda.
Right.
5 times.
Which is funny.
Cover receivers, I will. I almost did that to him, but I was having a good show.
Yeah, Yodam. He calls him Yodam.
Yeah.
Which is, I think we should just do because that's fun. Yeah, Yoda or yodeling, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You won.
Big.
But that means next week you're going to try to get back to 500, and we know what happens when you get back to 500. You lose.
Usually.
So, America, if you're listening and you like money, you might want to fade the dibbers.
That never ceases to piss me off.
Never ceases to amuse the living hell out of me. And right as I'm listening to it, the top text that comes in on the Comcast business text line, hello 650, just all it says is fade the dibs and win big.
Jeez.
So somebody is really enjoying the hell out of this.
Yeah.
And I'm all ears. The Cincinnati Bengals visit the Baltimore Ravens on Thursday Night Football, and the Ravens are -5.5. Dibs?
Oh, what's the pick?
Yeah. I think that's what we do here.
Well, normally,
fade the dibbers.
Well, the announcer says, dibs, what's the lock of the day?
We already did that part.
Right, and that's normally what I would give the lock of the day, but you need your 45-second filibuster.
Yes. I'm the lead host of the show. I come in and I mention the number, and then I hand it to you.
Yes.
That's how it works.
And normally I get to work uninterrupted, which never happens.
That's not normal at all. What are you talking about? Go ahead.
I like the Bengals here tonight. I like the Bengals, and you know the what's wrong with you people?
Because we root for you to make a certain pick because we know who we want to take.
Yeah.
But then we pause if you pick who we want because then we're like, ooh, we should check ourselves. But when you pick the opposite, ooh, it's like, dude, it's like getting your first cup of coffee for the day. Like the whole just juice goes through your body.
Normally you start clapping and you scream, fade, fade, fade. And Lucas runs around in circles. And
we can do that. Let's go. Fade. What? Well, I'm sorry. What's your pick?
5.5 points is a lot. I think the Bengals are better than what their record would indicate. And in fact, when you look at DVOA, their offense is really good. So is Baltimore's. Cincinnati's defense has struggled. I like a high-scoring game here. And 5.5 feels to me a little bit like, It's backdoor cover country, and the Bengals have done well as an underdog against the spread. So I'm taking Cincinnati on the road, and I'm taking 5.5 Kukush.
What is the Bengals' record this year as an underdog against the spread?
I believe they are 2-1.
Okay,
that's right. I mean, as a
if you're just going to
2-1 as a road dog. As a road underdog. Yeah, I had these all up earlier when the pick was in.
All right, it's exciting.
But
all right.
Yeah, and again, in my confidence pool, where I was 11-4 last week against the spread, cuckoo.
That one was like Hebrew. That one wasn't a normal.
Lock it up. It's Zach. Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Ezra, anyway, lock it up. I can go on.
Anyway.
This is not a super high confident pick, but I don't get to pick and choose my picks. I pick Thursday night, Niner games, and Monday night. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one, but I'm taking the points. Kukush.
Our buddy JP in Berkeley just texted in. Let's not forget 5 weeks ago they played into overtime. Bengals and points is the way to go. And actually, I'm not sure if they actually, does JP, do you mean that the Bengals and the points is the way to go? Because 5 weeks ago in a different city, I'd argue is irrelevant. But he started the text with let's not forget, which is making me think that he's taking a shot at some sort of Greg Cosell. Because I feel like Greg Cosell said that about 8 times in the interview.
He said the phrase, let's not forget. Okay.
Let's not forget that, Chris Godwin is out or whatever it was that he was saying.
Yeah. Bengals led by 10 in that game with 10 minutes to go in the fourth. And that was at Cincinnati.
Right.
And I'm looking at it, ESPN, the win probability was 91% for the Bengals. And they went on to lose 41-38.
Look at the pretty purple uniforms that the Ravens are wearing.
Yeah.
They're wearing pretty purples tonight.
Isn't that what they always wear at home?
No, they usually wear the black.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, they're wearing purple, like bright purple.
Yeah.
It's almost like a color rush situation. Remember when we were doing that a few years ago?
That's right.
On Thursday nights?
A little bit of a mixed emotions for me because I do have Derrick Henry as the lead dog on my third place fantasy football team.
All right, so I would like to propose a scenario to you.
Okay.
The Bengals and Ravens are tied at 24, and there are 2 minutes left to go on the clock, and the Ravens have first and goal at the 2. Are you rooting for Derrick Henry to go into the end zone or get stuffed so that they have to kick a field goal and win by 3?
Derrick Henry to score a touchdown.
Okay.
And
fade the Dibbers.
Well, and it's just the way it goes because I have money invested in our fantasy football league. And as I've mentioned many, many times before, I have never won a fantasy football league. And this year, my team is good enough.
They are good.
My team is good enough to maybe be in the conversation to where I make the playoffs. I think I'm third highest in points.
You're the 3 seed right now.
No one's going to catch Carter Chickering, most likely. He's 3 games clear of us, and we're all tied for third.
Yeah, I bet it doesn't
And we're
matter,
2 back of Lucas in second. No, but there's a bye.
Regular season Tiger.
But the top 2 will get a bye into the semifinals, so you're automatically 1 win away from money.
Pretty sure I won that banana out of the 6th seed last year.
You sure did.
But anyway, go ahead.
You sure did. No, it's an easier route when you only have to win 2. So.
For sure. But I hate the great regular season. For some reason, it always means you lose when you get to the playoffs.
And last year there was no bye, if I'm not mistaken. Did 8 teams make it out of 14?
No.
Because we had a 14-team league.
I think it was 6. I think it was 6 last year.
So 6 of the 14.
Anyway.
I was so far out last year. But this year is different. And so if push comes to shove tonight, I would rather have my fantasy team do well than this cute, plucky little bit fade the Dibber.
Hang on a sec. I'm completing my wager on the Ravens.
Do it.
Minus 6.
Yeah?
Minus 6.
Feels like a big number. Cincinnati's in a spot where...
It does feel like a big number.
As Greg Cosell would say,
into it.
It's an almost must-win for Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's true. But I just don't think they're good enough. I don't think they're going to the playoffs this year. I could be wrong on that. But anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco at Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. 888-957-9570. What has changed the Warriors? Like, honestly, what is this? You know what I mean? Just admit it. If your name's not Joe Shasky, then you were surprised by last night. I got in the car yesterday morning and dropped the little man at school, and Shasky was going off on how he was just feeling it. He's like, just ride the Warriors tonight. Ride them. We're getting 6? Oh, my gosh, ride them. He was so confident, and I was like, that's interesting. And then you look what happened. Looky here. The Warriors went out in the game where you asked them to prove it, and they did.
Yep. You and I both on Warriors Live. At the very end of it, you said, hey, what do you think tonight? Prediction. And I said, Mark, I hate to do this on Warriors Live, but if I was a betting man, I would have to take the Celtics and lay the 6. I think it's a tough spot for the Warriors. Yep. And you kind of agreed with me. And then, we watched the game in the fourth quarter. That thing flipped, and it's like, man, good thing it was a stay away for me.
It is a good, fun watch.
Oh, yeah.
Like there was some energy that went through the body when Buddy Hield hit that 3, for sure. By the way, go look at that replay again. And I mean, not you, everybody. Go watch the slow replay of the Buddy Hield 3 late in the game and watch Jason Tatum on that play. Wow.
Curry gets Horford. Shot clock at 7. 49 seconds left. Pass to Buddy Hield. Right corner 3. Swish! 1:11-104. Time out. Boston.
Jason Tatum got lost.
Lost?
I mean, this is one of those things where you looked one way and something flew right by you the other way. He sort of gets caught in between looking at Buddy. He looks at Buddy, then he looks over at Steph, and Steph goes right by him, and he looks back to find Buddy, and Buddy's gone. He's gone.
He gone.
It is like getting pickpocketed. And so he just got totally left, and that was the dagger. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. First of all, I felt a little down when I heard that, Dibs, you're picking Cincinnati, because I'm picking Cincinnati too, but I did get 6.5 points the other day, so I'm still feeling pretty good about that. So
yeah, because that 1 point is going to be the difference, right, Gene? Come on.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, let's hope we both win. All right, anyways, turning to the Warriors, listen, no breaking news here, but I mean, what's different is, to me, it's 3 things. First of all, the depth they have. That this is a better team. First of all, in the beginning of the season, I thought, well, we're not going to be the best starting 5, but we may be the best starting 12, and that seems to be coming to pass. We just got so much talent, so much depth. We got 3 or 4 guys at least coming off the bench that could probably start for most, or at least a lot of teams. Second thing, in fact, we talk about strength in numbers. To me, it's more like numbers with strength. So, but the second thing is the coaching. I mean, Jesus, these 2 new coaches, Stotts and Stackhouse, they've made a huge difference. And it seems to have made Kerr's, work a lot easier. He's making better decisions because I think it's easier for him to make better decisions this year. So, I mean, that's how I see it so far. I'm anxious to see how these next 2 games go. But even if we split the 2, I'm feeling really good about our chances to go deep in the playoffs this year.
Gene, I'd actually say that and thank you, even if they lose both of the next 2 games.
Right.
If they come back and beat the Mavericks and they're 8-3 at the end of 11 games, that was the scenario that we threw out there yesterday, and everybody seemed all thumbs up on that idea. I get the notion that you want to get greedy once you already get a bird in hand like they now have, and I'll feel the same. You now sort of like to be a little piece of you that's disappointed if they go out and lose 2 in a row, but they very well might. These are really, really hard basketball games on the home floors of fully healthy, high-level opponents, both tomorrow night and Sunday. So I get that, but, you threw that scenario out yesterday and thought maybe that the 2 that they could win would be last night and next Tuesday, and that's very much on the table now.
That would be the 2 that I would pick if you could only win 2 of the 4, but now that you've won the first of the 4, now you start thinking about getting greedy and winning 3 of the 4, or maybe all 4 of the 4, because I did think that last night would be the second most difficult. I think that the OKC game on the road in that spot against that team at the end of a 5-game trip would be the toughest of the 4. Boston defending champs, they were 37-4 on the home court last year. That I thought was the second toughest. And then, the Dallas game at home is probably the, quote, easiest of the 4. Cleveland's also really, really good.
Yep.
And so that game becomes difficult.
They're also big.
Right.
Like the Cleveland might be, I'm sort of preparing for this tomorrow. They might be, we'll wait and see. They might be a bad matchup for the Warriors.
I also think that OKC's a bad matchup because they are very similar to what you do. They don't mind playing fast, and they're the best defensive team in basketball right now as far as points per game allowed goes. So they are deep, they're fast, they can shoot the 3, they're long, and they play good defense. So all the things that you are, plus they're a little bit younger, and they also have size with Chet Holmgren, who's now playing more like a 5 than ever before. So I think that matchup is a tough one as well. Interesting what you said about the Buddy Hield dagger, and I was just looking at it, and I wanted to let the audience know about the best kept secret in sports internet is NBA.com. You go to the box score, and you can click on a player, and you can look at every shot that they attempted or every shot that they made.
Okay.
So as you're talking about it, I went to Buddy Hield in the box score. He made 4 threes, and you scroll down to the 4th 3, and you click on it, and they show you the video of that play. And on that play, Warriors down 4, up 4, under a minute, and Jason Tatum strolls over as if he's going to help on Curry, doesn't help on Curry, ignores Buddy Hield, and the pass goes to Buddy, and Jason just kind of looks over.
If Jason Tatum were a college player, then in the film room after the game, the coach is hucking a clipboard off the wall.
Probably taking a scholarship.
That's the kind of crap that I like. If you did that on my high school team, that you get yanked out of the game.
Yes.
You get yanked out of the game right away, what he did last night.
And in this case,
it's crazy.
And I'm just watching it, and I watched it again, and like there's one thing to jump up and help on Steph, even though he didn't need to. It's another thing to just like saunter up and then just kind of look at Steph and ignore Buddy, and then the pass goes out to Buddy, and he doesn't even scramble to close out.
Yeah, it was a
really weird. I hadn't picked that up until you mentioned it.
Yeah, it was really, really a bad play.
NBA.com, you can go to any box score and click on any shot or turnover or action, and they go right to the video. It's pretty cool.
Love that. All right, it's Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. All day we've been asking, in your mind, what has changed? Why have the Warriors suddenly looked so good? We'll take your calls later on in the hour. We're going to try something new and have a really fun question on the way out the door for you around 5:40 or so. Join us for that. We're going to want your interaction and participation. Also, earlier in the show, live from Cleveland, we got a chance to catch up with GP2, and he was in a great mood, and we had a really good time. So here it is again, our conversation with Gary Payton II, and we started it out by just telling him, dude, you look healthy.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for having me. But no, yeah, it's just that was the key emphasis on my summer this year. It was just getting out of the year healthy. I had a sprained calf or something like that. I cleaned that up, and then after that, it was just, try to bulletproof it and just get faster, stronger, throughout the summer. And, I'm staying on it and keeping everything up to par.
Yeah, and you look better than just par, and right now the team in general looks phenomenal, 7-1. What do you make of this start, Gary, and what do you attribute it to? Because Mark and I were talking about, like, how is this all happening? What do you think has been working for you guys so far?
We got a lot of guys that can play basketball and play at a high level. All our young guys are, they've been playing at a high level for a year about now, so everything's starting to come around. Moses Moody's, settling into his role. Jonathan's settling into, potentially his superstar breakout type role. So, added the pieces, K.A., and D'Anthony Melton, everybody come in. We got, 12 guys essentially that we can, Steve's comfortable with everybody. And I think everything right now is we're just flowing right now. It's a nice little gel we have.
Gary, you just mentioned it, and Melton may play tomorrow or Sunday. We'll see. Can this 12-man rotation sustain? Can you guys do that all year long?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Of course, injuries and whatnot's going to happen, but I think so. Everybody's buying in, and it can be somebody's night every night, somebody different night every night. So there's not one guy. I'm sure we have another guy to come in and make plays and just play basketball the right way.
Last night was your night. I mean, many nights have been your night, but last night you came in and you had such great contributions. What was it about last night and the matchups that made you so comfortable and had you play so well at Boston?
I'm kind of familiar with that arena and those guys. So, we know what they like to do and how they like to switch on and whatever they like to do defensively. So, I'm just being myself, go up there, they put the big guy on me, I'm probably going to go set a screen and dive, and try to be a playmaker in there. And with the pieces I have around me, it makes it that much easier and, that much exciting to go out there and, have a good game. It was two top teams and, we had fun.
GP2 is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game in Cleveland, where the team will play tomorrow night in a game that you'll hear right here on 95.7 The Game. Gary, what did it mean to you? Not that I don't want to diminish any of the other teams you've played so far, but you guys know what people were saying. It's like a measuring stick game. So what did it mean to you guys to get a win like that that's a little more high profile?
It was good. We knew the back of this road trip was three of the best teams in the league, and we knew that coming in. So kind of got out of the early road trip. Could have cleaned up a lot of stuff. Had a little scary moment in Houston, so we learned from that and came out and we knew we had anything like that in Houston, we were gonna get beat. So this was a good test for us, and I know Boston was going to bring out the best of us, and we was going to bring out the best of Boston. So it was going to be a good clash, and we got two more to go with some young teams. So, it's another test for us, to see where we're at right now.
What's the vibe been like in the locker room? Because Mark and I were talking about expectations, and you're already a champ, and Steph and Dre have 4, and so yeah, you want to always be a champion, but does it feel a little bit less pressurized knowing that you've already got one? And also maybe the fact that most people don't think that you guys are going to be that good anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Couple years ago, they didn't think that, we had what it take or we was going to be that good and turned out, doing what we did. But I think now it's a good chemistry. We have a good vibe in the locker room. It kind of does feel like that a couple years ago. But we just got guys that, buy in and, want to do it the right way and unselfishness and, they just want to win. And I think if we keep having that mindset and keep buying into what Stack and Terry and the staff is, trying to do for us with this 12-man rotation, I think it'll be very good for us down the stretch.
Gary, you always represent defense, so I really want to ask you this. Last year, not a very good defensive team. So far this year, a very good defensive team. It can't just be because Steve told you to be better. Like, what happened here? Why are you guys so much better on defense?
Yeah, we got intelligent players, like I said, Adden, D-Melt, and Kyle Anderson. Those are two, especially D-Melt. Already defensive-minded, very smart player, and two-way. He can get going offensively, and KA he's like a little wizard out there. With his speed and how he uses it and how he's affecting the game, it's just crazy. And we got Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga. We have so many different lineups that we can go. And guys just want to get out there and make the right plays and win. So I think we got a group of guys like that with how many number of guys we have like that, it's going to be tough. You get to see different matchups, so you can't really game plan. You can just hope, that we have a bad day.
And so far, no bad days. And I do have to ask you about what's being referred to as Dunkgate after last night. And, you go about 6'2" and change, and you dunk all the time, reverse, front ways, whatnot, and Wiggins goes up for a layup and doesn't dunk it. And you in the post game even mentioned, Wiggs has to dunk the ball a little bit. You guys give him a little bit of a hard time in the post game after he missed that open layup?
I don't think it's a little. It's a little bit. I think we give him a hard time all the time. But no, Wiggs we gonna finish those in transition. But you know, Wig is Wiggs, and I know he's gonna get his bounce. He's got his bounce, though. I heard that he kind of slipped yesterday, so we gonna let that one slide. But for sure, the rest of these we gonna need him to dunk them.
While we're on the topic of dunks, Gary, our producer Lucas Alexander is itching to ask you a dunk question. I'm going to throw it over to Lucas.
Gary, it's Lucas. Hey, pleasure talking to you. I've noticed that even when you're wide open going for dunks, you love to do reverse dunks, coming down, cutting down the baseline. Why? It seems like 90% of your dunks are reverse. What's the deal with that?
It's a good question. That's a good question. Well, I guess I can just dunk in reverse. I can actually scan the floor and see where my matchup is, and as soon as I get dunk it, I can go to my matchup. So it's probably just me scanning. It's easier for me to scan it and go pick up my matchup on the way back.
Gary, was it actually a good question, or were you just being nice because it was Lucas jumping in?
No, that's a good question. That's a good question.
All right. I'm just checking.
Well, that counts for something on our show now, Gary.
Yeah.
You just gave him the biggest compliment that could be paid on this program.
He's like celebrating in the other room right now.
No, that was a great question. Great question.
All right, well,
now you're piling on.
Yeah, here's my silly, playful question. I saw the pregame, and I don't even know what to call it, when you guys get in a circle and you're kind of doing the soccer thing where you can't use your hands and you're only using your head and your feet, and you were doing it with Jonathan Kuminga and Guy Santos, two guys from different countries where soccer is a much, much bigger deal maybe than it might be here in America. That feels intimidating. What allowed you to get into that circle, Gary?
No, we all have the same passion for football, so you know, that's our little way to, just to get back to the game, have some fun with it. We watch soccer all the time, so those are my guys, and we try to have fun right before the game with it. Hopefully get a bucket out of it.
Who's your team, Gary, when you watch soccer?
Bayern Munich. From Germany team, Bayern Munich. So, yeah, I've been watching them since South Africa, I think 2014. That's when I probably got into soccer. So since 2014, and it's been all fledged, and I try to get to as many matches as I can.
What made you select them?
The team that they had at the time, they had Frank Ribery, Aaron Rodgers, Thomas Mueller. They were just a feisty team. They were pretty much bullying, the whole soccer world. And I just liked how they played, just fearless, fast, get stops, and they go the other way and put pressure on you. So, I kind of just fell into that style of play, and ever since then, I've been rocking with them.
I can see you as a Ribery fan just based on the way he plays with that scar under his eye and the rugged nature.
Just chirpy, yeah. And it was just fun watching their style of play.
GP2, yep, at the hotel. Hey, Gary, leave us with this. How do you feel about this team versus how you felt about it when you were in camp? Wow.
Gary, did we lose you?
Did we lose him?
You got me?
Yeah.
Now we got
GP.
you.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you hear the question?
Yeah, I got
okay.
you. I got you. I think we definitely grown from camp in Hawaii. We had a pretty good preseason, but we still knew in preseason games that we still needed to clean up a lot of things and get our defense right and rotation in our shell and everything's right. And I think we're still doing that now. It's just every game, the top of competition, the play level of competition, I think it's just going to continue to rise, and we're going to keep getting better, and it's going to force us to, lock down and lock in and, and have each other's back. So I think every game right now for us is just huge for us and with our chemistry, and, we're just continuing to build.
Gary, thanks for hopping on, man. Go get him tomorrow night.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep. GP2.
Yeah.
And the Warriors right now are a vibe, man. They are an entire vibe. Like, he's in a great mood. Everybody is just in a great mood with the Golden State Warriors right now.
What's to be unhappy about?
Yeah.
And if you look at it after 8 games, who could be unhappy and what would you be unhappy about? Even Jonathan Kuminga, who has now come off the bench in 4 straight games, 4 wins, by the way. And this last game was the lesser of his 4 games. He only had 10 points in 18 minutes, but and he was a -2 in the plus-minus after for just one game. Who cares? But beyond Kuminga having to come off the bench, who else could be possibly upset about anything at all? Outside of injury, like D'Anthony Melton, probably bummed that he is out with a back.
I guess no one. I want to say Moses Moody because I'm just used to everybody being mad about Moses Moody. Is he playing enough for everybody now? Are we all doing okay with Moses Moody, or do we still need more minutes?
Well, it's interesting because you probably want more minutes, but if you look at the minutes so far, on average, 28, 28, 28, 26, 26, 23, 18, 17, 17, 16, 16, 15, 13. So who's going to complain? The guy averaging 13 minutes a game? Well, we just talked to him, and it's GP2.
Yep.
Did he sound bothered?
No.
He's played in all 8 games, and he's averaging 12.6 minutes a game.
Yep.
Lindy Waters averaging 15. Kavon and Slow-Mo and D'Anthony Melton all in the 16-17 range, as is Moses. So how can you really come out and complain about minutes when 4 or 5 of your brothers are getting the exact same time as you?
888-957-9570. What has changed the Warriors? That's kind of the question we've been playing with today. We'll take your phone calls as we roll through the 5 o'clock hour here on Willard and Dibs. I'll tell you this, too. Like, when I think about the minutes distribution, I saw this earlier today and thought this is worthwhile to pass along because there's so much energy surrounding Buddy Hield and the way that he's kind of connecting with the audience, right? So maybe this won't surprise you. This is a confirmation, if you will. The best 2-player analytic lineup in the whole NBA in terms of its output right now. The best pairing of players in the entire NBA so far this year is Steph Curry and Buddy Hield.
Wow. Yeah.
When they play together, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, I can go find them.
Well, numbers are numbers.
But they're number one.
Yep.
They are number one in terms of the output, the production, the point value that you're getting from when those 2 players are on the floor together. Number one.
It's pretty exciting, and no one will ever replace Klay, and I have to make sure I say that every time I talk about comparing Buddy to Klay, but Buddy is doing a lot of the things that Klay used to do, Pete Klay, and last year was not so much that, I don't think, but Klay coming in and being instant offense, that's been Buddy, and Klay always a much better defender than Buddy, but Buddy is scoring it so much more efficiently than almost anybody else in the association right now.
Yep, and actually, what he's not known for, in a small sample, he's doing well also, which is that he's playing defense. He is one of the top-rated defensive individuals in the NBA right now. No, I do not expect that to continue throughout the year, but it is right now, and that's great. And so there's all kinds of answers to this question. I know that you had a bunch when we started talking about this earlier today, but this is a completely different defensive unit. And then I would go by individuals. And for me, there are 3 players right now that when you look at them, you go, gosh, even if I was super optimistic, I couldn't have expected those players to play like that. Because you look at it, okay, why? Why are they suddenly just so cohesive and so productive? The chef's been the chef. In fact, I can argue that he's been almost lesser in that, A, he's missed 3 games, and B, less is being asked of him. I think that's a good thing, but Steph Curry's only averaging 22 points a game. We know that he has the capability to do so much more. Go around the lineup, though. You just mentioned GP2. He looks like GP2. Moses Moody looks like what we thought and hoped he would look like if and when he got a chance. Same for the likes of Trace Jackson Davis and Kavon Looney at his height and all that. And even I'd say, though, that he's been moved to an off-the-bench role. Jonathan Kuminga is doing a lot of the things on both sides of the ball that people want to see him do. But there are 3 players who right now you're like, whoa, you are catching my attention. Number 1, Andrew Wiggins. Andrew is clearly through whatever the hell was going on the last 2 years. And it's not perfect. He's had an injury already, but that looks like a basketball player the Warriors can win with. Number 2 is Draymond Green between the ears. He is playing great. He always plays great. Gosh, Jay Billis's words on him earlier were really profound.
Yeah.
You should go back and listen to that. He literally thinks he's one of the greatest NBA players of his day. But Draymond Green is clearly at peace and calm and leading this team and talking to refs and just chill. It's what we've all been waiting for. And then the last one is clearly Buddy Hield, which I just don't even know what way to say it other than Buddy has found his home. Welcome, Buddy. It turns out you belonged here all along.
He's shooting 51% from three.
Jeez.
Not from the floor. He's only shooting total from the floor 52%. So his two ball is barely better than his three ball, which is 51%, and he's averaging 21 a night. Andrew Wiggins is the one for me that really stands out, and I know he missed a couple of games, but you look at his numbers, and I know it's early after 8 games, but scoring is way up from last year. It's almost to where it was in his All-Star year. Rebounds are up. His three-point percentage is up, and I know it's only 8 games, but the way he looks is trending in the right direction, and defensively, he's been really good. The Draymond part of it is tough to quantify, but all you have to do is watch the game, and you see Draymond acting different. He's playing just as hard as ever, defending great, and Jay Billis had really kind words to say about what he did against Zion, and he's right. Nobody can guard Zion like that, and he did, and he shut him down for the better part of 8 quarters, and that's partly why you won those games. And Buddy's been an unbelievable fit. Wiggins is looking like he's returning to all-star form, and Draymond's mentals, you're absolutely right.
888-957-9570. Let's hear from you. What has changed with the Warriors? Devin in an Uber. Hey, Devin, what's going on?
Hey, man, what's going on, gentlemen?
What's cooking?
So a couple things, man. One is perspective, right? I think some of the players understand that this is a business and it's legit. We saw Jordan Poole get shipped out. We see Chris Paul one and done, even though he was serviceable. We saw Klay leave, and not get what he wanted, unfortunately. So I think it's perspective. Everybody is just a lot.
What?
Oh.
Devin? Gone.
Oh, he gone.
Yeah. Devin is gone. I wanted to hear the rest of that. However, I do think that the core of his message is well received. And this is one of those things that I don't think you could put a finger on. And that is, I keep hearing everybody use the word vibe. This Warrior team just has a vibe about them. And it sort of leads to, I think, the question that we'll build through Christmas and January, and then when we get to February, and it kind of goes alongside what Brian Windhorst said on ESPN earlier today, and we'll play that for you here in just a second. A vibe is wonderful. Strength in numbers is great. You love the love. Everybody gets to play. It's like AYSO soccer. All of that stuff is wonderful, and I think that can get you to the playoffs. But as far as whether or not that can actually win in the playoffs, that's a completely different story. And a lot of people think this team is built for a trade, and if the right one comes along, they'll make it. It's a question for a different day, but it's coming.
It is coming, and I wonder about that trade if it changes the vibe, because right now the vibes are so good, and you don't want the vibe to change, but you would like to get better. Any team would like to get better, but if you get better and the vibe changes, what is it worth if you bring in a star and you ship out 3 favorites, and just if you pick names and you say it's Kuminga, Kavon, and GP2, guys who were backbone and heart and soul guys, does that change the vibe to where the star that you bring in ultimately doesn't make you better in the intangible ways?
We've been saying this, right, for a few days, if not weeks, if not months. This all revolves around Jonathan Kuminga. Like in the same conversation, Jay Billis is sitting here going, yeah, I think if the Warriors really want to win in June, they probably do need to make a trade. Next sentence, Jonathan Kuminga is a future All-Star. And so this is one of those great problems to have.
Yeah.
But I do foresee some adversity for the Warriors this year trying to figure out, let's say Giannis or something comes along and you have the opportunity to do it, but you're playing phenomenal basketball and Jonathan Kuminga is making believers out of the fan base. What do you do? What do? Do you serve Steph and go for that ring? Or do you just stay the course because you feel like you're not only really good now, but you could actually continue to be really good into the future?
It depends on your goals, but it also, I think, is really linked not so much to Jonathan Kuminga as it is to Andrew Wiggins. And I think about that team now coming up on 3 years ago that won the championship. Steph was 8th in the MVP, and he was an all-star, and I think Steph is still playing at or near that same level. Wiggins averaged 17.2 a game, and he was an all-star. He was two-way Wiggs. He was forceful on both ends. If you get that Wiggins that you had then on this team, okay, then that box gets checked as well. Then you go down to the next level. Klay Thompson, he averaged 20 a night. That was Klay's probably last best year with the Warriors. Well, Buddy right now is averaging 21. Right. I'm not saying this will continue, but if it does, then that box is checked. Draymond is still Draymond. You know, the numbers aren't the numbers for Draymond. It's what he does, and I still think that Draymond is as close to 3 years ago as you need him to be. So you check that box. Jordan Poole averaged 18 a game over the regular year. Kuminga would be a guy to fill in part of that. And then you add in GP2 and Looney who are here, and then Slow-Mo and Melt when he gets back, and Pods and, you know, TJD. And you start to think about, for me, it's Wiggins. If Wiggins is what he was, then maybe you can stand pat and be good.
I totally feel you, because actually, and we haven't even touched on this yet, we're talking about why the Warriors are better and all these different observations. Do you want to know what has surprised me the most about this Warrior basketball team? Scoring the basketball is not a problem.
Yeah.
And they've done that for 3 of their 8 games. They've done it without Steph. Scoring the basketball was, coming into the season, the big question. It was like, okay, you've got Steph. What about the non-Steph minutes? Well, what about the non-Steph games? And can Wiggins kind of be that number 2 scorer? Well, he's got his numbers not back to where they were 3 years ago, but they're up. They're up from last year. He's averaging a little bit under 16 a game. Kuminga's taken a step forward. But then Buddy Hield, and then other little sort of pieces in terms of the way they go about moving the ball and getting the points that they need from, whether it's a Pods or a Moody or finishing around the rim at a TJD, even Draymond shooting the ball better. I thought this team would have periods of time where they had a hard time scoring the basketball. So far, they have not.
Other than some first quarters where they've come out flat, but it hasn't buried them, and they've bounced back in all those games where they came out and they had big deficits against Portland and Utah, and again last night where they didn't look sharp offensively. And I think that Steve is still trying to figure out what his starting 5 is going to be and what the best 5 will be. But I just think about that team 3 years ago, and offensively, they were not as good as this team is. They only averaged 112 a game, which was 17th. This team right now is 9 points better, small sample. They're 3rd in offense. That team was 3rd in defense. This team is 2nd in defense. So I do think that there are similarities, and this is what Steve wants. A good offensive team combined with a very good defensive team.
888-957-9570 is the number. Before we go out to the phones, we're going to start something new called Fun at 545. And I don't even know if that's what it's going to be called. I just made that up. What is
better than the old name?
Well, I thought about doing that too. Anyway, what's your question that you would like to ask America tonight on our way out the door?
And 888-957-9570 if you have an answer, because it hit me this morning thinking about workplaces. And the question was, is it okay to bring in your leftover crappy Halloween candy and bring it to work?
Okay.
Because I walk around this office.
Only the crappy ones.
I walk around the office, and we have our sister station, KCBS, and they have a little community table where a lot of people bring stuff in. And I saw the candy bucket. And so I thought, oh, yeah, candy bucket. So I walked over there to see what was in there, and it's crap.
Okay,
it's the dregs.
But I have a question. Did somebody definitely bring in the dregs, or are you simply getting to it at a time where all the good stuff has already been taken? The good stuff might have been brought here as well.
Either way, if the good stuff was brought with the crap, leave the crap at home, because nobody wants your Mr. Good Bar. Nobody wants your smashed up M&Ms that are clearly from second-term Reagan.
Oh, I'll totally eat smashed up M&Ms.
You won't eat these.
Yes, I will.
This package looks like it had been run over on Market Street.
I'm in as long as it's still closed. Since last
Halloween.
As long as it's closed, I'm in.
There was a Rolo that looked like it had been sat upon by Osh, the elephant from the Oakland Zoo. Rest in peace.
Okay, we're like... Ponder that and stand by.
Is it okay to bring your crap candy to work? I say no, Mark. But it's offensive.
Okay, we'll get back to that in a sec. Dollar Bill, this is back to the Warrior question. Dollar Bill wants to weigh in the city. Hi, Dollar Bill. What are you doing?
Hey, boys. Dibs, you crack me up, man. Hey, when I see the Warriors, I see it. Granted, it's a small sample size, but what I love about them this year, it's kind of death of 1,000 cuts. You don't know which one's going to get you, but collectively, they're just so deep, and everybody contributes a little, so they just swarm you, and you don't know where to go. So that's what I've seen so far. Super fun to watch.
Yeah.
Can't wait to get to a game.
Thanks, Dollar Bill. It's a great observation, and it's true. I think what we're having a hard time with is traditionally that's not what raises the trophy in the end. Like, I remember the Detroit Pistons did this to the Shaq and Kobe Lakers and ended the dynasty by winning a championship where it was just like, yeah, we got a bunch of people. And Rip Hamilton, Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace, Tayshaun Prince, all those guys. Like, they just had a Chauncey Billups. They had a team, and they beat superstars. That is very rare. It is very rare in history.
Yep.
So you can love this Warrior team, and I do too. I just predict that the question at some point this year will be, okay, can that style and that group, like, let's pretend you end up taking on the Boston Celtics in the NBA Finals, or you're taking on Oklahoma City in the Western Conference Finals. Are you going to death by paper cuts Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Chet Holmgren? Can you do that? I don't know.
You have before, and you go back to 2022.
Playoff series.
2022, you came off a year where you were 53-29 in the Western Conference, which is good. Last year you won 46 games, and we all were outraged. This was 7 more wins, and you went about winning series against Denver, Memphis, Dallas, and then you beat Boston in 6. So you can do it. And this team, it's not like they're all a bunch of paper cuts. I mean, Steph Curry is still a samurai sword, and Draymond Green is a set of Ginsu knives. So you still have a good amount of weaponry. And the whole thing about that expression, has anybody ever died from 1,000 paper cuts?
I don't know. Look it up. Google that. Like, I bet probably.
Cause of death, 1,000 paper cuts.
Paper cuts.
It's like $9.99 I survived, but that last paper cut is what got me.
Let's go to Doug from Berkeley. Doug, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up?
How are you? Great to listen to you. Okay, so I know you're going to clap back at me hard.
You're damn right.
right up front, okay, because you've done it before. I'm laughing as hard as I can. I'm on the floor rolling around because I agree with most of what you guys are talking about this team, and I love the team. But you're talking about the new Draymond Green, and I'm rolling on the floor. It's 8 games, okay? John Madden had a great saying. He goes, winning is a great deodorant. Okay, let's see what happens when we hit some speed bumps. There's no way that Draymond gets through. I would love him to get through the season with only getting thrown out 8 times. That would be wonderful. It's not going to happen. I think that what's changed for this team is the rest of the vibe. Buddy Hield is offensively playing like Klay Thompson used to play, and everybody's kind of dialed in right now and having fun. Draymond's on his best behavior right now. I'm rolling on the floor, even thinking that he's going to go through the whole season being this great example to the rest of the team.
Well, Doug, I'll tell you what. I don't think I'm not going to clap back. You may well be right. I think all of us, even those who are optimistic about it, it's cautious optimism. But I'm not assessing it because it's been 8 games and I'm seeing some sort of different productivity. I see someone who's acting different even in wins. I see someone who during timeouts, at the game I attended, When you're watching on TV and it's a commercial break, I see a different situation. I see a different set of circumstances, a different behavior from Draymond Green. It could change. Sure, it could change.
And he will have some missteps. I'll take the under on 8 ejections, by the way.
Yeah, 8 ejections. That's 2 techs each. Yeah.
Right. Or, we go straight to a flagrant 2 and you get ejected for that. But I think that there are going to be missteps, and that's okay. I like what you said about the way he's reacting in wins. Yep. He's different across the board, and I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
All right, here's the deal. Will you line it up or text 888-957-9570, fun at 545? We would love to take your calls. Is it okay to take the crappy Halloween candy that nobody wants and bring it to work? Yes or no? 888-957-9570. We need your interaction right now on Willard and Dibs.
How's your home handling hot and chilly weather these days?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Oh, just determined to get me aggregated, huh?
Yep. Yep.
You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your questions?
On 95.7 The Game.
That's what we're looking for. Would have been an aggregation sensation.
Yes, it would have.
The great Ramona Shelburne. NBA season is here. We'll have her on soon.
Cha-ching!
Willard and Dibs, and we'll still take your Warrior phone calls. But yeah, let's have a little fun at 5:45. And the question is, when the Halloween candy gets down to like, nobody wants that stuff.
Right.
You know, like, are there like, I don't know, sweet tarts or tries to put something in there with nuts that has no chocolate, or
those tiny like suckers that are like the lime one and like the peach one. Not even Dum-Dums. These are the flat ones that you get at the dentist.
Yeah, just like exactly.
Ooh, unbranded?
No, like exactly.
Completely unbranded.
The unbranded barbershop lollipop.
Right. You get a haircut, you get a pop.
Like, and I don't want to offend anybody who gave this stuff out, but you mailing it in.
No doubt.
You're mailing it in.
What I saw Monday when I came in was chocolate-covered quinoa crisps. Chocolate-covered quinoa crisps.
Did you say quinoa?
Quinoa, the grain.
We don't do quinoa on Halloween.
No, and this was a tub full of like 50 of them, so somebody was passing these out, and I'm sure there was going to be a lot of, that's going to be a no for me, dog, because, trick or treat, and the person who gives out the chocolate-covered quinoa crisp, you're basically saying trick. You don't get a treat. I'm going to trick you. Have some quinoa.
I do get the concept, though, of I don't want this in my house anymore, and I don't want to throw it away, so bring it to work. Like that happens. Actually, I got a fun one to throw at you. Okay. I want to read a few of these first, though, on the Comcast Business text line. 925. Absolutely not. That's like donating used underwear to Goodwill.
Thank you.
See, I disagree with that. That's a little further. Used underwear does not go to Goodwill, but if somebody has your generic lollipops, you can bring those to work. Some people like those. I don't know what people like.
Right, but I mean, bring some marquee candy too.
No.
Don't just bring your undrafted free agents.
Why?
Bring me a couple of blue chippers.
No, I ate those.
Well, then leave your crap at home.
But you might like them. I disagree with you.
Back when we used to do sports updates, our sports update anchor, who we adored, Anna Kagarakis.
Oh, yeah.
Every year after Halloween, she would come in with
the whole thing?
The worst array of leftover crap.
Oh.
And it's like the same person who you go to your kid's school and a potluck, and whatever you bring doesn't get fully eaten, so you're going to bring in like 1/3 of a baked mac and cheese.
We're about 9 days away from me doing this, by the way. We're still working on the top level. Jude got a lot of candy this year, so there's still plenty of Reese's left, and we're working through all that. Let's see, 415, throw that crappy candy in the garbage. Give your colleagues cash if you want to be generous and share.
Exactly.
No.
It's my kind of people.
Right. As if you've been walking around here handing out 20s to people for the last 10 years.
I'm not handing out anything. And I have some leftover crap at home, and it either stays home or it goes in the garbage.
408, it's 100% acceptable. Sally in HR might love that one candy in the combo bag that nobody likes. Bring it to work. It's the final stop before it just ends up in the trash. There's nothing wrong with leftover candy in the office.
It's nothing wrong with leftover candy as long as it's decent. When you bring in your candy corn from 2017, and people don't like Almond Joy or Mounds, and so if you bring that in,
coconut is un-American. Well, anyway, go ahead.
Different thing. I'm not going to get bogged down into that, but not even those were brought in. I'm talking about like smashed up, clearly mangled candy.
Okay. Remember when earlier this week, I went over and I purchased a large box of Bob's Donuts.
Yep.
And I brought them in for the staff because it was Tuesday. And I'm like, let's do some comfort food because it is a very, very stressful day because of the NFL trade deadline.
Yeah.
Remember
Big day for our country.
So then we got to the end of the day, and we are the cleanup crew here. And I kept asking the guys, what's the box looks like? What's in the box? And there were like a good solid 10 donuts left.
Yep.
Now, what to do? I could leave them here, and now people tomorrow morning are getting day-old donuts, which is fine. I could have left them for Bonte and Joe and crew. Then again, now it's out of control. I don't know what's going to happen overnight. I don't know if these are going to get taken. Nobody's here. I could also bring them home to the kids. I don't need to bring a dozen donuts home to my children, especially right after Halloween. They don't need that much sugar.
Yeah.
Lovely Christy goes, I got an idea for you. Tomorrow morning, when you drop Jude off at school, bring those donuts into the teacher's lounge at his school. I did that. So
day-old donuts.
The next day, I brought those things in. I got them just before noon on a Tuesday. And on Wednesday morning, I brought in a large box that holds 30 donuts, 10 donuts, and put them in the teacher's lounge at my kid's school. How do you think that was received?
Well, probably favorably, but had they known that they were day-old, hand-me-down, probably been groped by 30-year-old men donuts?
Advertised as such. Walked right up to the
previously groped donuts, PGDs.
They were not groped.
This box was open. People could have been picking and choosing and touching and snotting and sliming.
What do you do to a box of donuts?
Seriously, brother, have you ever been to a Whole Foods? There's food just sitting right there.
And that's going to be a no from me,
you
dog.
You don't go to the Whole Foods bar?
No, that's
you're
that thing's a cesspool.
Anyway, listen.
And I love Whole Foods.
I walk right in to the office and to the kind ladies that are running the show in there. And I said, listen, these are from my office yesterday. These are day-old donuts. And I thought that I would bring them and put them into the lounge and let you guys get after it. It's a group of teachers that probably weren't feeling really good about the results of the NFL trade deadline.
Niners got a 7th round pick player.
And so I'm like, here. They couldn't have been more thrilled. They could not have been more thrilled.
With day-old, previously groped donuts.
I didn't go back to check, but I bet those suckers didn't make it to 9 a.m.
Well, and again, donuts are different than third-tier leftover candy. I would much rather have a day-old donut than I would some of the crap that was brought into this workplace.
It's 510. Don't sleep on the chocolate-covered quinoa crisps. Not bad with coffee, just saying.
Okay.
Facts.
You didn't have one.
I've had many on a Southwest flight.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's where they're from, I think.
That's actually what he said.
Airplane coffee.
Well, he wrote Adam on a flight, and I thought it was a guy named Adam who was texting us from a flight. I think what he meant to say is what you said.
He had him
on a flight.
Okay.
And it got auto-corrected to Adam on a flight.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, thanks, Adam.
Thanks for not texting and driving.
Well,
voice to text, it's legal.
Yeah, just be sure if you do bring in your kids leftover candy, previously pawed at by a 5th grader, at least bring in some marquee names. Don't just bring in all the dregs, or you'll be ripped.
You're getting generic suckers next week. I can't wait. I'm bringing them all. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly, expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Another reminder that Klay will be at Chase Center Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to the game on Monday. We're giving away a Klay jersey, a Warriors Klay jersey, on Tuesday, and we'll be out there on the plaza where we'll also be sitting right next to our Klay Carnival that we're setting up at Thrive City. So come join us for that. Stay locked in. Stay tuned for all the details on how you can win your way in or get yourself a Klay Thompson Warriors jersey.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Looking forward to all that.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. What's happening, Lucas?
A lot of us. It's going to start with Gary Payton the second, then you're going to hear from Jay Billis on the other side, too.
Okay, so a full Willard and Dibbs best of?
And Lucas.
It's the best of Willard and Dibbs and Lucas sometimes.
I tell you what, I find that to be appropriate.
Yep.
Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I do. It was fun today.
All right. Let's do it again tomorrow for Dibbs, for not really Grandy. He might have sent a text or something earlier, right? For Lucas, for Steven, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of the Floor Store. You know that thing that snuck up on you last year?